Thomas, we good? We're good?
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to our winter retreat. At least we're halfway present, unlike the summer retreat. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's staying healthy. This is the date, January 25th, 2021. So I call this meeting to order. If you would please, for roll call.
Virginia Powell here.
Albert Young here.
Doug Matheson here.
Sue Sweeting here.
David Harwood here.
Okay, all are present. If you would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. All righty, well, for those joining, thank you. For all the department heads, thank you. I'm going to turn it off to our town manager, Shane Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well.
Good morning.
We'll start with kind of a brief overview of what our agenda looks like today and tomorrow and Wednesday, and then we'll go from there into a review of what's happened in the last 12 months. So, as always, I think this process is meant to be somewhat informal, so please stop and ask questions or let me know if you have any questions anywhere along the way. So, I would also say, as right now, as it paused for a second, we'll spend the next 24-ish hours dealing with technology and electronics. So I apologize to anyone that's watching or will be watching this later if there's any snafus along the way. So we hope and pray everything goes smoothly. But knowing our history with our council meetings, once you get to a certain point, our computers tend to have a mind of their own. So I apologize in advance if we have any technical holdups. We'll do our best letting the viewers know or those watching on playback know if we have to pause for a moment to fix any of the irregularities that take place. So I'll start with a PowerPoint that hopefully we have come up here in just a second. I see it up on the screen now, so that's good. And we do not need to have subtitles on, so let's take that off. Perfect. Here we go. So today is Monday, January the 25th, 2021. Just a brief overview of, like I said, today and tomorrow and Wednesday's agenda. We'll start with a retreat and review. It's been a whole year, a little bit more than a year now since our 2020 retreat. As we've talked about several times throughout the year, our top 13 list, we'll take a review of that real quick. Quite a few of those items are back on this agenda to talk about where we are from a progress and update standpoint. Next, we'll go into our financial items. Our finance director, Ms. Norman, will be on the call to talk through our bond and debt update, mid-year financial update, along with a fund balance update. From there, I'll go into a downtown municipal district discussion. Later this morning, we'll talk about several things to do with public works. First, we'll go into a cemetery discussion of where we are currently with our cemetery and some thoughts about where we may be going with the future. PRV updates, fancy for saying pressure reducing valves. We did talk about that last year. Those are back on the agenda today with results of the hydraulic study that McGill has performed, and I think we'll have some good news to share there. Then we'll have lunch, mellow mushroom today, so pizza today, so that's exciting. We'll have salad and pizza to be shared. Didn't mention we have snacks throughout, and I'm sure we'll take breaks as well as we get into this. After lunch, give or take, Public Works again, McGill will be here, Doug Chapman will be here with McGill, and we'll talk about our water and sewer plant needs. Then we'll dive into Main Street, from North Main to South Main, water sewer line potential replacement, talk about some utility conduit, North Main sidewalk potential, and then our crosswalk update that we talked about in October and November. And then we'll finish up the day with our police department. Our police chief, Aaron Miller, will be here to discuss the year in review, talk a little bit of staff retention, and then open it up for some parking discussions with some different thoughts and discussions there. Again, these, as you see in front of you and what you have online, we have some times associated with each one of these agenda items Those are meant more for a placeholder. I'm sure we'll hit and miss on some of those and be over and under. Again, this is, I believe, somewhat informal, so anything we need to move to another day or pause and change, we'll do so. And then we'll adjourn somewhat, close to 5:30, I would say, this afternoon for tomorrow morning. We'll start again at 8:30. We'll start with Tracy Brown, who will be here from the TDA. That'll be a nice wake-up for everybody to have Tracy here first thing in the morning. And then we'll go into our Park and Recreation discussion. David Harwood, along with our Park and Rec Director, Jennifer Brown, will discuss a number of things. We'll give updates on our Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, next steps from the PARTIF standpoint, and then next steps from what eventually will be a strategic planning process. We have here lunch for Woodlands. That is not the case. We apologize. That will actually be Bestseller tomorrow. So Woodlands, we found out, was closed not only on Monday, but Monday and Tuesday. So we'll apologize. Hopefully that's okay with everyone. So we'll have Rob will be here with Bestseller tomorrow. And then sometime after lunch, we'll talk a little bit about 321 landscaping, some different options there, and Devant Field, kind of a highest and best use review of what we're currently doing with it and some different options there potentially. And then we'll finish up tomorrow afternoon with all things planning and zoning. Planning Director Kevin Rothrock and Doug Chapman will be here to add some input on a couple of our different areas. We'll talk about the 2020 year in review. You'll see that it's been a historical year for the most part for building permits. 160D review, that's our North Carolina General Statutes. That has been completed, and so Kevin will walk through the highlights of what those those updates entail. 321 ad hoc update, next steps, and what the recommendations and proposal is for 321 ad hoc committee. Short-term rentals, that's an all-thing discussion with short-term rentals from our current ordinances to enforcement. And then we'll finish up with planning and zoning with a open discussion on stormwater, dealing with our current ordinances, potential strengthening ordinances, along with some other options of how we can look at stormwater, maybe a little bit different for the town of Blowing Rock. And then, of course, anything else you have, planning and zoning, can be discussed during that time. Then we'll adjourn for Tuesday, reconvening again Wednesday morning at 8:30. So day 3, we'll start with some administrative items, board appointments, as we normally do, review those applications and start planning that process for the February meeting, regular meeting of the Town Council. Blowing Rock Historical Society will be on the call to discuss a couple of their initiatives with the museum at Edgewood. And then we'll finish up before lunch with discussing sustainability, electric car chargers, and some green initiatives there, solar. Lunch is still Bestseller, so we'll have Bestseller 2 days in a row, so that'll be exciting. And then sometime after lunch, we'll finish up Wednesday and finish up the retreat with prioritization of our top 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or ever how many we come up with list. So a full 3 days worth of activity as always. So I appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate your commitment to being here. I jokingly said earlier, some have one-day retreats. I think that's noble of them to do so. We do 3 days here, so we have a lot of topics to discuss and a lot of things to get to. So any questions so far? If not, I will go through our 2020 retreat and update and timeline. I know you've seen this, heard this many times before, but please stop with any questions. If you recall last January, earlier in January of 2020, well before the pandemic and the world changed, we developed a top 13 list, starting with water PRVs and ending with street paving. We got off to a really good start, I think, in February and March of tackling some of these items. Paused somewhat in late March, April, and May, and then picked those right back up in the summer and the fall, and I think we've been able to accomplish. You'll see several of those and quite a few others that are currently in progress. Number 1, water PRVs. If you recall last year, we had a pretty in-depth discussion about pressure-reducing valves. We had 23 that we identified within the town. Really, most of those put in the 60s and 70s. Time to time, we have issues with those. Time to time, we have those stick and fail, which cause pressure issues within our gravity-fed system. Today, we have the results of the hydraulic study that McGill has put together over the course of the summer and the fall. I'll let Doug Chapman, who'll be here in just a little bit, share the results. I think what you'll see is pleasing to me is that we probably don't have 23 that are in desperate need of being replaced. We have much less than that. We essentially have main feeder PRVs that are in much need of replacement first and foremost. And so we'll go through that presentation. So the scope has changed since last year. So 23 is not our scope. So I think that will show that the study that we've performed, or that McGill has performed, has been worth the effort. Playground replacement. Got a picture here that I think kind of does a pretty good job of trying to capture the entire playground. That was number 2 on our top 13 list last year. At the town council meeting in March, after many meetings and discussions with our collaboration group that we put together that entailed staff and citizens from the town, we brought a proposal to town council in March that was ultimately approved, a $600,000 endeavor that was paid for half by the TDA and half by the town. That partnership was I think vitally important to get the project moving as quickly as what it was, or what it is, or what it ended up being. Construction began in mid-May, and it was completed, I believe, on August the 4th or 5th, and so a very tight turnaround. Of course, during that time, we were shooting for a July 4th or early July deadline or cutoff to be open. Of course, the pandemic changed things, and we ended up closing the playground, and all playgrounds in the state closed during that time. So we were able to do a little bit more in the way of landscaping, et cetera, and keep the fence up. If you recall the picture of the child climbing the fence, I think maybe in mid or early to mid-August. But we were allowed by the governor on September the 4th, that was a Friday at 5 o'clock, to open the playground. I did not include pictures here, one of which is of my own child being out there, but I think we had instant success with the playground, and it's been that way since then. So I think our playground has become a hit. So that project was one that was number 2 on our list last year that started and finished and is open, and I don't think could be more successful for the town. So appreciate all the work and then on the endeavor that has taken place so far. Number 3, our entrance landscaping. That same time frame, March of 2020, we presented some conceptual renderings to the town council, and essentially the conceptual renderings were approved. We did have a couple, I think, holes that were left at the time to maybe finish up discussions with some of the shareholders and neighbors on the south side of 321. Then COVID, of course, hit. Like many things right after this, I think 3 or 4 days after this meeting, we ended up starting to shut things down. And we pushed pause on this project. If you recall, the funding for this project has been held in reserves at the town, so it's a TDA-funded project. That money has been there for about 3 years now, I believe. So the money is still there. The money has not left. We have not used it for anything else, but the money is still sitting there. And we're currently back on track. We did have our landscape director depart from the town, which caused a little bit more of a delay, but we are back on track with our interim landscape director, starting discussions with the stakeholders, and we'll have a final design of what it looks like, not only on the north side of Sunset, but the south side, along with the other entrances, very soon to bring to you. So we've started that process back up, but again, that project is still sitting there. Money is reserved and has not been earmarked for any other use. So, ideally, we'd like to have that started in spring of 2021. I grouped 4, 5, and 6 together here. 4, 5, and 6 will all be discussed later today or tomorrow. North Main sidewalk will be discussed as we talk about the North Main overall project, water sewer line potential replacement. If you recall, last year we went through and we highlighted the fact that we had some bond, phase 4 of the bond monies set aside for sidewalk. And our prioritization at that time was to look at North Main, which is essentially the El Rincon area down to Chatola. Since then, we've had McGill put together a drawing, and that's a part of today's discussion that Doug Chapman will present of what that potentially could look like. And then, like I said, looking at that together with a larger project potential with Main Street with water and sewer line. The 160D update, number 5, the code amendments that we discussed last year, that was extended because of COVID. I want to say that original timeline was December of 2020. That's been extended another year. Kevin Rothrock will be here, Planning Director Rothrock will be here tomorrow to discuss what those updates entailed. So that has been completed. That's really been completed with a great deal of help from one of our planning board members, and Kevin will go into more details, Bill McCarter, who's one of our newest planning board members, who's former planning director at Cleveland County, was instrumental in helping with this process, took it upon himself as a volunteer to take this project on. And so Kevin will definitely walk through those details. And then another one, number 6, the meters that we talked about last year, we'll discuss again later today and where that stands. Legion Hill project, number 7. Again, before COVID, kind of before COVID and after, or during COVID, I guess I should say. Before COVID, the Village Foundation presented to the town council their conceptual drawings, renderings of what the village or the Legion Hill project could look like. And if you recall, walkway, steps, amphitheater potential, as they began the fundraising efforts in February and March and into April during the beginnings of COVID, I think it was evident to them that the fundraising opportunities weren't there, maybe as they thought they were prior to COVID. And so that was paused. During the last several months, as the Park and Rec Advisory Committee has been put together, some of the aspects and some of the details of the original Legion Hill project from the Village Foundation and from the original, I should say, from the Virginia Tech plan, have been discussed as part of the scope. As Mr. Harwood will talk about tomorrow, along with Planning Park and Rec Director Ms. Brown, will talk about. We've been able to take some of those very important details of that project and incorporate those into what we feel like is a potential part of grant. And so again, that'll be discussed tomorrow, the 26th, late in the morning. Number 8, Broy Hill Lake Dam is part of that same discussion from a long-term strategic plan. The Park and Rec Advisory Committee is working on some things, and again, that'll be shared tomorrow as well. Crosswalks, number 9 on Main Street. If you recall, it's been a few months now, but in October of 2020, you as the town council approved the conceptual renderings of what crosswalks would look like, not only at Sunset and Main Street, but at 221 in Main, and then adding a third not current crosswalk at Chestnut in Main. Since that time, and Doug Chapman will be here later today to discuss this project and where it stands and how that may be incorporated with the larger project. Since that time, McGill has completed their conceptual drawings and designs, and that's been submitted to the DOT. We've also signed a third-party contract through DOT with Ramey Kemp, who's a traffic engineering firm out of Charlotte and Raleigh, to start the signal designs. If you recall, the conceptual design that was approved included removing the overhead stoplights and placing those stoplights on pedestals. That process requires a third party and DOT approval. So Ramey Kemp has been working on that with DOT to help us finalize what the conceptual or what the final design would look like from a traffic safety standpoint. That's a requirement from DOT anytime that the lights are removed from overhead to be placed on pedestals. And so, again, Doug Chapman will be here later today to discuss the crosswalks. We have the final designs that have been proposed, what DOT currently has, and kind of a time frame. If you recall, some of this project requires what they call flat work or concrete work. The plan still stands for us to have that work done before things, again, to ramp back up and get into the busy season, as long as we can get through the DOT approval process. So again, this one is moving along nicely. I would say maybe a little bit slow for some, but it's moving along at the proper time frame. 3 to go. Number 10, the parking shuttle wayfinding conversation. Last January, we talked about all things to do with tourism. We talked about parking and our current shuttle system that we had with Apple Card, and then overall potential need for signage and wayfinding. Obviously, a lot's happened since then. This summer, we did not have our shuttle run as we normally do. Parking, was not an issue, I don't think, until about the June timeframe, and it's obviously picked up quite heavily since then. But during that time, the TDA board took it upon themselves to hire an outside consultant. In October the 13th of 2020, they did so. They hired Roger Brooks International, which is a well-known firm that has performed tourism sustainability plans all over the world. That process has been officially signed and has begun. And that's about a year-long process. So they're looking to have reports around the end of 2021 with recommendations from Roger Brooks. Tracy Brown will be here, TDA Director Tracy Brown will be here tomorrow morning to talk through kind of how that process came about and what the timeline looks like. It does entail Roger Brooks and his team being here and living here for a period of time. And so I'll let Mr. Brown go through that process. We do have a parking discussion that's on the agenda this afternoon. Police Chief Aaron Miller would like to discuss some things I think that he's been able to observe over the last few years, especially this year. Shuttle TDA discussion tomorrow morning. So the overall shuttle plan, we've discussed some potential other options for that as we go into 2021, and we'll discuss that tomorrow morning as well. I do think it's important to note, I think most know, but it's important again to just remind everyone that the TDA tourism sustainability plan is 100% funded by the TDA. It's a very expensive plan in the neighborhood of about $80,000. So it's a very, very detailed plan. So again, tomorrow morning, Mr. Brown will be here to discuss that process and what that looks like from a timeline standpoint. 2014 comprehensive plan. As part of the discussion tomorrow with Planning Director Rothrock, we'll have a discussion not only about 160D and the 321 ad hoc, but the upcoming 2014 comprehensive review of 2024 comprehensive plan, an update of the 2014 plan. So we're now into 2021, so we're only 3 years away from that plan being introduced, and that's a couple-year process. So Kevin will be here to talk through some of those details and what that timeline looks like. Number 12 and 13, 12 sidewalk to Bass Lake. I hope you've been able to see at least some of the cones when the weather permits, some of the cones and lane closures out on 221. That's exciting to see. We'll start back at this time last year. We did have a contractor that had won the bid. They were the designated low bid, which was Country Boy Landscaping out of Statesville. Of course, this is again is a DOT project, so DOT bid process awarded the contract to Country Boy Landscaping around this time last year. And then, of course, like with a lot of things, we pushed pause due to COVID coming out of the Statesville area. At one point for several weeks into a couple months, I guess, we had somewhat of a travel ban here, an isolation quarantine. And so the contractor took on some local projects with a lot of uncertainty about what would happen with this project. Moving a little bit forward into September the 1st of 2020, we did execute the contracts, and we did award a notice to proceed to Country Boy Landscaping. Fast forward a little bit more time, Country Boy Landscaping has subcontracted with the approval of DOT to two local companies, Padco Excavation, which is out of Jefferson, North Carolina, Ashe County, and then Greens Construction, which is out of Boone, which we've worked with on quite a few projects. And work has begun. So it's a slow process right now, obviously weather permitting, but they do have a plan. They've gone through site plans and engineering plans and have begun the work. So with all things holding equal, hopefully weather-wise, this work will be completed before we start getting too busy in town. So I think we've got two very good companies with Padco, a local company we have worked with, and then Greens, who we've worked with quite a few times since I've been here working on that project. And we are in weekly conversations with them with updates of how that project will look. Again, that's an 80% EFLAP grant. That's a grant, if you remember, is connecting the federal lands to our local town property. And so that overall project is an 80% grant funded project. The 20% match will come from a portion of that Phase 4 bond money that we'll talk about here in just a little bit. But that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000+ will be our portion of that match. The project, for those that may not remember, essentially starts at Speckled Trout and will take you out to Bass Lake. So that's a sidewalk with curb and gutter, some stormwater detention and drainage, along with a couple retaining walls out 221. An area that's highly and heavily trafficked right now, a lot of pedestrian traffic that will definitely utilize this quite extensively once it's completed. And then last but not least, number 13, paving. So as our fourth round of paving in the last 8 years was approved last year around this time by Town Council. Work began in May of 2020 with Moretz as our awarded contractor. It was completed, I put here in October, really I guess it was finalized during the month of November. The majority of the paving work was completed in October with a little touch-up work and some other things done through the month of November. But again, that's a project that was approved, discussed and approved during this time last year during the retreat, and of course during the January and February Town Council meetings that began and was completed during the 2020 year. It was completed on time. We did have a Thanksgiving deadline for them to complete that, and it was completed on budget. We did have an amendment that we'll talk about in just a minute to that overall project. In total, we had over 72 streets or sections that were completed, that were paved. That's not full streets, that's sections of streets that were paved. But essentially, if you were here 8 years ago to where we are now, every street in town essentially has been paved over the last 8 to 9 years. And I think that's a testimony. We have about 32 miles of total streets that we maintain. So you should have a fairly new street, as in the last 10 years that's been paved. As previously mentioned, we did have an amendment to the contract. I call it here the Chestnut Morris project. Not sure that we've had a drainage project quite this extensive performed in town, but that was an amendment to the contract that was brought before Town Council in August of 2020 and was approved. Essentially, that's going from the top of Chestnut almost to Main Street and then down Morris with a 24-inch pipe running down the center. A total of 12 yard inlets and 9 junction boxes were completed. The only way this was able to take place in the current situation was that we were able to utilize the budget money from Sunset. So if you recall, as part of the August conversation, the overall Sunset project came in under budget, on time and under budget. So we were able to utilize that bond money that was for the Sunset project that was under budget, or under budget, to utilize for this drainage project. So this was a fairly extensive drainage project, over $250,000 worth of work that so far, knock on wood, seems to be performing quite well. And so I think that adds a tremendous amount to that area, Chestnut and Morris, an area that was deemed internally and externally, I think, is probably our longest running problem with the stormwater in town. So overall, this project, the number 13 item on our list, began and completed in 2020. On time, on budget, with an amendment that I think makes a world of difference.
We still need to get it painted, though.
Still need to get it painted. So we do have striping, so that is left to be done. So that.
Do you have any color suggestions?
I do.
So that's a quick run through. I know we've ran through this same list quite a few times this year, and I appreciate you giving me the time each time we've ran through this list to kind of remind everyone of our top 13. Of course, the goal going into Wednesday is to come up with a similar list of items that we can move forward with. I'm sure some of these items that were on this top 13 list will make it onto next year's list, and I think that's okay. I've had a couple folks in town say that they expected, I guess, all 13 to be completed in the same year, and that's not the purpose of this retreat. The retreat's purpose is to not only look at the next 12 months, but the next 24 and 36 and 48 and 60 months and so on. And so as we move these projects from one list to another list, I think that's the exact thing that we need to do and keep these on as part of our focus. But any questions?
Will you
Yes, ma'am.
reiterate the 50%, where we got the money, the 50% for the playground, please?
Absolutely. So as if I may, so number 2 on the list was our playground replacement. We had our retreat early January. Almost immediately after the retreat, our Park and Rec department, along with a couple of our citizens and our fire chief, actually kind of began a impromptu ad hoc committee that began to look at some different options for what our playground replacement could look like. We identified a budget of $600,000 that was only possible after discussions with the TDA board and their agreement to share the costs 50-50 with us. So the TDA board in March of 2020 voted to approve $300,000 to be utilized towards the overall budget of $600,000. We decided, given at that time our current situation, that we would not finance this, so that we would cash flow our portion of the $300,000 along with the TDA, moving their $300,000 from reserves over to the town. So it was funded, a $600,000 project that was funded with $300,000 worth of reserves from town, reserves, and $300,000 from the TDA reserves. And that project was on budget.
And some of that reserve was bond money, wasn't it?
A portion may be, and Ms. Norman is on the call, and she'll be, her section's coming up next. I'll ask her to help maybe clarify that. I shouldn't
Okay.
speak on that,
Okay.
where our monies came from.
I'd just like to say kudos to you, Shane, and the staff for, here at the end of last year, really picking up this list again and getting things moving. I mean, to get 8 of the 13 either done or in progress in the shadow of COVID was pretty incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, but my thanks obviously go to the staff and department heads for pushing these things through. I think like today and tomorrow and Wednesday, you'll see them present needs and some of the areas I think that they feel like are the most important, along with yourself. And I think that says a lot for them. It says a lot for the council for allowing us to move forward with these projects. I think it was the tendency to push pause and stay paused, during COVID, and I believe we did that from a number of different areas, but it was also important to continue to move forward with these projects before they got a little too far behind to make headway. So I appreciate you allowing us to do so during this time.
And when COVID started, how many phone calls or videos were you on a day? Because I don't think people realize that in addition to accomplishing many of these 13 lists, that you also were on COVID calls and pretty much slammed with that for about 6 months.
Yeah, the COVID calls, the Friday before, March the 12th, before the 13th, Thursday before the Friday the 13th, we in Watauga County had an impromptu meeting of town managers, the county manager, health director, sheriff, the hospital, and somewhat developed a committee that we thought we could utilize potentially going forward with COVID. It developed into a 7-day-a-week call and Zoom call and updating call that really became, I think, very important for all of us to stay in contact with each other during this time. Those are still in existence. They're not every day as much as they were during those times, but yes, early on, for at least the first 6 months or more, we had those calls, 4, 5, 6, 7 days a week, about every week. Now we've got email updates and some other things that we're doing that are a little bit more efficient, I guess, during this time. But yeah, my hat goes off to Watauga County as a whole for putting this group together and working through this. There's been a lot of uncertainties during this time, more so than ever before, and so that has been true. Phone call wise, I couldn't tell you. There's been a lot, so continue to be a lot now as we've moved into the vaccination stage with the process. But I appreciate that. It's been an interesting year.
Well, your hat's off too to the department heads with what they've been able to accomplish this year on a frozen budget and COVID protocols where they were short-staffed at times, and the things that they have been able to do this year has been amazing.
Absolutely. I do believe, I can say without doubt, we have not had any services suffer in the town of Blowing Rock during this time, and that's from March 13th on. We've been able to provide the same services that you always would expect us to be able to provide, and even more so, and I think we'll talk about that as we get into the retreat. We've even added services from foot patrols to trash pickup and things of that nature as we've become a even more desired destination to be. So absolutely, I appreciate you saying that. And I would say during a frozen budget, and Ms. Norman will talk about that in just a few moments from a budget standpoint, during a frozen budget year, during a year in which we've had to rotate shifts and staffs to keep folks safe, and we continue to still do that, and have skeleton crews from time to time to keep our other staff safe. I think we've been able to accomplish more so than anyone could probably imagine. But my hat goes off to the department heads for working through that. And each one of them have done a remarkable job of working through the skeleton crews and the staff changes and quarantines and positive COVID cases. And like everywhere, by now, we've been affected by all of it. So we've had our share of COVID cases and quarantines. And the year's motto has been, we make change and we move on. So we understand each day is literally one day at a time, and that's what we've taken it. And my hat goes off to them, absolutely. As always in Blowing Rock, haven't heard a single complaint from a single department head about any of it. So I think that tells a lot, and I appreciate their hard work every day. Any other questions with the review? I think that was the last slide. Yep. If not, I will turn it over to Ms. Norman, who is on the call. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and allow her to share her screen. And Ms. Norman, I'm going to put you up on the big screen here, so I know that you want that to be the case, so everybody can see you. Let me stop sharing mine. It seems to be wanting to share it. Hang on just a second, Nicole. Let me get mine out of the way. And then I will let you share yours. Okay. We can't hear you. Are you muted, Nicole, or are we? You're not muted?
She's muted on there.
That's me being muted. Thomas, can you hear her? Well, Nicole, we're having speaker issues. Hang on just a second. You can keep. We do see your screen, so that's good. Now, if we can hear you, that would be.
There's a place where I can either, let me try something.
We've got you, Nicole. We've got you. We've got you now. Oh, you went away.
Uh-oh, I
Nope.
think that was me.
Now we got you.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Great. Well, good morning.
Good morning. Hey,
Very loud.
I warned everyone we're going to have some technical issues. So it's
Okay.
yeah, it's impossible not to.
Yes. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is good today. So I'm going to review with you our bond information and status, and then our financial picture mid-year, and then later on in the day, kind of as part 2 financial update, we will be looking at some water sewer related needs, potential funding, and the results of our water sewer rate analysis. So we'll start off with our performance indicators for the general fund. So our general fund is comprised of 4 main elements. These areas stayed the same as last year. The percentages just changed a little bit with our new budget. So property tax makes up 53% of our overall budget. Sales tax makes up about 15% of our overall budget. Occupancy tax makes up 10% of our overall budget. And then other revenues make up 7% of our overall budget. So these are our top 4 segments of our budget as far as revenue goes. Combined, these represent 85% of our budget. So these are the areas where we're going to focus on in our analysis. This is a reminder of our general fund, 8.7 million. You could see property tax. It's just a good visual for, these 4 top revenue indicators. You could see occupancy tax at 10% and sales tax at 15%, occupancy tax at 10%, and other revenues at 7%. So our first indicator and our largest indicator, property tax, when we take a look at that compared to prior years, we are down slightly. We're down about 4% from prior year, but you can see, and this is just at the mid-year point, all of these numbers will be reflective of the mid-year point. So that's just through December. So, at that point in December, we hadn't even approached the due date of our property taxes. So I think this year we probably had more people paying closer to that deadline. So I would not expect, this is just 4% down compared to last year, and last year was up a little bit compared to prior year. So I don't see anything here to be concerned about. And I can't see that behind these pictures. Let me see if I can move these. Okay. So we're about 5% down to budget, but 4% down compared to prior year. And again, I don't get concerned when I see this. Sales tax, we could see has done very well. We are up 5% from prior year. Now when you see our budget figure, we're actually 16% up to budget. And this is because we budgeted very conservatively. There was a lot, when we were in budget time, there was so much unknown. And we're going to see that throughout on these, main areas of revenue. And we took a conservative approach. The estimates on sales tax were, I think, 25 to 40% down. And so we opted for a 30% budget decrease here to brace for possible COVID impacts. I had a discussion on Thursday with the league regarding sales tax, and it was very interesting. They indicated that this is a trend that they're seeing in a lot of places, and this has to do with internet sales. So when those early forecasts came out of 25 to 40% down, there really wasn't any idea of how much internet sales would cover that shortfall in storefront sales. So we have definitely seen a good result from this, and as a result, we've even adjusted budget at this point. So this is 16% up compared to budget after we've adjusted some to allocate some of those funds. Now, on that same league call, this was a financial advisor with the league, he also did say, that he is recommending to hold tight, we see these kind of numbers, and we are going to see these kind of numbers with occupancy tax as well. And he said, just don't, and I totally agree with this. My conservative approach, conservative side of me says, yes, I understand that. And I would echo this, just a little bit of caution. We still don't know where things are. There's still a lot of unknown. I do think with this particular revenue source, being that it's not dependent so much on in-person sales, that this would be, if anything, a revenue source that would hold fast. So I have a lot of confidence in sales tax going forward, seeing these indicators. Occupancy tax, this is another area where we expected, probably the worst. We budgeted 40% down on occupancy tax. We're actually seeing a 20% increase over last fiscal year at this point in the fiscal year. So we are actually effectively 41% up compared to budget on occupancy tax. So our other revenue, however, you will see a significant decrease there, and there are reasons for that. Last year, early in the fiscal year, we had a $250,000 installment loan proceed. We had purchased the tanker truck at that point, so that was driving this amount up. Interest income has taken a big hit. We did anticipate that interest income would take a drop, and it really has. It's down $42,000. Rental income, we were, and I believe continue to not be able to have our rentals like we did last year. So that's about a $14,000 decrease in revenue there. And then building permits, while they are up, are down compared to last year. But I think that the building permits, we have expected that that's going to happen at some point. I mean, we have had great growth in our building permit revenue. So none of these, surprise me. In fact, the installment loan proceeds, once we get the funding and get some of those items in for this year, we're going to see that recover. So again, these areas, this is just 7% of budget. So while it kind of looks scary, and it is 26% down compared to budget at this time, I'm not concerned because I know about the installment loan proceeds coming in. And also it's just 7% of our total budget. So we're going to look at total revenue now on the general fund side, and you'll see that that's down significantly in that other revenue area. It's not having a huge impact. It's really not having an impact at all on our overall budget right here. So our overall budget is actually up 9% compared to last year. So we're seeing those other areas, occupancy tax, sales tax, particularly, definitely recover for the other revenue area. So this is 9% up compared to last fiscal year. And that is 4% up compared to our budget expectations. Now we're going to look on the expenditure side. Our overall expenditures, our total expenditures are actually down at this point 16% compared to last fiscal year. So you see at this point we're in a good position. We have our revenues above budget, and then our expenditures below prior year by 16%. So we're moving in a positive direction. On the utility side, our performance indicators are water and sewer charges. Water represents 51% of our overall budget. Sewer represents 42% of our overall budget. Combined, these are 93% of the budget. So those are the two areas where we are going to focus our analysis on the water sewer side. This is just a visual of those two areas, the sewer being 42% and the water being 51%. So our water service revenue, you can see compared to last year, we are down 4%. We did not put any rate increases in place this fiscal year. Last year we did, and the year before we've actually put water sewer rate increases in place as far back as I can remember, probably starting with probably not starting with, but as per my memory as far as I started with the town. Sewer services are down 4% compared to prior year. and our overall revenue is actually down 10%. So we can see that we are having those areas being down, affecting the overall revenue side of the water sewer fund, and that is a big part of why we've been seeing this trend, and we know at this point that there's a delay in the screen. I'm sorry about that. So at this point, we know that we need to do something with the water sewer rates. We've been seeing this for a little while, and so I will be covering the results of our rate study that we had done with the state later on today, and we do expect to have some answers for how to, help boost our water sewer revenues. Okay, so this is our overall operating expenditures on the utility fund, and you will see that those are down. They are down about 36% compared to prior year. A big piece of this again is that $250,000 for the sewer sludge truck. So you can see over here, last year we had some outliers, because I remember kind of explaining why we were seeing this increase. If you look at 2020 compared to 2019, I was last year explaining that increase. And so those increases, those outliers are effective again in explaining our decrease this year. So it's due to timing of some payments that we had amounting to $44,000. And if we adjust for those timings, that would have actually brought last year down to a 9% increase, where we were seeing a much larger increase. So again, that sewer sludge truck was the main contributor in this 2020 year increase. So this is 36% down compared to last fiscal year. Okay, so that is the mid-year performance review. This is going to be fun, and I'm probably going to have to circle back around to our, for some reason, some of my slides were not in the same order, so we will circle back around to the bond update after our fund balance update. So this is a look
Hey, Nicole.
at
Nicole.
our fund balance update.
Nicole, can you hear me, Nicole?
Yes.
Sorry, hard to know, but we have a couple questions, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, absolutely. So Mr. Harwood has a question. We may have others on the mid-year update, it sounds like.
Hey,
So-
Nicole. Can she hear me?
Yes, she can hear you.
Before we got to the fund balance, I had a quick question on the utility fund.
Uh-huh.
And maybe I didn't understand it. So we were down 4% on water and 4% on sewer,
Yes,
but the total fund was down 10%.
that's correct.
So that math wasn't adding up for me.
Well, there are other areas of revenue in the utility fund, and I didn't explore those other areas, but what I do know is that we also had an installment loan proceeds in the water sewer fund in the amount of $250,000. So that's gonna impact our total revenue, but not impact those two major areas of the water and sewer service fees. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it did. It's just that the water and sewer makes up, what'd you tell me, 93%?
It does.
So 7% was reflecting 6% of the downturn, which that's pretty significant if you start to weigh it out that way. Am I missing something?
No, but if you look at total revenues, they are 935,000. And so when you're talking about installment loan proceeds of what I recall being 250,000, that is significant to the
Okay.
overall revenue. Does that
That
make
does,
sense?
yeah.
And that's not usually the case. And that that sewer sludge truck purchase, as I recall too, that was a mid-year allocation because of the timing of that. We had budgeted it in the prior fiscal year. It's kind of complicated, but I'm trying to explain it the best way that I can. We had allocated that truck purchase in 2019, but there was sort of some fluctuation where the timing of the actual purchase carried over. And so we had to do a mid-year budget change. So you're not going to see that installment loan line item reflected in our budget percentages because it wasn't in the adopted budget.
Right? Okay. Okay. I'm up to speed now. Thank you.
Okay, all right, you're welcome.
Maybe a few more.
I've got 3 quick questions. This is
Okay.
Charlie. First off, what do you attribute the water and sewer revenues being down? What do you feel the cause of that is?
Well, we actually now know what the cause of that is. We have been targeting our increases incorrectly. They've not had the impact that we expected because of the composition of our users. And we're going to look later on, and I'm going to show you what we learned about our consumption. And it's possible that that consumption has changed over time. I've never seen a rate study done here before, and I've never seen analysis done before of our actual usage like we have done now. So I'm assuming that we have, and it makes sense if you think about it, you know, the whole world has gone towards high efficiency. So we're lowering our usage because of high efficiency, you know, fixtures and things like that. So we have gone ahead and just, you know, encouraged conservation, and, you know, people look for conservative like fixtures, like I said. So that's impacting our usage. So we have seen that most of our users actually fall in the area of usage that is only being charged the base rate. So we're actually only getting, you know, a small increase in revenue from a large, somewhere between 50 and 70 or 50 and 60 percent of our users. So we have a proposal later on that we'll show you to correct that.
Okay. I'll make these real quick so we can move on.
Uh-huh.
The total volume of our property tax is $1 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, estimated, yes.
Estimated $1 billion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You showed we have a loss in rental income. Would that be from special events, parks and rec, so on and so forth?
It is. It's
Okay.
from like American Legion rentals and other public buildings.
Okay, and you showed we had a loss in interest income.
Yes.
Okay. What was the interest income? Where were we getting that money from?
Our investments, you know, we collect interest income off of all of our funds that we have anywhere. So
Okay.
total cash that we have in North Carolina Cash Management Trust, any money market funds that we hold. Sometimes we have CDs. We don't have any right now, but we always have our funds invested somewhere. We do collect some interest off of our operating account. So all of those investment accounts combined, those generate our interest income.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Nicole, if I might add, what is our ballpark investment amount? Is it around 4 million, 5 million that we have currently investments?
That is approximately correct.
So at any given point, we have between 4 and 5 million that we have invested somewhere within the town. And the majority of which I would say is the Capital Management Trust, which is a state agency.
That's correct, especially right now. The vast majority is with the North Carolina Cash Management Trust. That is considered to be the safest, most liquid investment that a municipality can have. So, certainly in times like these, that's where we place most of our investments.
Nicole, it's Virginia Powell.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A couple of questions. I had a conversation with Shane, and I know that we were a little bit late on our sending out our tax bills, and maybe that's part of our 5%.
Yeah.
But in being late, I think y'all discovered some discrepancies, and in just my job, I see discrepancies all the time with the value of our property taxes and what they are taxed at. And I don't know if we're going to discuss that later or not, but is that something, I'm hoping we'll discuss that later. Is that something that,
The revalve is definitely a part of discussions later,
okay, when are we talking about that?
kind of throughout. I know Nicole's got
Okay.
that as a portion of her presentation as well. I think she mentions the revalve and some other things coming up, so.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm really curious to know if there's some way that we can make the county aware of how much money we're losing by those incorrect numbers. And I don't know if you discovered some of that when y'all were looking into our taxes, but it looks like it could be a serious issue for us.
So I would say that does happen over time, and Shane, you can if you disagree with this, but I believe that is the purpose of our revaluations. And fortunately, we are on the cusp of both of our revaluations. We have the Caldwell County revaluation taking place this fiscal year, and then the Watauga taking place next fiscal year. So all of those discrepancies should be captured and updated during those two processes.
I would agree. So in North Carolina, obviously you have 100 counties and you have 100 tax assessors that are responsible for assessing the value on the properties. And each county can determine the rate in which they have revals, and some do it more often. Charlotte, I think, has gone to a much quicker process, maybe is 3 or 4 year versus the 8 year. You're required by statute to do it at least every 8 years. Watauga County does it every 8 years. The problem currently is that we're sitting with values from 6 and 7 years ago that have changed dramatically since then. And
Doubled.
yeah, and so Nicole and I have talked about the upcoming revalve. Caldwell, of course, is a small fraction of our tax base, but the Watauga portion, I don't even think we can accurately predict the increase that we could have. I think it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I think our increase, and of course, as we talk through this, the number one thing that you and we have to do is present a revenue neutral side of that. So we have to decrease our tax rate accordingly to show no increase going to citizens, and we have to present that option as part of the budget, not only for Caldwell next year, but for Watauga in 2 years. That's going to be an interesting take on where we are. I don't know if we've seen an increase quite like this one, in recent history, at least in the town. But unfortunately, what you see and what realtors and others see is when they go to close and the value is at $250 and you sell it for $750, there is a drastic amount of taxes that are not being collected there. And the revalve is kind of the cleansing moment to catch up.
It seems like closing would be the moment to catch up. And a lot of the properties that I see were never, were renovated and were not updated at the renovated point. And I know that they have to do, with the town, if they're in town limits, have to check in with what they're doing and
Right.
the renovation, but a lot, I don't know where that point is that we're missing it. So then that would be a gradual step instead of this revow, a shocking, I don't know why we're missing those. Do you know,
I think-
Nicole?
I think the renovations are captured. There is a representative with the county who is involved. He comes over and gets information from planning inspections whenever there's renovations done. And so I do believe that the renovations are captured in the county's
They're not.
values.
They're not. I love that generous spirit, but they're not.
They did for mine.
It is for mine as well.
They came out and reassessed and added it,
The guy's in there about every day, I see him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And I would-
I can give you a list, and I gave it to Shane when he first started, but, and a lot of the questions come up when people are like, well, I don't want to pay, the Zillow amount, or, why is this not, why are they paying this amount tax and whatever, and they're houses that, were bought for $350,000, and then they're sold for 1.2 million. So that was a renovation, that was done and never caught. So I can pull those up, but they should be catching those, and I don't know I don't want to waste any more time on this, but we're losing a lot of money.
And
Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, in any time, anytime we're relying obviously on others to take that, and we are, so we don't have, statutorily, we don't have the ability to change values here. We can only bill values that the county assesses. And so it is absolutely up to the county to obviously go through that process and determine that value. As they go through the revow process, they contract out the majority of that. They hire additional workers, they hire individuals, because it's such a massive undertaking. So Nicole's right, we're on the cusp of fixing that, but there is issues during that time period of values that probably aren't updated accordingly. If you don't renovate and you just resell and values continue to grow, then of course those have zero impact on the tax value. So it's a complex system that works well when you don't have drastic changes. But I think we've inherited over the last few years some pretty drastic market changes that have driven this to the point. And the county obviously also loses in the tax value during this time. The goal, though, is that we have a cleansing, coming of tax values that we'll have to determine what the next steps are. So puts that burden back onto us. So that's where we do have a say-so. We have a say-so in where we go from there and what our values, tax rate is.
On the flip side of it, you hate to be the devil's advocate, is you also had a lot of people during the last recession of 2008, right through that area, before they devalued most of the homes in the county. People were paying a tax that their house was not even worth, though. So it like it flips. Right now, they're worth a whole lot more than they're being taxed for. Back then, they were paying a higher tax than what the houses were worth. My dropped $100,000 on that last eval because of the way the recession hit. It's unfortunately, it's like it balances out, but it just takes it, being the county doesn't do it, but every 8 years, it takes it, you're always behind either way you go.
Any other, Albert? Yes, sir?
Not to be a know-it-all, Nicole, but the situation of water and sewer plants is called the downstream effect. And as a master plumber, used to be, that's affecting most every sewer plant in America. So we're not alone.
Yeah, we are not alone. You are totally right.
Quickly, could you just define installment loans in layman's terms?
That is our capital equipment loans, where we take out loans each year to purchase our capital equipment. And so the year that we finance that equipment, we will have installment loan proceeds. That is the loan value. And so we record that as a revenue that is offset by the purchase of the equipment. Does that make sense?
Completely.
Only in North
Okay,
Carolina,
great.
only in North Carolina, do you have to technically record your debt as revenue, as if you received revenue. And then expense as when you spend it. So it's, it looks like you've made more money, but you've really borrowed money, so.
Yeah, but let's give North Carolina credit. They're
Oh, it's-
extremely conservative about money.
Absolutely.
Probably the
Absolutely.
most in America.
I would say arguably absolutely.
Yeah.
Does that loan show up as a liability?
It does eventually. So the year, Nicole and I, go ahead, in the year in which you receive it, it shows up on the income statement as revenue, and as you expend it, it's expenditures, but it goes eventually to the balance sheet as a liability, absolutely. But in North Carolina, there's only one statement that has liabilities from a debt on it, which is your first statement. Your balance sheet technically doesn't have long-term debt on it, so. We could, Nicole and I could probably go on a lot further in detail of this.
Where's my?
Just real quickly, I commend Virginia for bringing up her point about what she's just been talking about. Is that synonymous with the little dust-up about software and how to read their software from another government agency that we send our money to, or is that another subject?
The subject of which, of why the bills were late was a software issue. The values of the taxes, of the properties is a separate issue, absolutely. So there's two separate issues there. So our software at the town of Blowing Rock and the county software not talking essentially is what the issue was with the bills. The values themselves is more of an assessor conversation.
You said was, so does that mean it's been corrected?
We're in hopes that it's corrected, but we'll have, the proof will be in the pudding next year when the tax bills are to go out.
But that's on the firing line.
It has been discussed, I'd say extensively.
Okay.
Nicole, if
Any
I,
other questions?
yeah, I was going to add just a couple things as you were talking that I think is important. Our property tax percentage at 53% has stayed pretty consistently, I think, there over the last, several years. That's a low percentage. I've seen in my, 20 years or less of doing work across the state, that number in the 70s, low 70s. So we're very fortunate here at the town to have such a mix, a diversification of income, revenue between sales tax, occupancy tax, and property tax. I have seen that number at 70, 72%. So what the issue is there, every time things obviously change, you raise property taxes in order to offset it. And so here we've been able, and I think you all know that, been able to weather a lot of these storms because of our other income, because of sales tax and our occupancy tax. This year, for example, property tax being down 5% isn't a lot from a bottom line standpoint, but if we had not had our increases in other revenue, sales tax and our TDA money, we would have had decisions to be made. So it's a perfectly balancing act for the town that I don't think a lot of folks understand, that property taxes are a huge percentage from a dollar standpoint. If you look at the budget, 4.5 or so million of our, 9, so, a little more than half. But without the other pieces, it doesn't work as seamlessly as what it does here. So I think that's important to point out. So I just wanted to make that point, Nicole. So I'd appreciate you letting me do so. And then I would just like to say before you jump into fund balance, just publicly thank you for the hard work that has been put in during this time. We went into the budget season and had several weeks of great meetings and great plans that all were thrown in the trash almost within a couple weeks. And then not only thrown in the trash, they were burned essentially because we had no clue where to go from there. We were looking for guidance in March and April, and everyone was looking for guidance. And so the numbers that we put together, that Ms. Norman put together, of 25 and 30% decreases, we were praying that those numbers came to fruition. We were in thoughts of what if it could be worse. I mean, what if no one comes to town? What if no one stays in town? What if no one pays their property taxes? What if no one pays their water bills? Conversations. And so the budget that was presented on June the 2nd or 3rd or 4th was obviously completely different than any other budget. And department heads had 0 increases. They actually, I believe, had an overall decrease of about 9 or 10% from an operating standpoint. Capital was almost non-existent. But from a position of finance director that I have done that position, and I've obviously audited that position, this work is unbelievable because it's you go in, your whole career is about planning and organizing and preparing for the next year and the years thereafter. And then you take all of that and throw it in the trash and say, you have no guidance and no roadmap. So start over, and we don't know where to tell you to go, but good luck to you. And the results that are being presented right now are unbelievable. I can't imagine going back to June and presenting the budget with so much uncertainty to where we are now is just an unbelievable year for the town. So just wanted to say that. I know that I haven't said that probably as much and that much of a length in the public meetings, but it's pretty remarkable to see where we are today compared to where we thought we were going to be. And I'll leave it at that.
Good job, Nicole.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yes.
All right, so at point today, our audit, I am so happy to tell you, is being submitted to the LGC. So I titled this slide, Not Quite Final Fund Balance, because yes, we do believe this is final, but I never say anything's final until the LGC approves it. I've never seen them adjust anything with fund balance. In fact, I mean, typically it's just, if they make any changes, it's simply with presentation and not really the numbers themselves. So I don't anticipate any change here. But here we are. I've laid out a comparison for last fiscal year to this fiscal year. You're going to see that our total fund balance down here at the bottom actually increased slightly. However, our unassigned, which is our spendable amount, took a slight decrease. There's a number of factors that we will see that make up this whole calculation of assigned and available, non-spendable, restricted, all of these areas here that contribute to the amounts. So our stabilized by state statute is the largest increase that you'll see here probably. That's one of the main contributors, and that has to do with payables. That has to do with funds that are restricted in use, such as, bond funds and things, or intergovernmental funds that we are restricted in their use. We have prepaids. Our prepaids increased a little bit this year, and that's simply timing of when we're paying next year's, bills, like things like insurance that you pay in June for something that's due in July. Anything like that is a prepaid. And so I see that number fluctuate sometimes. We had more prepaids this year than usual. And then our subsequent year's expenditures, that is our fund balance allocation. So you could see last year it was 120. For 2021, it was 228,000. So all of those factors kind of flesh out and leave us with our unassigned figure here. And so our unassigned figure, as I said, it did decrease some, and we are now at approximately 44%, just above 44% of expenditures with our unassigned fund balance. So that is that's the main highlight that I thought it was important to cover in, especially in the retreat setting when we're looking at, making allocations and all of that. It's important to know. So we wanted to prior to the LGC approval, go ahead and get these numbers in front of council.
Any questions? I know that, if you'll go back, Nicole, that sounds confusing probably, is that our fund balance went up, but our available fund balance went down. Does that, so, and I would add, Nicole, what did we predict our fund balance to be in the middle of the pandemic in April?
Yeah.
What did you prepare for?
That's right. I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm embarrassed to tell you, but I will tell you. We were potentially expecting to have to use $1 million in fund balance. Shane and I were having those discussions when we were hearing sales tax in the very beginning down 50%. We were hearing no occupancy tax revenue for we don't know how long. Yeah, we were definitely bracing for that impact. We already had, we were well into the year. We were over halfway into the year on expenditures. So that's sort of what we braced for, Parks and Rec revenue, major decreases there. So actually to have this outcome, I wouldn't have expected this when we were first, kind of talking about where we thought we'd land at the end of the year, doing projections.
Nicole, this is Charlie. I want to say you and Shane and all the department heads did a great job. Great
Thank you
job
so much.
on the budget. That was excellent.
Thank you.
Shane, do we need, and if we're going to cover this later, tell me, but do we need a review of our fund balance policy in relation to this slide?
Nicole and I haven't talked about that. We currently have a policy, I would say, with quotation marks of 50%. Now, that's not, if you go under that, nothing happens. If you go over that, nothing happens. It's just a guideline that we'd like to keep.
Of total or unassigned?
Of unassigned. So now there's variations of policies that can talk about things like total and unassigned. That you can detail that out. This year was really the first year, Nicole and I talked through this, where you've got something really weird happening where, we prepared for $1 million loss and we ended up with a $193,000 gain in fund balance. So our total savings went up, which is a good thing. Because of timing issues, that state stabilization, the stabilization by state statute number, which is a fancy way of saying the state doesn't allow you to count receivables until you have them, and they count every dollar you owe as if you owe it on that day. So, Nicole, I will add a question. I know you're paused, but when you get back, of our receivables that they don't allow us to count at 6:30, are we 100% collectible? Did we collect all of those? As far as you know?
I believe we did.
So that's
Yes.
the
The
state.
main ones that I'm thinking of, I know that we did.
So the state of North Carolina, as Albert mentioned earlier, is the most conservative state really out of 50. And so at June 30th, if you have a receivable, they say, we don't get to count that until you really do have the money. This year is a weird mix where we have an increase in fund balance, but a decrease in availability because of that increase in stabilization number, which is essentially our receivables. We had a couple large receivables at 6:30 that we simply don't get to count in this calculation. Now, I will say this calculation is only on June 30th. So it's much different today than it was on June 30th, and it's really much different on August the 30th as it is right now. So it may be worth the discussion at some point to not only take into account unavailable, but maybe total fund balance as well, because this year's a weird one to look at.
Isn't it really a floating balance?
Yes,
It just depends on when things are paid out as to what that balance is.
absolutely, it is. It's a snapshot of one day that's considered year end. And until you get to that point of the audit, you really don't know where you are on that one day. So, absolutely.
I know that, we had talked about it like in the COG, if we stay below that projected, what we want for 3 months in a row, then we talk just a little bit more about it. This could be changed completely next month.
Yes, Nicole, did you hear that? So more of a, maybe we look at it as a floating, consistent. So are we down for, 6 months out of the year type of thing versus a snapshot?
Yeah, I don't think personally that we should let this year and this total here change our goal. I feel like we should maintain that goal, and I do believe that our indicators that we're seeing are pointing towards recovering and being back at that goal. I just think that this was, a different year, and I think that we should still maintain that. And I think Doug's right. If we see that we're not hitting that, then we may need to make adjustments. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, do we want to go back and look at the bond?
Yes, please.
Let's see. Okay, there we go. So I need to go back to the beginning for some reason. It's not where I put it, but sorry about all this.
As long as it's there, that's all that matters.
It is here. I saw it. Here we go. Okay. So at this point, we have issued 3 different bond issuances. We completed one in 2016 for $4.6 million, one in 2018 for $2.3 million, and our most recent issue was in 2020 for $4.3. We have a remaining amount to issue of $1.695. We're going to dive into that 1.695 and take a look at the different areas that we have that are current allocations. So this was as we originally had planned. So future sidewalks is $612,890, and I will say a portion of this, if not possibly, I'd have to look back to refresh myself, but I think that the majority of this has to do with the Bass Lake funding that we anticipated possibly having to put towards the project, and then we ended up with a lower figure, and we pushed those amounts out to future sidewalks in this total. So part of the reason why we have this amount here is because of the Bass Lake funding match that it ended up being lower than we anticipated. Down here is our Parks and Recreation section of $431,345. You have rec department improvements there. You have tennis and parking retaining wall, new stairways and sidewalks in the park. And then this is where this town hall retaining wall, that has been done. That was where we received, if you can remember, we got state money to complete that project. So we didn't end up having to use bond money. So again, we pushed this out to the last issuance. That way council could make the decision, on the use of that. But we maintained it in the bond, but just pushed it out. All right, on the water sewer side, we have projects on Maple and Goforth and West Green Hill totaling $608,955 for water. And then other lines and replacements of $32,000. There is $3,000 that was allocated to Sunset Drive. So that actually is reimbursing us for that $3,000 piece. So these are our totals in the remaining 1.695. We would normally need to issue those funds this year. But Shane and I have had a discussion about going ahead and applying for authorization. And I think that this is typically, of course, I haven't been involved in this before, but my understanding and what I've heard from people who have is that typically it's granted. When you apply for an extension, you get an additional, is it 7 or 10 years?
7.
I don't remember. Okay, 7. 7 years to expend those funds. And we would like to go ahead and submit that application because that way we're not rushed to use this final amount. We even want to make sure, because with the amount that we have, there's just two different options to issue the funds. You can either do a public sale like we have on the prior three issuances, or you can do a private placement with a bank. So, we want to have time to look through those options as far as what's most cost effective, and we want to make sure we have plans in place for the use of those funds before we borrow them. So we're not necessarily rushed on those remaining funds. And then just kind of looking at what our estimated debt service would be on that remaining amount, it would equate to about $85,000 in the general fund and $50,000 in the utility fund. Here we're looking again. Number one, we know as far as funding sources that we do have the two tax revaluation years coming up for the two counties, and we are expecting growth. There will be existing debt service roll-off that will allow for future capacity with just paying down existing bonds. Our tax rate has increased 5 cents to date, and the bond actually authorized 10 cents. So we're only about halfway in what we actually anticipated we possibly could have to increase taxes to service the debt. So we do feel like we have adequate funding avenues for that final issuance. And that's all that I have for now. Again, water sewer to come later. And if anybody has any questions on the bonds or anything, I'm happy to answer those.
That was an excellent presentation.
Doug
Oh,
has a
thank
question.
you. Thank you.
So what we're doing is we're looking about taking what's left over in the bonds and not using it this year and asking for an extension. Is that correct? Is that the way I'm hearing that?
Yes.
Or at least giving ourselves, so right now we have a December, correct, 2021 deadline?
November, actually.
So in order for us to get an extension, we need to go ahead, and it's not a huge process, but go ahead and apply to the state to get the extension. We can still issue them, this year if things work out, but it gives us the option to not have to rush. So a lot of the things we're going to talk about today and tomorrow and Wednesday is bond related, and we just didn't want to have to push ourselves into a corner. So the extension gives, I think, 7 years, so we can issue them next January if we wanted to. It's just, we didn't want to lose them, is the point. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
We also didn't want to rush through anything at the same time, so we want to at least have that option to extend them. Any other questions for Nicole on the bond or fund balance?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole, if you'll give me the screen back,
Oh, yeah.
I will take over from here.
Okay.
Just a second, everyone.
Charlie, this means bathroom break.
I was just gonna, Shane, before you go into the MSD section, you'd like to take a break?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
How
I
long?
defer to our Councilwoman, Sue Sweeting. We're gonna take about a 10, 15-minute break.
Thank you.
She just got back. She's
This is it.
All the restaurants are open, so these
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
I went down the
what it
other
was.
one. Thank you.
That was the reason I was thinking, we better start planning this going out and out.
Look here. Al. Coca-Cola.
What's the application?
Oh, boy.
That's okay. When's that?
So he already thinks about
Honestly, it's probably going to
Yeah, that's why she's gonna give a 5 cent increase.
No, it's fine.
Gentlemen, we're back in session. Mr. Fox?
Absolutely. Thank you. I think that was a much-deserved break there after a couple hours worth of conversation. Let me put my screen back up here just a second. And share the next topic. So the next topic is downtown municipal district discussion. So this is something I don't think we have talked about previously, and this again is just an open discussion for a chance to share some thoughts on the potential downtown district. I'm having, like I said earlier, a little technical difficulty here. For me in just a second, we pull up PowerPoint a different way. And now we get started. Okay, we're coming up for those on the Zoom call. Can you see my screen? Is it shared now? Nicole, can you see that screen?
I do.
We've got it here. Can you see it there, Nicole?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this agenda item is entitled Downtown Municipal Service District. And again, this is just open for discussion. Not sure at what level of detail you're familiar with what a municipal service district is, but essentially in North Carolina, they were established in 1973 by the statutes. And it's an MSD, as how I refer to it, is a defined area within a city, town, or village, and it can be a county, in which the unit's governing body, which is the town council, levies an additional property tax in order to provide projects or extra services that benefit properties within the district. And that's under North Carolina General Statutes, Section 160A, Article 23. So these have been around for a long time, almost 50 years now. We'll go through some just details of what these potentially could look like and what the benefits obviously could be. Again, just open for discussion. MSDs have a number of potential usage. Like a lot of things, when you have something special, if you think of it from a financing standpoint, it goes into a separate fund, and it can only be, monies collected can only be utilized from that fund to go towards these particular special projects that I had listed here. Beach erosion control projects, downtown revitalization projects, urban revitalization projects, transit-oriented projects, drainage projects, sewage collection projects, and then watershed improvement projects.
Do we have a slide on this?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, so I apologize. This handout is the second one that, it's the thinner of the two.
Oh, there it is, sorry.
I apologize, I should have said that to begin with. Nicole, can you hear me better now? Thumbs up, good. Okay,
Yes.
so for our benefits of looking at a potential municipal district in the town of Blowing Rock, the one of the many criteria we talked about just a few moments ago here, the one that fits our potential needs the best would be what's considered a downtown revitalization project. And I will go through here some bullet points under general statutes that of what's allowed under a what's considered a downtown revitalization projects. Monies can be collected and used to improve water mains, sewer mains, storm sewer, electric power lines, gas mains, and street lighting. Monies can be used for construction of and improvements of streets and sidewalks. Monies can be used for construction of pedestrian malls, bicycle path, and walkways. Monies can be used for additional parking facilities, both on-street and off-street parking, and construction of public buildings, as in restrooms, docks, visitor centers, and tourism facilities. Monies can also be used for improvements to relieve traffic congestion and improve pedestrian access. It can be used to improve or reduce improvements to reduce crime, additional police forces, or additional crime-fighting measures. Monies can be used to provide town services or functions in addition to or to a greater extent than those provided or maintained to the entire town. So additional trash pickup, foot patrols, things of that nature. Any additional services that are above and beyond the traditional services, monies can be used for. And lastly, monies can also be used for sponsoring festivals and markets in the downtown area or promoting business and tourism.
It's like made to order, everything we need.
So overall, the municipal service district definition of what they consider a downtown revitalization project is quite a few items within, obviously, our current needs list. And so that's why this is being presented to you today, again, for just open discussion. I'm not sure how many folks in this room are familiar with the downtown or municipal service district. Questions I have here and some more additional slides is if you were to move forward with this discussion, how do you create a downtown service district or municipal service district? They're established by ordinance, so very similar to our other ordinances. It requires a majority vote at 2 consecutive meetings, so it is required to be presented, and public hearings at 2 consecutive meetings. I think you're familiar with that and prior ordinance changes. A little difference is that we must have a full report available for the public 4 weeks prior to the first meeting. That report must, are we hearing feedback, or I apologize?
Sounds like someone's washing dishes or something.
Okay. So make sure it wasn't me. I apologize. So the report must be fairly detailed. It must show a map of the district, the boundary lines of that district. It must obviously state the rate. So this is a similar setup as our property tax. Our current property tax rate is at 39 cents per $100 in value. These districts are established the same way. And we'll talk about some others in the area and others in the state and what their rates are. But essentially,
Raise the tax in that area?
yes. So essentially,
Because
go ahead.
I mean, it seems to me like, as the town has grown, we needed to have a higher property tax because it was mainly a place where people lived. And now our businesses are bigger and give back more to the community as our small town has grown. So they should be paying business taxes and higher rates for water and sewer, and which they don't now, right?
Correct. So, so water and sewer is based on usage. So but there's not a separate pay schedule, rate schedule for the businesses versus the residential. It's just based on usage. The
But
taxes
it-
themselves, the property taxes themselves are the same for everyone. So if you own a business in town or if you own a home in town, everyone pays 39 cents per $100 of value. So that is
But
correct.
that's not common in most cities, right?
We'll talk about it in just a few moments. So there's about 50 of these in effect right now in the state. So there's not hundreds of them, but there's 50. I think we're 49. So we'll talk about which ones are in effect right now, and what that money's being used for in each one of those. So, but if this was to come to fruition of something we were to take on, wanted to obviously show that there's a process to go through of not only putting together the overall report that includes the details, but then obviously having several or a couple public hearings and public meetings. And I am getting chats here, so hang on just a second. Okay, we good now? Perfect now. Okay, sorry. Okay, so again, continued from how do you create one. So the effective date, if one MSD was created, would be the first day of the fiscal year. So for us, any time that we were to ever take this endeavor on, if we were to move forward with this at any point in the future, it is to go into effect on July 1st of the fiscal year, and those are based on January 1st tax value. So exactly the same setup as it is right now. So our tax bills go out, after the beginning of the fiscal year. They go out around the August timeframe. This would be exact same setup. They would actually be a part of the tax bill that they would normally receive. It would have an additional tax on that bill for those that would receive it. It does include both residential and commercial properties, and it must include all properties within the boundaries. So as one of these is being discussed, or potential is being discussed, the boundaries themselves are how you outline the area. So you cannot exclude certain properties that aren't already excluded. So schools and churches that are excluded would be excluded. But if a residential home is within the boundary that you draw, that residential home also has that additional tax that's added to it. So you can't exclude a certain type of tax that's not already excluded. So again, for instance, for us, churches, town property, and the school are excluded from a portion of that, where residential obviously could not be. Does that make sense? So the boundaries themselves are how you define the area in which you're looking to to determine this additional service district for. As I mentioned earlier, there's 49 total currently within the state, and I do have a list of those I can show if asked. 41 of the 49 are for the exact same reason that I gave earlier, for downtown revitalization purposes. So overwhelming majority, obviously, are for the same reasons that I gave earlier that could be used. Some examples of towns within the state that have a municipal service district: Ballhead, Boone, Brevard, Burlington, Cary, Chimney Rock, Duck, Elkin, Lenoir, Morganton, Rufferton, and Waynesville. There's a number of others, like I said, that's on that list that are much larger cities that have done larger projects in downtown. Some examples of what currently is being charged by these established MSDs. Boone has currently a 21-cent value per $100. Lenoir's at 25, Brevard's at 22.5, Mount Airy's at 21, and Waynesville's at 20. And again, all 5 of those are utilizing those monies for some of the same reasons that we talked about a few moments ago. In the state of the 49, the lowest is at Pinehurst at 5 cents. The highest is at Durham at 63.75. The average is 22 cents.
It's on top of what they currently pay.
Correct. You are allowed under general statutes, the 1973 statutes that were put into place, to charge up to $1.50. So Durham is the highest at 63.75. So as in, similar to our property taxes, you're actually allowed to go up to $1.50 within the property taxes as well.
Shane, do these
Yes, sir.
communities also have the impervious tax for water runoff? I know Greensboro does, Burlington does.
Correct. Some of these do. So as we talk tomorrow, we'll talk about some stormwater potential there. There is also some additional fees or taxes within some of these same towns that have stormwater issues or have created a stormwater fund. So the stormwater conversation is again, if we get to that point tomorrow, we'll talk about some different options there, some potential things. But part of the monies that would be able to be collected, if you have an MSD in the downtown, from a downtown revitalization standpoint, you can utilize these monies for stormwater issues within the downtown area. So I think I mentioned that earlier. Any monies received from an MSD have to be spent within that same area. Cannot be spent, cannot be transferred, cannot be utilized anywhere outside of that. If an MSD is created and then abolished, the money has to still stay within that area and be spent within that area. So it is essentially similar to our water and sewer, where monies collected have to be spent on that purpose and no other purpose within that. I do have some additional resources that I'd like to pull up, and want to stop there and for just a moment and see what questions you have. I do want to pull up the GIS map and look at our current zoning that we have for downtown, along with maybe some examples of what a downtown MSD would look like, not only geographically, but potential revenue sources as well from a total value standpoint. So I'll stop there. I know this is a new concept, and again, just wanting to open it up for discussion and things to think about for the future, but what questions do you have right now?
Well, I just am thinking out loud. It's not a question. Those people that we're talking about, those stores, that area, produce sales tax.
Yes.
And we've been talking quite a bit this morning about the sales taxes up, which sort of pulled us out of the ditch. Do we want to poke the bear?
Seems like, Albert, also thinking out loud, that if we're gonna improve this district, they're gonna have a major benefit from that, and they should pay for it.
But we also have benefits from it, is what I'm saying. I don't want to see anybody, I don't know, I just have a feeling that we're hurting. Charlie's idea of, or question about a tax on the water runoff, to me is fairer than what we're talking about now. I could maybe look at that favorably. I'm not on board yet with taxing them just because they're downtown. So that leaves the question, well, how about people out on the bypass?
let's look at it this way. Newton did a downtown revitalization,
Right.
so I wonder how they paid for it, and were they part of this?
They got grants.
Okay, and then did those businesses benefit financially from it?
I
You know,
have no
it might
idea.
be an interesting thing to look at, like other, gosh, Morganton has really, I've seen that with some kind of
Oh, it
downtown
looks
activities they've
like to
done.
me.
Certainly.
But that might be kind of a,
But there are all kind of questions. I just, there's just something within me that says, what, let's just go carefully here.
yeah.
And does the tax produce the gain worth producing the tax?
Well, just visually
At
for
one
me,
point, this goes way back to Scott Hildebrand when he was manager here. And there was a great movement to do what we're talking about.
yeah,
And he presented to council, it's just not worth it.
wow,
Now, that may have changed, and I think Shane's getting ready to tell us figures, so that will enlighten us a little bit.
yeah.
But I just have a reservation against putting a tax on somebody, like our downtown businesses that have, basically, we've seen evidence they pull us out of the ditch here.
I guess, there, you can look at it that way in my mind, or, as a little girl, they stopped in Mount Island, paying attention to downtown, and all the business went, it was kind of sucked out to outer line
Yeah.
areas, and until they fixed the lights and the sidewalks and made it more attractive downtown, those businesses suffered. So it's kind of hard to keep a balance, but you can see.
That's
how-
wherein is the tax worth doing that?
Yeah.
That's what Hildebrand presented to council, that no, at that time it did not, but that's been some years back.
But
So-
it's odd, he's got one now.
He's in Lenore.
He's in Lenore, and he's got one now.
But, you know, he always fought it when he was here.
So I would add, you know, I think the timing of at least this discussion is appropriate for the fact, if nothing else, obviously, we have a number of topics that we're going to talk about that are located in downtown, centrally located within downtown. I also think the timing is appropriate, at least to have the open discussion, given the fact that some of the other topics that we're going to discuss is to do with the fact that downtown is doing as well as it is from a sales tax and TDA and occupancy tax. People are here and they're utilizing our resources. And there's benefits, absolutely. If the sales tax numbers aren't as high or the TDA numbers aren't as high as what they are, then we would be in trouble. So there's a balancing act that we need to discuss, I think, of all of this. Some things that have changed since Scott Hildebrand was here as the manager is some of our zoning has changed. So we have two areas, and the map that I have up on the screen, Nicole, if you'll shake your head, do you see the map on the screen? I'll make sure. Okay, perfect. The map I have up on the screen shows a lot of different colors, but really there's only two colors to focus on downtown. The green color is our town-owned facility, so ignore that. So really, we're looking at our two pinks, our bright pink and our light pink areas. So I'm going to attempt to click one more time to zoom in without hopefully disrupting this too much.
What was it when Scott was here? Did we
Um,
not have the other,
I do not believe you had Town Central. I think
I
Town
don't-
Central has been in place since around 2011 or 12, so I don't know when Scott left. That may have been towards the end of Scott Hildebrand being here. So my screen is slowly moving back over, but, so the two areas that I would like to focus on from a discussion standpoint, and I've put together some hypotheticals that we'll talk about from the numbers in just a moment. Our bright pink areas, without, completely disrupting technology here, I guess, I will walk you through the areas here on the screen if you'll look at my cursor. This corner is at the coffee shop at camp right now. So here is the McDowell's property. It's in the light pink. So if that gives you kind of a focal point of where we are. Over here, obviously, is on the corner of where Mellow Mushroom is. So speckled trout is in the light pink. Light pink essentially goes down to the 7-acre property and where the Cornish, Inn at Cornish is located. Town Central, again, starts at the corner here at the coffee shop and runs down Main Street to just past Story Street here. So you can see the area right before you get to the church and the apartments or the condos. On the opposite side, it is at, here at Brom or Jeannie Stevens at the church, and runs down, obviously excluding our park area here that we own and town-owned facilities, back down to Mellow Mushroom. So that is what's considered Town Central from a zoning standpoint. Just properties that are on Main Street that run from the corner of essentially 221 to Brom. Your light pink properties are what's considered central business. And that has a number of, and I should have said this earlier, the bright pink does not include residential outside of the one home here in front of the post office. I think that's the only real home that's included within Town Central. Everything else is commercial. The second piece is the central business, which is the light pink area that essentially it runs from Chatola, at the entrance to Chatola, and across from the Inn at Cornish. Along Ransom, up Sunset, obviously around Morris and Chestnut, over to what would be the south side of Chestnut, the Devant property. And so for the purposes of looking at some hypotheticals, I've put together numbers based on Town Central, numbers based on central business, and I've also divided that up between commercial property values and residential property values. Again, when you're talking a potential MSD, the boundaries themselves are decided by the council and can be changed at any point by the council through the same mechanisms that they were created. So, for instance, if you were to use Town Central to begin with and at later date chose to expand that, you would do so by the same mechanisms as you created it, which is 2 public hearings and those boundaries obviously being posted. Any questions so far?
I do have a question.
Certainly.
Could you clarify what the Town Central, how the zoning, because you said that's zoning,
Correct.
differs from business? The pink, what makes the hot pink different than the light pink?
And I may have to ask for some assistance with Kevin. I don't know if he's here within earshot of helping me with that, because I know there's some differences in why it was created. So
That would be-
let me push pause and get his clarity on that one before I answer something. I think I can give you
Because
some,
that might have some, weigh in as to
certainly,
the boundary lines.
absolutely. So we'll get Kevin's help on that. That may be better for me to lean on him a little bit more for the details.
Coupled with that, which was a good question, let's go to the top and look at the hot pink in the curve there,
Right?
and go just to the right.
Okay?
What is, if any, differentiation
You're back. You're
in
back.
the tax?
We want to know the difference in the dark pink.
If I had a building on the right in the cool pink
Yes.
and a building on the left in the hot pink,
Right?
which one pays the most tax, or are they paying the same tax?
Same
or
tax.
what?
There's no
Kevin's
difference.
here.
There's no difference in the tax. So, Kevin, the question was asked between Town Central and general business. What's our zoning differences? Why do we have Town Central?
We established Town Center to establish the standards that we have. It was established 10 years ago. Central Business and Town Center have the same regulations.
So there is no difference between the
There's no
two.
difference, right?
So,
It was set up to do it, but we haven't done it.
okay.
And they pay the same taxes, property taxes, as all of us
Yes.
pay?
Yes. I would believe, without saying this, that around that same time, this was being established to talk about things like additional zoning or MSDs potentially. That was maybe the purpose behind that discussion.
What taxes you pay is based on valuation.
Correct. Everyone,
Downtown's tax valuation versus same area of residential, say R15, Is there any idea of, is there an up and down there? Is owning a building downtown, will it cost you more than owning a house like that
Well,
somewhere else?
The county tax assessor obviously puts the tax value. You know, I think it's fair to say that owning a business downtown versus saying owning one 3 miles out 221, the downtown would be obviously valued higher, absolutely. So you'd pay a higher tax than that because of the location in which you're in.
That's the question.
Yes. Location means everything from a business standpoint, of course. So I would say without having exact knowledge that the downtown location has a higher tax value than outside of downtown, unless
Higher property value.
property value, but not a tax rate. The rate is established.
I don't mean the rate, I
That's
mean
right.
what you actually pay.
That's right.
Because you can do more with it and you can get more out of it.
But that's
You're the
decided,
pricer.
that's decided by the
Tax assessor.
tax valuation bunch.
That is correct.
But we probably have
And the
plenty of
market.
houses that's worth more than any of the businesses downtown.
Yeah,
And it's market value too, what people think it's worth.
Do we have any more questions before I go into some kind of hypothetical conversations within what this would look like? I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I'm going to share
Nicole?
another screen. Not Nicole, she's on there, but. Okay, Nicole, can you see the Excel spreadsheet? Perfect. Okay, so let me just kind of walk you through. This is kind of a rough look, but this is exact value. So in anticipation of this conversation, I went through and looked at all the parcels that were within town center, and then all the parcels that were within central business. Thank you, Kevin.
Just rank them then, I'll be able to.
Thank you. When looking at
we don't have.
you do
that.
not have this, that's correct. Because this, as we go into this is a lot of detail, so I wanted to present this to you, and I can provide copies of this. But if you look at town center, there's 31 total parcels with a tax value of $33,800,000. If you look at central business, commercial, there's 33 additional parcels with a value of $42,600,000. And if you look at central business residential, there's 35 parcels for a value of $13,200,000. So let me just dive in real quick. And again, I did not put names on here, but what you will see is that if you look at town central, and you see here a total of what we talked about a few moments ago, which is your 31 parcels, they value $33,800,000. Again, this is the bright pink. The 31 parcels average a value of a little bit more than 1 million, almost 1.1 million. So of our 31 parcels downtown that are a part of town central or town center, the average property value is $1.1 million. So that means per building is on average $1.1 million. If you look at central business, you've got two areas here to look at. And again, I won't go through these details of what makes up, each one, but central business, in addition to town center, you have 33 total commercial properties with a value of $42,600,000, with an average value of $1.3 million. Residential, over here, you have 35 residential properties with a value on average of $377,143. And what's that?
That's wrong. The average rate, just residential in Blowing Rock, the average rate is $583,000.
Correct. This is just central business residential, though. So what you will find here, if you look at the downtown area, you will see a number of properties. Now, these are lots and homes that are valued residential at between $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. Now, these are, again, based on the current values,
These are
not
tax values.
the current tax values. So I'll go back to the summary sheet, and I will, take this, which is the green, and I will take a 0 there because that's, I shouldn't have had that in there. Apologize. What I had in there was 22 cents, which is what the average is in the state. So what I was attempting to do here as we had this conversation, again, just an open discussion, is that if you look at the parcels within town center and central business, there's about $90 million worth of value.
How much?
$90 million.
90, okay.
Just the bright pink and just the light pink. this is a breakdown of what each one of those obviously is valued at. You know, if you were to take, for instance, a Pinehurst at 5 cent, that is what your annual revenue potential could be. And then what's in in column G is taking that same average that we talked about a few moments ago, the 1.1 million or the 1.3, and that would give you what the average parcel increase would be. So if you owned a business in town center, an average value business at 1.1 million, your tax bill would go up $545 a year at 5 cent. If you were at, you know, within the town of Boone, and they charge 21 cent, that is what you're looking at from an increase standpoint. Your 188 number here represents what the overall annual revenue would be to the town. So I don't know how much in the way of detail we may have gotten with Mr. Hildebrand when he was here, but what I've attempted to do here is show some different options. Now again, this includes all the bright pink and all the light pink as you break up the different values. The MSD could incorporate any area the town council chooses to incorporate. So it doesn't have to go light pink or bright pink. It can be a combination of both, or it could be any other, you know, variation of both. What I've attempted to do is put together at least an example of what something could look like to give you some hypotheticals to discuss.
That's good.
Questions?
This may be really obvious, but I just want to make sure I'm clarifying this. Since town center is an overlay of central business, you've called out, this 33 and 31, you've called out central business commercial does not include town center commercial.
Correct. That's
So if I looked at all of central business to include, there are 64 commercial properties.
that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. So what you're looking at here with the number of parcels, 31, 33, 35, are separate of each other. They're not inclusive. So town center is separate than central business. So a combination of all central business would be a total of 99 properties at a value of $89,600,000 on current value.
So couple questions.
Absolutely.
The occupancy tax, what percent does the town actually get? A third?
So, Nicole, are you on the call? We're asking the question about, can you answer the question about the TDA? What percentage of the money the town receives?
Yes, the town receives 1/3 of the 6% occupancy tax.
Okay. And out of the sales tax, the percent that we receive?
The sales
Well-
tax is, so all sales tax is distributed through the state to the county, and the county distributes that right now based on the value, the property, so our ad valorem value. So the percentage we receive is based on that in the county. So sales tax, they take the whole county, Watauga County as a whole, and our piece of that right now is based on our percentage of the value of our property taxes.
What percent is that?
I guess my point is, we don't get 100%.
We do not,
And I think that's not clear when you're talking, what you're talking is that we don't get 100%.
12,
We want,
15 maybe.
We don't get 100% of the
Oh, no.
sales tax, and we don't get 100% of the occupancy.
Nicole,
What-
would you say sales tax, I've seen the numbers, is it 12% maybe or so? 15?
I am looking it up right now. I don't recall. I don't think I've looked at it from that perspective. So let me look it up. I'll get back to you.
That's fine, because I got another question that I can ask you.
And the TDA, I would add, that the 6% that's collected, that's distributed to the town is a pass-through. So the patrons themselves pay the 6%. Similar to the sales tax, obviously. The sales tax and the TDA, 6% is not taken from the business or the residents. They are passed through from the
Right.
consumer
Right,
by law to the town or the county.
correct. So let's talk about the costs that has been basically put on the shoulders of the town as a result of tourism, that we've been paying for. So extra policemen, I heard that, correct?
During COVID, we've added foot patrols, so that's a more recent addition.
All right.
Right, so-
What about use of the bathrooms?
We added those.
We added,
porta
so
potties.
we're cleaning those, toilet paper? What's the toilet paper? I think you gave us that one time, the increase that we've gone through.
And Ms. Brown may be able to answer that. I know she had sent it to me over some of our busier weekends. The cost, per weekend from supplies and things of that nature. I should have that. I'll get that number to you. No,
But-
it's
So those supplies have gone up.
absolutely.
And and now we're doing hand sanitizer and so I mean, there have been a lot of
Garbage pickup.
garbage pickup, thank you, because, that has been increased.
We do additional runs on Main Street and Sunset, obviously, for additional, or not Sunset, but for Main Street for additional garbage pickup as well.
Okay. Can you think, I mean, there's a lot of, and then during festival, or street things, we've, again, we do garbage pickup. We do policemen, but I think, I'm not sure that the town's been charging for that. I mean, I think we add extra so I mean, I'm just trying to, irregardless of infrastructure, I mean, the infrastructure, hit that we've been taking as a town is significant. So I just was wondering if you were going to talk about some of what's driving this.
I plan on talking kind of,
Amenities, yeah, that's gotten downtown.
Yeah.
yeah, I did not have the exact numbers. We can get those, but during, the last 2 years, I guess, that I've been here, we've been able to start to, I guess, gather some numbers of what busier weekends look like compared to others from a supply standpoint, cost, manpower, additional services that we've provided downtown. And then on top of that, part of our discussion today and tomorrow and Wednesday is going to be some additional infrastructure that's needed within the downtown area, from additional bathrooms as part of the conversation with Park and Recreation Committee.
Well, parking and shuttle was another thing.
Parking and shuttle, water and sewer lines, obviously, they're are part of that, sidewalks, et cetera, so traffic lights. To the point that was made earlier, the town doesn't exist without having the businesses and the tourism that we have downtown the way that it does currently, but there is a footprint that is left within that from a cost. And so to try to show exactly what the balancing act there is probably impossible. We know that there's additional revenue that's coming in greater than we've had previously. We know there's additional costs going out than we've had, previously. And to know exactly how those offset each other, I think, is difficult. But we know both have risen pretty consistently over the last, several years within that.
And in both of these districts, short-term rental is allowed. Am I correct?
But that money is passed through. I never got that money. The owners, that money is passed through from the person that rents it. The people that own the property don't get that money. The
Right.
occupancy tax is passed through.
We get a
Hopefully,
third.
except for VRB, is
We get a-
VRBO the one
We
that
get a
doesn't?
third of it.
No, it's
town.
passed through.
The town gets a third.
The town, so all of the 6% goes to the TDA. Right now, we're somewhere a little bit more than $1 million a year, I guess, on average, probably. Does that sound fair, Nicole, to say that? About $1 million a year. That's the 6%. And the town piece is is 1/3 of that, so about $333,000 right now. That we're using primarily to pay for our parking deck at Brom. That's about $100,000 of that. And then there's some other usage from some of our park and recreation, lighting, landscaping. So the TDA is currently, and has been for a number of years, paying for some of these additional things that are downtown. That is a part of that to keep in mind.
So the
Including the
tourist
park.
pays for it. It goes through the homeowner or business owner, but the tourist actually pays for that.
Well, an STR or a business does not pay anything more than what you and I do as a resident, because everything that is received is a pass-through. It doesn't come out of their pockets at all.
It's just like
Some
sales
people
tax.
think that the owner benefits, but it goes, they don't.
Well,
We just benefit on the rental.
Shane?
Yes, sir.
In a different
That's true.
Your central business commercial, did that include Valley Boulevard?
Did not.
It did not.
It did not.
Central business does not
Pay
include.
more taxes.
So great question.
We had a
I'll bring it
similar
back up.
thing Where I live.
Wait a minute, we got two conversations going on.
Central business did not include Valley Boulevard.
Right.
So let me, I don't think I shared that actually. Hang on just a second. Let me share it so everybody at home.
Oh, you mean in the picture?
For the dollars.
Well, let me just bring it up without sharing, and I can talk everyone at home through it without getting too
About
far.
shops,
But
shops isn't in it, is it?
it is not. So the map you're seeing, the light pink runs from the Chatola intersection at the guardhouse. On the north side, it includes the 6 or 7 acre parcel and runs up by Ray and Melissa's El Rincon around the corner here. You'll see that. On the northeast side, it is running by where Cornish, the inn at Cornish is here, along Ransom. This is the church, and then running west of there up Sunset. So it does not include the majority of Ransom. Ransom here is in the orange. So again, the church here is excluded from that. This is so, but what is included is obviously the 2 businesses here, the old pharmacy and the Toastery, along with a number of residential homes here along Ransom. And the other residential essentially is in a pocket here around Sunset and then over around Chestnut and Morris Street area. Also included within this area, obviously, is the number of hotels on Morris Street within that area. So this does not include anything within Central or within Valley Boulevard. It is just the areas in light pink that are surrounded by downtown, Main Street, Sunset, Morris, and Chestnut.
What's the orange one called?
What is shops? What's it zoned?
Just general business. I believe it is general business. I'm going to slide this up. For those at home, I'm just showing the GIS map. I'm not going to try to share that. Yeah, so it's orange, which is general business.
Because some of this stuff would benefit the Valley Boulevard.
I think the thing to think through, there's a lot of things to think through, so I don't want to tell you how to think, but that's a lot of thinking to say in one sentence. If you're looking to have this discussion and think about this discussion moving forward, what services do you want to provide out of it? So if it's additional trash or bathrooms or infrastructure, that helps define the boundary that's going to be impacted. So if you include Valley Boulevard and general business, then you run into having to provide those services of what you're looking for there. And so I think a lot of the conversation, the reason this is on here is a lot of the conversations around the downtown area and traffic and bathrooms and trash and parking and the things we're going to talk about the next few days. There's some impact we're going to talk about, from the 321 ad hoc committee, but those don't necessarily have the same, cost and impact as what the downtown area has. So I do think we keep that in the back of your mind, as if you were to move forward with any of this, you have to draw a boundary at some point, and that boundary must include the area you're going to provide the same services to. So you can't differentiate between that, within that boundary with different services.
Well, in a similar way, all of the all of the expansion of the 4-lane along Valley Boulevard has impacted, negatively and positively that corridor. We've seen over the past 10 to 15 years for that. Now, they didn't pay for it, but has just happened to all of those businesses.
And I did receive a number here, Ms. Norman. Our percentage of Watauga sales tax this past year was 7.4%. So for every $100 Watauga County received in sales tax money from the state, we received $7.44.
Say that again now.
For every $100 that Watauga County received in sales tax revenue from the state, that was generated in Watauga County, Blowing Rock received $7.44.
Unfortunately, there's no way to determine
Right.
how much that sales tax comes from Blowing Rock sales.
Right.
That is
That's the
correct.
problem.
So in North Carolina, it is all county-driven and county-distributed based on two ways. If you've heard this story, stop me. There's two ways to distribute sales tax. So there's an ad valorem and a per capita. So per capita method is much less than 7.44% for us. Ad valorem is at 7.44%.
What gobbler gets the rest, the counties?
Based on value between the other municipalities, Boone, Seven Devils, Beach Mountain, and the county.
We should probably not do their math because we'd really get upset.
I would say 7.44% is a pretty good indicator of what we receive from that standpoint. But to answer the mayor's question, there is, in North Carolina, there is no way to know what zip code produces what amount or what city produces what amount, you
The
know,
only people that know that are Tubman.
that's right. You know,
Won't hurt.
Walmart and Boone may produce as much as we do collectively, who knows? But we'll never know those numbers. Those aren't provided to us to have. So we get a percentage of one of the two, per capita or ad valorem.
Let me ask, okay, here's a probably number we don't have. How much do we get from Watauga County in sales tax? Anything?
7.44, oh, I mean, total.
Caldwell.
Caldwell, yes, I have that number. It is, of ours, 0.08, or of Caldwell, I'm sorry, 0.08. So that would be 80 cents of every $100 that Caldwell gets. So we get 80 cents of every 100 from Caldwell and $7.44 from, we almost get a $10 bill between the two. And Ms. Norman did pass on, of course, with the statistics are coming pretty hot right now. It would be 1.56 under per capita, $1.56.
1.56 versus 7.4.
Yeah. Is that right, Ms. Norman? Yes, she's shaking her head, yes. So,
Okay.
So that 7.44 is what we actually get, not what we give back.
that's right.
Out of 100.
Oops. Nicole, are you saying something? Oh, wait a minute, we're not hearing you. Thomas, we may have lost her again. Nicole, is that net or is that gross? That's gross, I'm sorry. That is not net. That's gross. 7.44 is gross.
So it's worse.
It's worse than that.
That's gross,
That's gross.
that's not net?
Yeah. No.
How about
So-
that 1.56? Is that?
No,
That's all of it.
that's all of that, yeah.
That's all of that.
Point something.
I think the point to be made is that when we look at our sales tax as a whole, and that makes up about 20% of our budget, that number itself is not 100% of what we produce. Obviously, it's an unknown that we really receive a portion of that. So, what other questions? I know this is fairly new. It's been a while at least. It's been at least a decade, I think, since this has been talked about. And the purpose of this, as we set the stage for the next, several days of topics, is to have this in the back of your mind as something to think through of whether or not this is something we want to discuss further or not. But the purpose, I wanted to try to do as good of a job as I could to do kind of a full explanation of what a municipal service district, not only the definition of what it was, what you could utilize the monies for, and then how that would be created and what the potential outcomes would be from that.
And short-term rental is allowed in all the pinks.
Yes.
So understand that all of those residences in the pink, both pinks, can be residents or businesses, and both.
And that's important to know, as we talked earlier, so you cannot exclude property based on use. If the property is within the boundary, the property is within the boundary. So that was asked if you could exclude short-term rental usage versus residential usage, and that is not possible. The map is the map when you draw the map.
So any tax, like we're talking about levying, is not shared with anybody else, that revenue?
Correct. So let's just hypothetically, again, say that we went through the process of establishing one of these. And on July 1st of 2021, we had a municipal service district. And we received $100,000 this year in 2021, 2022. All of that money has to stay within the district. It doesn't mean it has to be expended within a year. It's like anything else. It's a fund that you set up. And there's fund balance that's created.
But we get the money.
We get the money and we
County
set it
doesn't
aside.
get its palms on it.
The county does not receive it. It is only a town-issued tax, so the county does not receive benefit from this tax. So a municipal service district is created and stays within the town that creates it only. There is no sharing of that revenue. This money can be used for those items I mentioned earlier. They can be used for debt service. The fund cannot borrow the money. The town would borrow the money for projects, but this money can be used to service the debt on any project that was within that same area. But again, the project has to stay within that area, or you have to allocate it based on the percentage of the project within that area. But all those things are feasible.
So if you did parking, you have to buy land within that pink area?
I would say yes, to define it, or if it's partially within the area, then you would have to allocate out a percentage of that. But any cost to go towards parking within that area, shuttle system within that area, the way that others have done this, that if there's 50% of the service provided within that, a shuttle system, for instance, that travels 50% in the pink and 50% out, then you would allocate 50% of the cost to this particular area. So you have to account for it within the area. Any other questions? Our next topic is the cemetery, so I just want to prepare you for that. So if you want to, people are dying to get in there, is what you're going to hear.
Will we have more discussion on the MSDs?
Yes, I think it's appropriate as we go through these other topics and we start thinking, part of the goal as we talk through these larger projects and larger needs is always to think, how do you pay for this? Our goal is to present you multiple options, not only an MSD, obviously grant potential within the part of the realm and others, also within debt and financing, water rate potential increases or not, stormwater potential or not. So I don't want folks at home to think that we're proposing all of these across the board. These are just vehicles to get you to where you need to go, is what we're looking to present.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have our cemetery discussion. So I'm going to try to pull up that PowerPoint as Mr. Blackburn joins us.
How are we doing on time?
We're about 29 minutes behind schedule, but I think we're doing pretty good so far.
It's pretty good for us.
That's pretty good.
We have been worse.
Remember when we still be on the first set?
Yeah.
We're moving along quite well, I would say. Hillary, will you see if Matt's ready? He's not coming in, so we need to probably make sure he's aware that we're ready for him. What's that? Do you want me to do the handouts? I've got them over here. Sure. Okay. Let me get this up and going. Nicole, are you able to see our screen coming up? Woodlawn Cemetery, thumbs up, perfect. And I will hand out, I don't think you have yet, let me hand out to you these handouts. If you were to make some notes. So, Matt is, what was the joke? People are dying to get here, is our topic. I know that, we're just looking for anything at this point.
It's a quiet neighborhood, it's very quiet.
I thought there was just some dead topics.
They're terrible about paying their property tax.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we don't have a property tax increase proposed here. So,
Oh, man.
I can drive it over here, is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
I've got it on the screen there if you want to. Or here, actually, you know what? I think
Either way, if you want to drive, however you want to do it.
Pay an occupancy tax.
that goes forward and that goes back.
Perfect. All right. So as y'all know, we own Cemetery Woodlawn, just off of the Parkway. So there's a part of the survey for it. It's just over 8.5 acres. 3 sides bordered by Parkway property, so it's pretty unique that, you know, to have National Park right beside of it. That seems to be a draw for a lot of people coming up there. Currently, we have 7 sections in use. As you can see, there's a potential for opening another section, Section 8, that we'll get into in just a few minutes. But right now, there's 7 we have open. I can't really see that. Out of those 7, there are a little over 3,000 total plots, with 140 left available right now. Those are the only ones we have available are in Section 3, Section 5, Section 6, and then the most are in Section 7. We just opened Section 7, I think, in 2015. So it hadn't been open all that long and has been a pretty popular spot for people wanting to get plots. Over the last 3 years, let's see, in 2018, we sold 56 plots. 2019, we sold 43, and in 2020, we sold 32, but it seems like those 32 all came within about 2 months of each other. So it seemed like a lot, but it was just a lot really quick.
Is that before we raised the rates?
When did we raise the rates?
No, that was after.
That was
after? Okay.
19 is when we raised the
Yeah, I'd
rates.
say 19, yep. So hadn't really noticed any decline. I think we're still a pretty popular spot.
Good or bad, the 32 mostly were pre-bought around the pandemic. It seemed like around May, June, July timeframe, we had a lot of pre-buying that went on.
For
So-
whatever reason.
So with only 140 or so available, and March actually just sold 4 more, so we're below that now. Looking at the potential opening of Section 8, which is about a ½ acre to 3/4 acre in size, we have some concerns with abut Section 6, and the last row of plots in Section 6 that we've dug has been very, very, very rocky. And I'm really worried if we open Section 8 and put normal, in-ground plots in there, it's just gonna be a nightmare. I really don't think it's a viable option. We've considered, had the thought of putting mausoleums and columbariums in. Things that are above ground that would be, wouldn't have to deal with the rock. Some of the options, we could sell smaller sections and allow individuals to put private columbariums in or mausoleums in, or we could just develop the whole thing ourselves in town and have larger mausoleums and columbariums and sell individual spaces. I talked with a local funeral home. They knew of one that had just been built, a mausoleum that I believe was a 150 space mausoleum. The cost to build it was just over $150,000. But they are selling those individual spots in the mausoleum for between $3,500 to $5,000 a piece. So, even at $3,500, you're looking at over $500,000 made just off the selling of spots. He said some mausoleums, depending on location and desirability, they can sell what they call the prime spots, which are eye level, row 1 and 2, kind of eye level up to about 6 feet up. For about $8,000 a piece. So I don't know what we could get, but there's potential there to make some money off of it. There is interest also with some of the local funeral homes and partnerships, allowing them to put mausoleums in. Again, that would kind of go back to selling, instead of selling individual spaces, saying, hey, we'll give you this area, you build what you want to build, obviously within some sort of design standard, but build whatever you want to build and you deal with it. So there's options there. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are moving forward with it. Just some quick pictures, just some ideas of different mausoleums that are around. They said there was just one built in Wilkesboro that's indoors, heated and cooled. So little
little much for up there, I would think. But then there's some examples of the columbariums, or what they put the ashes in for somebody that's been cremated. That seems to be, from my understanding from some of the funeral homes, pretty popular option now. That seems to be the trend, more people being cremated. And then there's some of the above ground or individual mausoleums, or the crypts they call them. You can do family, up to about 4 high, if you want to do individual spots. And then the individual columbariums, just small things for families to put ashes in. So just some ideas. But that's all I got on it.
Do you have any, columbariums at all right now?
There are, the one with the Williams name on it, there's 1 or 2 up there now of the above ground crypts, and that's in section 4, and that was sold as kind of family plots, if you will, 40 by 40 sections or 20 by 20 sections that the families purchased, with really no restrictions on what they could do. There's above ground mausoleums up there, they're individual. There is one big mausoleum up there now that I believe Hamptons maintains, and sells plots out of. I believe it's full, or sold out, but there is, obviously the big mausoleum up there currently, but I don't know of any small columbariums up there. I think I'd had a call about somebody doing one in section 1, but I don't believe it was ever built.
It seems like it would be interesting to talk to a funeral home about what percent are doing ashes and what percent are burying.
Honestly, what we're seeing when we're opening plots, it's honestly about 50-50.
Yeah.
Do we have a drop dead date on this, so we need to do something?
We're in no rush. I mean, we have 130 plots available, so it's really, we can move at whatever speed we want to, but it's a big, we're going to try to get some pricing on, rough pricing from some people on grading and possible drainage work, just to kind of get a ballpark of where we would be if we decided to pull the trigger on something.
Was that a pun? Drop dead date?
Yeah, obviously.
Well, regardless, Matt, we're still gonna have to start fixing section 8 up.
Right.
I mean, whether we go to anything like this and try and get away from digging, we're still gonna have to do some grading and fix that lot up to some degree, correct?
How much
I
grading?
mean, it's wooded now,
Right.
so it really is up to us. We could leave it as is, or we could clear some underbrush out. It's pretty small timber on it. There's nothing really big. So it's, we could let nature keep taking over if we wanted to, or if we wanted to put something in there, we could start clearing.
Is there a lot of grading involved?
It depends on, I think that depends on what we do.
Yeah, I think, with the mausoleums and columbariums, I think you can kind of play with the slope a little more and kind of build them. There would be some grading, just for access and walkways in. I don't know how much. I don't know enough about the mausoleums and how they're built. I'd have to get somebody out there to kind of give us an idea. I would say from top to bottom, there's probably 25 or 30 feet elevation change. So, I mean, it's a pretty good slope going down.
I wonder if doing some soil sampling out there would help us.
Sure, we can get a machine in there and it's open enough to kind of dig some test holes and see. But our feeling, if you're on 321 looking back towards the cemetery, there is a lot of surface rock going back that way. So I'm afraid we're kind of at the end of section 6 starting to see the beginnings of that rock, and we'll just work our way back to it the whole way down that hill. But we can definitely go dig some test holes and kind of get an idea of what's there. And again, the topography of that would take some serious grading to get in-ground plots, make them viable. It would take quite a bit of grading.
Question
Well,
for you, if
next
you do.
section would be next to Virginia then, wouldn't it?
You mean Terry, let's,
Start putting it apart.
do you mean my graves or the barn?
The barn?
Question for
So
you.
are we thinking like a town central district?
Wait,
No possibility of purchasing from the government, is there?
I would.
I didn't think
You
so.
can't even put a sign on.
So from what I understand, to Doug's question, is that ridge is rock and not perkable.
That I don't know. We're
I mean,
kind of,
You don't have to park there, but
Right.
you're gonna find a lot of rock in
I-
section 6.
I think, yeah, we know there's a lot of rock towards the backside of section 6. And I would think kind of the,
I mean, even though all those trees, you see it, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this.
right,
They're on rock. Those trees are.
yeah. Yeah, I think anything in 8, there's a potential there for quite a bit of rock. So from what we've seen on the last row of 6, it's, you know, we opened a cremain hole the other day, which is 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot, and it took them about 2.5 hours to dig that. So, I mean, they were pretty much busting just through rock to get it in the ground.
So my question is, you purchase a plot, okay? Our people go up there and dig. If it takes them 1 hour, it is what it is, and if it takes them 4 hours, it is what it is.
Correct, there's a flat rate for opening and
It's a
closing.
flat rate.
Correct.
Shane, I'd ask you, how many does the Legion own?
Of the ones, so we know how many are available still that the Legion owns. That number is 20.
It was more than that because they owned another section. Give me
Sorry.
1 minute now.
Yeah, we do have that number. So we do know the availability of what the Legion owns and how many plots are available for that. So Matt will get that number for us.
At one time, we talked about purging that up there to find out there's some lots or plots that's owned that probably nobody even knows about. You know, I think we talked about finally wanting to purge that because there's no telling how many lots up there has been bought that there's really did not have any descendants or nobody to leave it to and is sitting up there empty.
Yeah, and I mean, Hillary can kind of, she does a great job with the deeds, and once we sell something, kind of recording that. So, I mean, there is, I'm sure, quite a few in one that have been purchased a long time ago that were never recorded, and, you know, how we kind of track those down, I'm not real sure.
I'm not real sure either, because I will tell you that if you go back a certain, probably till the early 2000s, you may have a deed and you may not. It wasn't kept.
Like what we ran into.
What we, I mean, that's what I go by is what deeds we have in there. Now, we have them written down in the book. We have 2 books. We have that as a list with the marker. So we know who they were sold to, but it's, how do we know that they're gonna use it? You know what I mean? I would hate to say, oh, we'll just keep this, you're not gonna use it, and then somebody come in and say, I have lots in the cemetery my great-great-grandfather gave me.
It
So-
may be our way of keeping open space in places for the landscape.
And I mean, I don't know how you would look up some of the people to even send letters to ask them. Most of those are gonna be in section 1.
Right.
How many do you think?
So the Legion owns 56, and according to our map, there are 49 still available.
Right, well, as commander of the Legion, I'm gonna put in a plug, it's not really a good plug. We have 5 members in the Legion now, dues paid. National has informed us if you don't have 15, they're gonna take our charter. So what I'm saying is two-pronged. Hunt us up some veterans that can afford $30 a month. Plus, we barely have ever used many of those.
Right.
So 5 of us may have to decide, maybe we could gift some of them to the city.
Right.
I mean, it would be only fair. It's crazy for us to have 49 and we're probably never going to use 49.
Right.
So we will be thinking about that, but you guys and ladies, you know any veterans, basically the Legion will pay your dues for a year. This Legion. We need some members. Because they're getting real snarky about it.
Do they have to live in the town limits?
I'm sorry?
Do they have to live in the town district, in the town limits?
They just have to be a member of our Legion. They can be from anywhere.
They can be from, okay.
And the Legion basically Nationwide's having trouble getting members because now they have said that if you've served 1 hour in the military since December 7th, 1941, you're eligible.
So are you saying that a member has a place to rest?
If he's a member of this legion, yes, for free. 'Cause either I don't know the history, we either bought those, we bought a bunch of them, I believe. I don't know, I guess we paid the town for them.
A lot of them used, I know, my stepdad, a lot of them didn't get used, they were members of Legion because only they can be buried there, and they wanted to still have the family around them, so that's one of the reasons a lot of them never did get used.
Any other questions? I think the point, we haven't talked about the cemetery for various reasons, I guess. It's not an exciting topic, but it's one that we've started to see, I guess, more pre-planning going on this year. And that's why it's on here, as at least to start thinking in the back of your mind that we're going to run out of plots at some point. At this rate, within the next 3 to 4 years. So keep that in the back of your mind, that we probably need to start thinking through what our next steps are if we're going to expand, or if we are expanding, what that looks like, whether that's in ground or above ground or et cetera. So the rate increase did not deter anyone, which is good. We've seen some benefit from that.
The emergency stopgap would be put a moratorium, you'd have to be a member, resident of the city.
I mean, that's an option. The option would be that we change our current structure from a selling plots standpoint. That is another option, absolutely.
That would be.
Right now, we do that by rate increase, a rate difference. But right now, we have about 135 or 136 updated numbers available plots.
I think I agree with what David had said. A good thing to do is probably get think about down the road getting a soil sample, because it is a popular area, and if you look at it, it's a beautiful cemetery. That's one of the reasons a lot of people want to come up here, and we're selling more probably away from here than what we're selling from people that's lived here, so.
Absolutely.
It's just like real estate, it's location, beautiful place, and so.
Absolutely. We are selling more by far from outside than inside the town. Absolutely.
We increased the fees last year.
And from my conversations with the funeral homes, is that this is their recommendation. When somebody comes to them and says they want to be buried here, Watauga County or this area, Woodlawn's their first choice. They tell them to come here and check it out. Obviously there's Mount Lawn and Boone that's had some issues, but this seems to be the direction they push them, and it's pretty apparent with the amount that's
What's the size of a lot?
5 by 10.
How many cremations can be put in that, if more than one?
8 to 10.
How many?
8 to 10.
Okay.
And Matt, what is our current rate per plot for outside the city?
$2,000.
What is it inside the city?
I believe it's 1,000.
So that's another option to think about, is that if you don't want to do a moratorium, could you potentially raise rates outside of the city?
Right. And that's still, 2,000, I mean, we're still on the cheap side, from what I understand. I mean, there's cemeteries selling plots for, 5,000 to 6,000 apiece, and people don't seem to bat an eye at it. So
And how many average a year are requests?
We're probably about 40 a year.
around 40.
35 to 40 a year on average.
Can you stack them? Family members?
We never have.
That's what National Cemetery does.
Right. Yeah, we never have. It's a 5 by 10 plot and I've heard of places doing that, but we never have offered that as an option. I don't know that I would want to.
Yeah, I think your issue there again is the soil itself, not knowing when you hit what standpoint, rock wise.
Nobody
Right.
wants to be stacked.
Well, that would probably have to be an option, though, if we go into Section 8 of raising the rates, depending on what the council decides to do there, whether it be mausoleum or what, you know.
Right.
New York City buries them 70. I'm serious.
We'll have to have a new track up. We'll have a track up.
Yeah, you'd have, yeah, you should.
Oh, and that figures,
Long reach.
that figures.
Our arm is not long enough to dig that deep.
Do what, Dave?
What if we put them vertical?
Well, yeah, stand them up.
In your pickup bed.
When,
At 5 or 10, you could get more than 5 in there, couldn't you?
when, is the plan to have that, road re-asphalted? Last time I was up there, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I think we, most of it's in pretty decent shape. I think we could do some
Patrick?
patchwork. There is one section that probably needs to be cut out and repaved, as you turn up the hill, the first turn up the hill.
Right.
But the rest of it, from what we've seen, we could do probably some seal crack or crack sealing and, patchwork and get by for a while.
Okay.
Any other questions, guys? Amen.
Yes, sir.
It's good information.
Mayor, I would say the next topic may want to wait until after lunch. It's the PRVs that is going to
Well, you
have
wanna
Doug.
go ahead and break for lunch and start back earlier?
I think that would be appropriate. The PRV conversation is going to be a lengthier conversation that leads into water and sewer.
All right, so, council people, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break, and we'll try to resume at, say, 12:30.
Yes, sir.
Does that work?
That is good with me.
Okay.
Nicole, could you hear that at home? So we're going to take a break till 12:30? Okay.
Albert, I'm trying to get you some veterans. What is it called?
I've got to go room and get my charger.
Yeah.
Zoom, it's, battery is like crazy. I'm down to 40, I had it,
American Legion?
Yeah, yeah, right.
You over here talking big, have left all day.
Yeah, you're right.
Here,
So much for that.
somebody has a problem with that, post can pay. It's a lot of money.
Oh, my computer will go all dead. I'm talking, that's what you were saying.
I thought maybe it'd go like that. I should get Zoom to see one.
Well, you know, mine's supposed to be charging and mine's going down. Isn't that weird?
What you were saying?
77 and I started at 100.
Mine's down at 40.
Well,
No matter.
I got the symbol, so I'm not sure why it's,
A lot of
isn't that weird?
do nothing, ever.
Right.
Maybe.
Maybe
You and I get ours at the same time?
yeah.
Maybe our batteries.
We are back in session. All right, moving right along. We got the PRV update, hydraulic study, Doug Chapman and Shane Fox. Go for it, guys.
Yes, sir, Mayor, I appreciate it. Let me make sure I get my video started back here appropriately. So we're just one topic behind, which I think is pretty good so far from a time management standpoint. The first topic we'll discuss, Mr. Doug Chapman is here with McGill and Associates to talk about PRVs. We talked about this last year during our retreat. Since that time, we had a full hydraulic study performed of our current PRVs, 23, I think, in total, or 24. And Mr. Chapman will go through the results of that study and what it entails and what it means from a prioritization standpoint. So, Doug, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Shane, Mayor, council members. So we're going to go through, and I'm not going to go a whole lot of details of the hydraulic study that we did, but what I do want to point out, and this is a map showing some of the section of lines, and we included in that model all of the water lines, the pumps at the water plant that pump water up to the water tank, the tank, and the pressure reducing valves. And within that model, we have demands and elevations assigned to each node. And a node is a point where either where two pipes come together or we insert a point that we need information at. So we take that information and basically it's a large computer model that runs calculations on every section of pipe to analyze the head loss or the flow loss through each pipe to develop a hydraulic grade line. And hydraulic grade line is the pressure at a given point added to the elevation at that point. So, because we're trying to standardize an elevation. The reason I explain that is when you may look at the pressure here on Main Street may be 120. Well, the pressure down on Wallingford may be 135. But effectively, that's the same number because Wallingford's lower. So that's why we normalize those to a hydraulic grade to get that at the same level so that we can compare the results. So through a series of tests using some historical fire department data and probably 4 rounds of field tests, we've tried to sort what valves are connected in what ways, pressure reducing valves that is, and trying to get those in different zones. Because you have several zones, we'll call them, that are fed by different pressure reducing valves. In most municipal systems, the zones are developed by water tank levels. Because the water tank in Blowing Rock is at the very top of Blowing Rock, it creates a lot of pressure in some areas. So we have to reduce the pressure in different sections of town. And you'll see, and this is just for an example, not to give you results, but you see the red lines on the map. All those are high pressure. Those have full pressure from the water tank. And then you see there's 3 other zones that are primarily dark blue, light blue, and pink. And those are different zones based on how they're fed from pressure reducing valves. So we have, this is the primary area that has the PRVs. There are other outlying PRVs, but these are essential. You have one zone that feeds the bypass and areas associated with the bypass. You have another zone that's downtown that's fed from Hill Street, it's fed from Green Street, and circulates part of downtown and portions of Morningside area. And then you have a separate zone effectively in Chatola and a few zones going down Laurel Park area because it goes so far downhill down Dogwood. There are several PRVs stepping it down as you go in that direction. So what we looked at was through this analysis, one thing that became apparent is the fact that there are some significant differences in the water system now than what there was 6 or 8 years ago. And that primarily attributes to the fact that we have a new water line on the bypass on Valley Boulevard and a new water line on Sunset. When we finished the streetscape on Sunset, we completed a water line from Valley Boulevard all the way to Main Street and connected that at Ransom Street and at Main. Before that project, there wasn't a water line from Valley Boulevard to Ransom Street. There was no water line in that area. So now we have a main connection on Valley Boulevard that has a pressure reducing valve up near Ridgeline. And another one down there at Possum Hollow that feeds that 12-inch along with a couple other intermediate to provide better flow and capability within that zone. So as we started looking at what happens with the multiple pressure reducing valves that we have and the new feeds that we have, I sat down with staff and we prioritized the PRVs that we have and looked at which ones are most important from what they serve and which ones have caused the most trouble. And I'm gonna let Matt talk a little bit about why we did the scoring that we did on these items.
So, if you look at the ones, I guess, in yellow, those are the ones we had prioritized as the highest. Historically, those, Dogwood Lane, Laurel Park, that area of town has notoriously high pressure anyway, just because of elevation. So we felt like, getting those changed out and being able to manage that pressure at the bottom of Laurel Park was very important. We've had some leaks down there, and the pressure, honestly, is probably close to 300 PSI at the bottom of the hill. So it is substantially higher than anywhere else in town. So there was two down in Laurel Park and Dogwood that were on that list. The other one, Green Street feeding Wallingford, that PRV was probably number one on my list, just because when we've had issues with it, it seems to affect the whole downtown corridor. I know this has been several years ago, but it kind of dumped pressure and jacked pressure up, and we had a main break on Sunset and a main break on South Lane at the same time. And when that one goes, we get inundated with phone calls from hot water heaters popping off to toilets rattling when they flush it. It seems like that one controls a lot more than we realize back through the main downtown corridor. And then, like you said, the Possum Hollow one, with that new feed down Valley Boulevard now, tied back into town. That one was up there just getting it replaced to help control that, actually getting into town, and controlling that along the Valley Boulevard corridor. Hill Street was one also. It's been several years ago, but we had it get stuck open and had some serious pressure issues along one side, and then Chitola had main breaks as a result of that. So those are the ones when Doug asked that instantly popped up in my head as, hey, when these go bad, we have some pretty bad problems. So those were, kind of my reason for saying, hey, let's look at getting these done first and try to help out the downtown area as much as we can and try to stop, some of these main breaks from over pressurization.
One of the things that we want to we're looking at through this effort is we've identified several PRVs that appear to have minimal impact on the system, hydraulically speaking. So what I mean by that is, and this goes back to having that new feed along Valley Boulevard, there's several PRVs that I don't think are necessary anymore. So what we want to try to do is identify those, and we don't want to replace those if we can help it. Because they're not necessary. And as we talk about the water line along Main Street, that'll probably further that effort. As we get a connection along Main Street that we know where it's connected everywhere. The reason I say that, the difficulty in that is we have lines that have been in the ground so long where we have 2 or 3 lines in the same place. Out here in front of Mellow Mushroom on the 221 side, there's 4 water lines in there. So it's difficult seeing all those lines and making sure, because they're not all tied to the same PRV. They have different pressures in different areas on the same street. Even on Main Street, it appears that the pressure on one side may be slightly different than the pressure on the other, because you have an 8-inch on this side of the street and a 4-inch on the other side of the street. So we're looking at several of those that we can hopefully take out of service. Now, for the analytical type in the room, I do want to point out, those numbers do not sequence between 1 and 25. I recognize that. There are some gaps in the numbering. The numbering is based on the way the town has them numbered, and I'm gonna hold this far enough back you can't read it. But several of these PRVs that are in the numbered list, and I kept this numbering matches the numbering that the town has in their database. Several of these PRVs, a few are not in service, and a few serve, say, a section of condos somewhere. So they're not part of the main system, they're more of a service PRV, and those are the ones that we're not focused on. These are the ones we're focused on that are really system PRVs. And several of these may serve an isolated area. For instance, North White Pine, I believe that's the one that pretty much only supplies the Samaritan's Purse facility. Now, it wasn't put in for that purpose. It was put in to serve that street. But because when that building was built, there wasn't any water on Valley Boulevard. They had to bring the water through White Pine to get to that property. So so there's maybe 3 houses and that facility is all that's on that PRV. So it wouldn't be nearly as important as many of the other ones. So when we looked at the highest priority, the one we picked in yellow scored the highest from a criticality standpoint. We put those in what we would call the phase 1 project. These have differing costs associated with them because there's differing scopes of work. The unfortunate thing about the most important, most critical ones is they're also the most expensive to fix. When we look at the one on Green Street that Matt mentioned that feeds Wallingford, that one's right in the middle of 221. And the line's very deep in that point, and it's not very serviceable. So what we want to be able to do is move that one out of the street, because if you'll recall, part of the sidewalk project, the road it won't go as wide. The asphalt won't be as wide when you turn off from Green Street, or turn off onto Green Street, going out 221. So that'll give us an area where we can put that valve outside of the street. We can put it in a vault and we can access it, and we have to tie back into the existing line.
Question for you, Doug.
Yes.
Wouldn't that, of course, like you said, show priority since they're getting ready to do the sidewalk?
Yes, it would. And as Matt mentioned, that's probably the most important one that he has, because it has such an adverse effect when it causes problems. So that's one, that probably is the #1 priority, just because of the timing on the sidewalk project. But that one will be all new. The one on Laurel Park, it will be all new. It'll have a new vault, it'll have new valves and piping. The same with the one on Dogwood that we're talking about, that's part of the way down Dogwood. Now, we also think that if we can replace that one and get the settings where we want it, we may be able to eliminate one further down Dogwood. The one on Possum Hollow has a good vault, it's in a good location, it just needs a new valve. Because the valve has been in there since, I guess, the late 90s, I guess, whenever Liz Claiborne building was built. Then the one on Hill Street, the vault's okay, but it doesn't have, it's in the street, doesn't have a very workable lid, needs a new valve, new top, and it needs a drain, because there's nowhere for that. The water holds inside the vault and it causes problems. The difficult thing there is that drain has to go down the street, and there's rock in that area, we would expect. So those items make those cost a little bit more. We're expecting the cost to address these 5 to be in the $500,000 range.
Would the Hill Street one service whatever goes in behind Speckled Trout? Like, should we go ahead and do more if there's a big?
What do you mean by doing more? It would serve.
The Rainy project.
The Rainy project, thank you.
I can't remember where their water connection is.
I mean, because that'll, I hate to do something and then that impacts, it might be a whole different PRV.
I can't remember if that line connects on the side, on Morningside or Rainy. It's likely impacted by that PRV, but it's not, I don't know that the timing of this will have an impact on that project.
Well, I'm just, I wouldn't want us to go backwards, like, if we're in that already, I mean, y'all know something, but, I mean, knowing that it's still, it's coming still, right? Or not?
Well, now, let me ask you, the one on 221 we were just talking about.
Green
that
Street.
would be there at the Rainey project, wouldn't it?
It would appear that the one on Green Street primarily feeds a water line that comes onto Wallingford
Okay.
and doesn't feed the line on, I know that sounds crazy, but that's
The one
what
she's
doesn't.
speaking of feeds the one up on all the way, or up Morningside.
Yes, but the one on the far end of Green Street also feeds Morningside.
Okay.
So both of those are connected together. But the capacity that, I mean, what we're talking about will only improve the capacity conditions. It's not gonna make anything worse.
I know, but if you're already in there and this development somehow will impact the PRV, I mean, do you see what I'm getting to?
So from if we move through these 5, and this is approved at some point in the near future, preparing for the anticipated increase in capacity at the Rainey project, I guess is what you're saying. So let's
Yeah.
go ahead and put that in. If that would change the scope of that particular PRV at all, and it may not change the
It
scope.
might not be this one at all.
Right.
I don't think it will, whether it's connected to this or not, I don't think it would have an impact.
Okay, all right.
What we do on Main Street may have the potential to have as much impact as anything else.
Okay. I wasn't sure how it connected. And
Yeah.
The Rainey project has a building permit that has been issued,
Yeah.
and that's where it stands right now. So we have issued a building permit. There's still some hurdles for them to go bond, and some other things, availability fees, et cetera. So that's where that stands.
Do you leave the valve in 321 to ground or take it out?
Which
I
one?
mean, 221.
We would take it out. We would remove it. Now, there may be some piping that stays in place, but the valve, we would dig out every bit of piping. But we will take the valve, the vault, and everything else out.
But we're gonna put in nice new vaults that you can actually get down inside and do something.
We're getting, put in ones that I could actually get down in.
Yeah, that's right. So you and I can get down in and work, you know?
Yes.
If you remember last year, and I don't have it to pull up, but the picture, and Matt may have it to pull up, but the picture of the ones on, I think, Seven Devils, where you can walk into and access, that would be the all new, that's what we're referring to there.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say the PRVs are between 40 and 50 years old. Is that fair to say, the ones that are there now? I mean, I know we have new valves, but the vaults themselves.
They're in differing ages, but many of them probably are.
I'd hate to try to adjust one, it'd probably blow you out of there.
I won't say.
I think what we have now is a multitude of valves that we send people down into, sometimes suspended down into, obviously, to be able to fix when they hang up. I can say, and Ms. Norman can add, why this is, back on here once again, is obviously the study has made a huge impact of what we're now looking at from a scope. But even since last year to this time, we've received numerous complaints and insurance claims towards PRV-related issues from, most notably, water heaters, popping off. And so that's been something that does come in waves. It's been a few months, but we've had several of our condominium units, apartment units, homes themselves this year again, and they seem to coincide with the breaks that we have, around those same times. So I think maybe if Doug or Matt's going to talk about that too, is kind of how these PRVs, how them hanging up or whatever impacts our breaks that we've been seeing potentially with some of that stuff.
And I think, as we've talked about with staff, is if we look at rolling, if we want to address some of these issues, as we tend to look at packaging these issues, may have an impact on how we address them financially. But yes, I would say that these are our first priorities. There were some on the list that come up after that, probably the next ones that we look at going down from a priority standpoint. And I think if we can take the first phase, maybe look at a few of the second phase, and then phase some out that we're not gonna need, it will position the town a whole lot better at where they're at with the pressure reducing valves. Make it much easier for Matt and his staff to maintain. So,
What you're saying is probably those that are having the problems don't have on-site PRVs.
I think what I'm saying, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, these five, the ones that are causing the most trouble would be these five. These have a relationship to a lot of the breaks that we're having when these things hang up or open up. They result in Main Street being one of the ones that we'll talk about in just a few moments, being the
What
end
I'm
result of
asking
that.
is, say you get a call, X house, and he's having a problem. Is your experience that house doesn't have a PRV individually?
It varies. Most of the houses have them.
So it's blowing past.
What we see is when we see hot water heaters popping off, typically we can, and what comes to mind is the Green Street PRV in Speedy Wallingford. There's a blow off, another PRV in the four-way intersection that acts as a blow off to dump that pressure. When we get calls in the Main Street area of hot water heaters popping off, we can go down there, and 9 times out of 10, that pop off is popping off as well. The pressure's elevated, and we can contribute it to that Green Street PRV. That's what we see most of the time. There are instances houses have, individual PRVs, and they go bad and can cause problems.
They're notorious for that.
Right. Typically, we see a reduction in pressure on those. They'll call and say, I don't have any water. And, they're the only ones calling, so it lends us to believe that that's, a homeowner issue with an individual PRV protecting their house.
I got 2 on my house.
There's houses that have 5 in line, down at the bottom of our park.
Matt did send me, and I will, there's pictures from the west. Here we go. Wanted just to, maybe it would help, as we have a reminder here of last year, just some pictures. Coming up.
They're towards the end.
Coming up. There we go. So don't know where this is.
That is the Possum Hollow PRV down at Liz Claiborne.
Okay. So here's some pictures taken last year for the presentation.
Well, didn't we fix something down there at
Pardon?
Possum Hollow? Didn't we fix something
there
Yeah.
were,
that
there were
was
a couple of
going
things.
to the water? The
So
water
they made a new
plant?
tie-in to Chitola down there, and then we also eliminated the PRV with the 321 project when they ran the new water line.
Sue, speaking of,
What did we do?
did something, remember at the water plant? Because
water
they
plant
changed
in
the
Possum
valving
Hollow.
over there. You're worried about back pressure coming down from the tank.
Yeah.
If we had a blowout at the water
That was
plant,
just outside the building.
just outside the building, yeah.
That was a valve that we could isolate the water plant from the system.
That's what we were speaking of.
Was that at Possum Hollow though, or was
No,
it?
that was at the water plant.
Oh, okay. I
Uh,
thought the
and
valve was at Possum Hollow.
Matt mentioned what we did, when Valley Boulevard, when the road was wide and the new water line was put in, there used to be a PRV right on the curb line at Possum Hollow, which was very deep, hard to get into. That one was eliminated. It was taken out of the system when the line was replaced, in Valley Boulevard. And there were 2 lines that went under the river from the old Main Street, which is probably about where that parking lot is now, or a little farther back this way. There were 2 lines that went under the river from years ago to get to Chitola and Shops on the Parkway. And we put a line in and connected the backside of Shops on the Parkway and the line going into Chitola back to Valley Boulevard, to a new line that went around the Shops parking lot. So those things were done to reconfigure the water in that area.
So I pulled a picture up here, I guess, real quick. So Matt, or Doug, this is a current view of one of ours, is that right? And then this would be our proposed when we're talking changing out vault and everything. This is an example. I don't know if we have, yeah, so there's, I guess you can see, obviously, the depth. These are sitting on center blocks that I'm assuming are what, 6-inch blocks, maybe?
Right, and I mean, I'm inside the vault in that picture standing up, I mean, they're.
What is that line right there? Is that a bypass?
That's a bypass.
Okay.
You can work on it.
For,
You can
to
on-
help control low flows.
Do we have that currently on ours?
Several of them do, but it's generally, you need that more in isolated areas where you don't have a lot of flow like Laurel Park, because invariably, nobody's gonna use any water all night unless somebody gets up at 2 in the morning to go to the bathroom and flushes the toilet. So that's where having that low flow, many of the ones that you have serve central areas, and you have enough flow. So there's enough flow going into the central business district to be able to use a large one. So a few have that, but most do not.
Doug, how often should we, so let's say we have, I'm kind of looking at least two initial phases of PRV replacement, yellow and blue here, for instance. Would it be advantageous to do a water model again, say in 5 years, 5 years, whatever, before we decide on this again? Because it seems like what we thought we were going to do 6 months ago and after the water model are vastly different.
I wouldn't say they're vastly different. I think they've helped us legitimize what we have in mind, what we're doing. What I will say is the good thing about the water model is 90% of what information in there isn't going to change now. So when you update it in 5 years, or whenever you need to update it, the effort to update it becomes much less. So it's not like you have to start over. Where we want to make updates is when we make changes to how the system's configured. If we can replace some of it. So what we did on Valley Boulevard and Sunset is a significant reconfiguration of the system. I think if we consider, if we're going to replace a water line in Main Street, for instance, and we reconnect different places and have a better handle on what's on which PRV so that we can get those integrated together, that will be the point with which we would update the model so we have a better idea of what is happening in the system. Whether that's in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. That would be the point where we do that. And at this point, that's probably a pretty minor change to the model in all respects, because I showed you the central piece of the system. There's still a lot of the system outside of that photo that's not going to change.
Doug, if I may, is it fair to say if we were hypothetically to put this in phase 1 and Main Street hypothetically goes through, at that point you're saying that's when you would, after all that's complete, so we wouldn't go to phase 2 necessarily until we finish phase 1 and see the results of it?
Yeah, and there may be some things there may be pieces that we add to this phase, and those pieces may be simple things like, oh, we don't need this PRV anymore, we're going to abandon it. And that may be a $5,000 effort that we do just to clean up our system.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Doug on the PRVs? I think he's going to move on to the plants if we don't.
Some of what we talked about on the water plant and the sewer plant is a follow-up from what we talked about last year. There's a list, I've included a list, and if you had last year's list, it looks just like this list. The only difference is we are in the process of replacing the bulk chemical tanks. At the water plant, the contracts have been signed and we're ready to start the contractor on that process, that will take some time because we have to get the equipment and the materials to make those happen. But we've done a number of things to the water plant over the last 15 years to address issues. As with any of our infrastructure, though, it ages. So we look at several things. These are things that we talked about last year that are still in need of being done. The plant has 2 filters, and one of those filters was rehabilitated a couple of years ago. This is the photo of that in the process. It had new media put in it. Everything was cleaned out. Any of the spalling concrete was coated. That needs to be done to the second filter because I don't know that it's had any work done to it other than minor things since it was built in the late 70s. There's been media added to it, but that's a material media. So when you add media to it, it has 4 layers of gravel, then it has a layer of sand, and then it has a layer of anthracite. And when you add to it, you're only adding anthracite. So over time, those bottom layers get out of sorts. So it's beneficial to replace that. There's the flocculators and mud valves. There's some equipment here that needs to be replaced just because of the age of that equipment. The high service pumps, one of those pumps has some wear to it, so it doesn't produce at the capacity it should. Those pumps, how do I explain? A pump has an impeller, and the impeller is the piece that does all the work. These pumps are vertical turbine pumps, which mean to get the high head that these pumps have to produce because they're pumping 250 PSI to get to Green Hill, you stack impellers on top of each other. So, and I can't remember, these probably have somewhere between 5 and 7 impellers or bowls, we call them, on those pumps. So you have that many more opportunities for wear. So those need to be replaced. Some of those components have been replaced over time, but we're at a point where those pumps need to be replaced. At least portions of those pumps are at least 40 years old from when the plant was built. Along with that, much of the piping and valves in that lower area, some of those control valves aren't very operable. I won't say they're inoperable, but they're not operable as they originally intended. So some of those need to be replaced. A lot of the piping is corroded and rusty. Some of the piping needs the bolts replaced. So there are different levels of importance because some of those are pumping at 200 PSI and some of them are pumping at 20 PSI because you have water coming out of the plant into a sump. You have one set of pumps that pumps it from the basement of the plant out to the clear well, and then you have the high service pumps that pumps it from the clear well to Green Hill. So obviously those pumps have much higher pressure and are much more susceptible to having a failure than a pump that's just pumping it out to the clear well. So these are the items that are on the highest list of priorities. There are other things that can be done, but these are the ones that have the highest operational need for the water plant. And I'm gonna go ahead and talk about the other one, then we can talk about cost, if that's okay.
How many high surface pumps do we have? Do we have a lead and lag?
We have 2, yes. And that's one service and one backup.
Okay.
They would never run but one at a time.
Right.
If you ran the second one, you're probably not gonna get any more water.
Yeah.
Because of the way the the pump curve is. You would get very little more water if you turn
But you
the
say
second.
with pump replacement. Now, are you saying whole pump and drive motor system, or are you saying just the pump?
I think the whole thing. I think the pump and motor need to be replaced. Just because different pieces have been replaced. I think one of those pumps, the rotating assembly, was replaced. I can picture in my mind seeing it sitting out in front of the plant. It's been a lot of years ago. This was at least back in Tom's day. So obviously it's been a long time ago, so I can't tell, so I have no idea when that was.
Any of these motors on these pumps have the variable drive for energy efficiency?
No. I don't know that that's a big advantage with these pumps, because they're not pumping to meet a demand, they're pumping to fill the tank.
Okay.
So if you look at over time, in a lot of circumstances, that would be important. In this circumstance, it's probably not, because they're always pumping to fill the tank,
And then they shut down.
and then they shut off. In Blowing Rock, you probably have the only system that I know of that operates like this. If you look at usage over a course of a week, it varies every day. You have a diurnal pattern of high flows in the morning when people get up and make breakfast and take showers, and then at lunch, and then at supper. It goes like that, and it's higher on the weekends. That pattern happens. But in Blowing Rock, the demand happens that way, but the supply happens different. Because you have the benefit of a very large storage tank, which is 4 or 5 times your average daily usage, you can fill up that tank early in the week, let the tank cut, and shut the plant off. So you're not running the plant 7 days a week. Saves you on labor. So you run the plant, pump it, producing 1 million gallons a day for 4 days, let's say. And then obviously the numbers are going to change over time, but you run the plant for 4 days at 1 million gallons a day. You finish on Thursday, the tank's full, and it sits there, the tank supplying water Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and somebody comes back in on Monday and starts the plant. Now that schedule's going to vary, and that may not be exactly the way it is now, but essentially that's what happens. So in that circumstance, you're just pumping one speed. You're pumping during those times you're producing water, so the production and the demand isn't happening concurrently or connected. We have a client who uses 1.3 million gallons a day, and they got a 500,000 gallon tank. So their production or their pumping really has to go in line with their demand. And when you talk about that 500,000 gallon tank, you only use about 40% of it. The rest of it is you got to keep so much water in it all the time, because if you don't, everybody gets nervous. Nobody ever uses the whole depth of their tank. So that's why it doesn't really matter that you do have VFDs, but it is important that you find pumps that operate efficiently, because the higher your efficiency of the pump and motor, the less power it takes to pump the same amount of water.
So are those pumps, ones, you said, one's a backup, they're not alternating pumps? One just sits there then?
No, they would alternate.
Okay.
So you'd pump, now, I back up. If you go ask Toby, he may tell you different, and the reason being is one of those pumps is worn out. So both pumps won't pump the same amount of water, because one has more wear on it.
Right.
But yes, those pumps are set up to, you pump this one, when it's time to turn the pump on, you start again, you start the next one.
Right.
And they alternate.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
That way you have even usage and everything.
Has this ever been considered in the last 10 years? I mean, this isn't something that just happened.
No, it's not. We've talked about it before. If you go back and look at that list, and I hate
It's
to
the
beat.
same list?
Yeah, that's the same list as last year. I hate to beat this, but, and I know nobody here was on council when McGill Associates started. When we started and we took the council on a trip to the water plant and the sewer plant. And when you opened up the electrical panels, they were black inside, because Tom had to go in there and wiggle I don't know if they had a fire, if they just had sparking, but the insides were black, and you had to wiggle the starters, the breakers, to get them to work. So, hence we started with the motor control center replacement project. That was the first thing we did. Then the next critical point was, there was a not a backwash, a wash water pump in the basement. There was one pump, and it pumped the backwash from the filter to the wastewater plant. If that pump failed, you had however long you had left in your filter run the plant, and then you were shut down until that pump got replaced, because you couldn't backwash filters without running that pump. And you can't run, the state won't let you run more than 96 hours without backwashing filters, if your plant does well enough. So you're at the end of the rope when that pump went out, which happened about once a year. And that pump was in the basement. And if you've been down there, you've seen, if something happens to that piping in the bottom of the basement, it fills up with water until it runs out the door. And the electrical connection for that pump was about here, and the water ring on the wall was about here. So that pump failed. So the next priority was to address that critical system. And
So we've done some of this. Have we done all of that?
All of this has been done.
Oh, okay.
This is stuff from years past. So my point in talking about that is, we've done work on the plant from where it was. And I'm not picking on anybody or anybody's decisions, but the plants were contract operated up until the early 2000s.
Hydro management.
And typically speaking, you get less maintenance with contract operations. So there was some things that needed to be addressed and at the water plant and the wastewater plant. We'll talk about that. But those, when you have a list of priorities, unless you have a pile of money, you take your highest priorities first. And we've done that over the last 15 years. But there are still some things that need to be done. But we fixed pieces. We haven't fixed the plant.
Okay.
And you're fortunate that you have a plant that has enough water and it meets your needs. There are points where people would say the town doesn't have enough water supply. That's why we had to have the interconnect with Boone. That's true because the state told us that. And we know, you guys have all lived in town long enough to have been through water restrictions. At least I think so. So we all know that there's times where we run out of water or run low on water. And we have not had to use the Boone interconnect yet to get water from Boone. But we have it there if we need it. So there remains things at the water plant and the wastewater plant that need to be addressed. The rusty bolts were there 15 years ago. They were rusty then. But when we fixed the things that we had money for, they were just lower on the priority list. Same reason they're like they are now. When we talked about this 2 years ago, we talked about some of these things, but we also talked about the fact that we didn't have a valve to isolate the plant from the water system. Mm-hmm. And that's when we decided to make that a priority, and we fixed that. I think it was 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And that may have been the same group of council members, at least mostly, I believe. So these are the next things that need to be addressed. The strategy becomes, and we talked about this last year, of the things at the water plant and sewer plant, how do you prioritize and how do you fund them? Because you can't, your fund doesn't have enough cash flow to pay for them out of cash out of the operating budget for this year, or for next year for that matter. So you either take them and, you're eating elephants, so you eat that elephant a bite at a time over a period of years, or you borrow a bunch of people and eat it all at one time. So,
and I would add, where we ended the retreat last year, some of these things were on there, and COVID. I mean, I know I keep saying that, but COVID really forced us to abandon our plans, especially from a how do we pay for this standpoint. We were ready as part of the budget cycle last summer to talk about some potential rate increases that are going to be talked about later today when Nicole pops back on to talk about. But those were quickly abandoned in May and June when we had no clue what was going to happen. And the same with property tax increases and all that. We just said, no, nothing is going to happen right now. So a lot of this has been talked about, and unfortunately, I think we just didn't have an option that we felt like was viable, given COVID at the early stage, to put increases in and pass them on to our consumers.
So Doug, you will or have ranked these as far as how critical they may be.
These have not been ranked like that. I mean, I think that may be a step if the council, depending on how the council wants to move forward, then with a strategy, that would be the next step we would do. If the strategy is to move forward with a fair-sized project to roll these together, depending on which sheet Shane passed out.
It's two-sided, so you've got 2.4 on one side and 1.3 on the other. So it's two-sided.
I figured you were only gonna get one side, so I wasn't sure.
No, you got both.
So, if the goal was to pick, there's a, we would like to have and could use these things. These are the things we gotta have. And if we're not gonna do that much, then we prioritize which ones that we need to
I
address
think as
first.
Shane's put it in the past, the needs versus the wants.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what I would assume.
And I will say, I don't want you to think that the wants aren't important. They all have operational and functional benefits. You know, it may be like cruise control on my car. I can drive my car to California and back without cruise control. But it's very hard for me to drive to California and back without cruise control, if that makes sense. And that's sort of what a SCADA system does for you. It gives you that, but that's not as high a priority as a piece of equipment that's currently not functioning or is only half functioning. So if the council's desire would be to address it at a 1.3 million level, and I know that sort of jumps ahead of where we were at, then there's your priority list. If your priority list, if your funding strategy is, okay, we're gonna come up with $250,000 or $150,000 next budget year to spend on these plants, what are your priorities? Then I think we can probably pretty quickly come up with what those priorities are. And if you look from one list to the other, some of them is putting new system in, some of it's replacing pieces.
These are all estimates?
Yes.
Because I see replacing the flocculators, you have two flocculators, correct? And you're gonna replace one for $200,000?
That addresses both of them.
Okay. So that addresses both, because you have,
Yes.
okay.
That lump sum versus each may be off there.
Okay.
But, well, since you have the list and y'all are looking at the list, let's go to the wastewater plant. So we've done a number of things at the wastewater plant. The unfortunate thing is that wastewater equipment wears out, fails quicker than water plant equipment. So there are things that we did at the water plant 13, 14 years ago that need to be replaced again, if that makes sense. So we put in a new digester, we set up flow equalization, we put in a mechanical screen, we put in return sludge pumps. We did those things. The unfortunate thing is that when we look at the list of things that need to be done, some of that equipment needs to be replaced. The bar screen is a very tough condition piece of equipment. I don't know how to explain it.
Explain to them what it does.
The bar screen removes the inorganic debris from the wastewater stream.
Yeah.
So it takes out rags, cleaning rags that people put in, other debris. I mean, you get 2x4s that come through the sewer. You get all kinds of things that can come through the sewer line. Anything that somebody can flush can go in the sewer. And if you skull cans, if you're at a high school, skull cans. If you're at downstream of a prison, you can get anything. You can't believe the things that,
If you're at a university, it's called mini bottles.
you know, that's one I haven't seen before. So it sees probably the most rugged amount of wear and tear of any piece of equipment in the sewer plant, typically. So there are some things there that need to be addressed. The return pumps were set up, and this is a new drone photo, but it's kind of shaded. But we put in new return pump stations, one on this end, one on the other end, and we, because we had a tight amount of space, we didn't put in the backup pumps. We put one pump in each basin, which is good and bad. The good part of that is each basin has a drain to drain back to the influent, so if the pump fails, it still functions. So right now, they're operating half of the plant, and that pump's failed, but you can drain it back to the influent. So it still works. That particular pump's not working. So it takes a little bit of extra electricity when that's the case. But those pumps need to be replaced. The motors on the digesters, the aerators in the digester need to be replaced. That's another very harsh condition. And there's some general roof and basin leaks. Those are things that need to be addressed at the wastewater plant. So when we look at the priorities of things that need to be done, these are the things that are on the priorities. The things that I've listed on the slides are things that you have in the $1.3 million list. And there's some enhanced versions of those in the $2.4 million list. For instance, if you look at the digester, that's the basin in the back in front of the storage building. And when you see there are the two aerators that they float in the basin and they mix. To replace those is what we have in the lower estimate. That's to put new floating aerators back in. In the other estimate, we have a new aeration system, which would put diffused air into the basins, which does a better job aerating, but it's a lot more costly to put in. Now, the way the town's operating the plant, you're not digesting the sludge for disposal purposes. You're just managing the sludge for transporting to another location where they're taking care of the sludge for disposal purposes. So you're not targeting a certain amount of air or a certain amount of time to be able to dispose of that. Because operating a treatment plant is just managing where you keep your solids and how you manage your solids and aerating the solids to keep them healthy and hungry. So it's not as mission critical that it's optimum at providing air as it is mixing, really, in this circumstance.
Is there anything on your list that you've missed that the EPA might address that needs to be, prevented and analyzed?
As I've heard it pointed out, Blowing Rock is much at the top of the headwaters to the drainage basin. But there's not any anticipated large changes to discharge standards, particularly not in the New River Basin. We do have some basins to the east that are facing nutrient requirements, but generally that happens when there's a triggering event like an expansion. So I don't see anything like that happening here. So I don't really anticipate any type of permit changes on the discharge side that we need to worry
Is there
about.
anything that North Carolina DEAC, did you see they would want us, like, what was it, last year before last, we had into the samplers? They want an additional sampler on the discharge?
I don't think anything, at least not anything significant like that's going to happen. Not that it's going to see a big change in equipment. We've been able to, we have a generator that runs the whole plant now. I go back to, I'm not sure who all was here that far back, but we used to have, it was designed and built with a generator to operate certain features, which was intended to be everything it takes to just get the plant by. The unfortunate thing is, I don't know why, I'm not gonna try to explain it, but it didn't work anything. So basically, the generator that was there was useless. The fortunate thing is that the power reliability to these sites is really good. So you haven't had a lot of power outages that's caused problems, but we do have a generator that runs the whole plant now. The old plant from let's see, this plant was built in 88, 87. But the older plant here, so those clarifiers remain as more of a polishing basin. So you have a little bit of extra cushion there to protect it before it gets to the stream. So the plant is set up reasonably well for treatment.
Which really, over 30 years in this 50-year life expectancy already.
Yes.
Water plant was built in 70,
78, 79, something like
so
that.
we're about 10 years beforehand from this one,
I think
from
so.
wastewater.
I think these basins were added in the late 80s. We can look back at the plans and see, but that's what I have in my mind. It's around 87, 88.
And Doug and Matt, this has been brought up, and it may be a question I know several of you have asked me from a capacity standpoint, especially with the wastewater and the water plant. Can you explain where we are from a capacity standpoint? Because I know that comes up in a lot of other places, that we've met capacity or we're over capacity versus what we actually have here.
I would say your average flows are probably around 350, 400,000 gallons a day, varying from wet weather, dry weather, summer, winter, off season. The plant has a permitted capacity of 880,000 gallons a day. Does that sound right? 800. So you're probably in about half capacity mode. That's or a little less. That's why the plant's only running at that's why only half the plant's running effectively. So that improves your position. The water plant, it's sort of a long story. The water plant, it was built for a capacity, the plant itself was built to treat 2 million gallons a day. The state recognizes that plant has a permitted capacity of 1 million gallons a day, which, and this came up somewhere in the process of the interconnect and everything else, because they ran the plant for years at 2 million gallons of capacity. And the state at some point figured out, they came in and said, wait a minute, you're only supposed to run the plant at 1 million capacity, because there's a letter from the regional engineer from 1970, whatever, 80, whatever, that said, you're going to run it at 1 million gallons a day. So that hangs out there, but that's still higher than your capacity. The supply study from, I want to say around 2000, something like that, that was done for the town, said that the safe yield of the reservoir was 400,000 gallons a day. That's where the state said that the state effectively put Blowing Rock under a moratorium. That's what we called it back in those days, but it wasn't a moratorium. A moratorium says you can't connect anybody to the water system. What the state did was they said, we're not going to let you put any water lines in. So you can't serve any more customers than you already have served. So that meant if somebody built a house on Green Hill Road where the water line already exists, you could serve them. But, and somebody I'm sure out of this group is on planning board, I don't know if anybody was on council, when we first talked about the project on the 7 acres, the Shakola Severn project, we actually could not let all of that project connect to the water system. The properties that fronted Main Street and Hill Street could get water, but the ones in the center were going to have to be on wells until the interconnect with Boone was completed. That's a true story. Since the interconnect with Boone has been completed, the state's lifted that restriction, and we can run water lines. And we can connect who we want to the water system. So that's a really long answer to the capacity question.
So see, the state even recognizes that, we just can't get Boone to.
This is not advocacy, I want everybody to know that. But I'm gonna ask the question, long term. The city of Newton supplies water to Wilkesboro, 50 miles away. Hickory supplies water to Conover and Hayersville. Now, those cities have recognized something, for not having a water plant themselves. We're connected to Boone. And I know that you lose control when you connect to somebody else. I mean, this gets more expensive every time we look at it. At some point in time, we're going to have to build a total new water plant.
A water plant and a sewer plant's a little bit like your car. The experts will tell you the cheapest car you can drive is the car that you already have. You may have to replace the tires, you may have to reline the brakes, you may have to rebuild the transmission every 10 years, but that's still the cheapest car you can drive. That's the same thing with water and wastewater. The cheapest option that you have of providing service is what you already have in place that works. When you have to have more capacity, obviously that changes the ballgame. That's what we have with many of our clients. You would typically expect that you're going to have to pay more to buy water than it costs you to create water. In most of those circumstances, having dealt with many of the clients that you just mentioned, I recognize that. And I can explain that. And I can show you that with numbers in various circumstances. We've got several clients we've done regionalization studies for across the state. And it will depend on, sometimes it depends on the amount of improvements you have to make to your system. We did a study for Pilot Mountain, a regionalization study about do they upgrade their facilities or do they connect to another system? And it turns out it was, when you roll in what all it takes to do capital and what all it takes to connect the systems, it comes down to what the rate is. It's a financial analysis. Then you take the technical out of it, you put the financial on top of it. And you look at it each way, and it boils down to rate versus capital and how you pay for it. So, yes, I mean, there is a point where you may have to build new facilities, but very many people do. Many people repair what they have. I mean, you look all across the Piedmont, there are lots of places who have plans, facilities that were built in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and they don't replace those, they redo them. They replace the equipment, maybe they rehab concrete. One of the comments that I'll make that came out when we did the interconnect with Boone, we did some piping at the water plant. And when they built the new plant in '78, we'll say, they tore down parts of the old plant. I don't know when that plant was built. I'm going to guess it was the 20s or 30s. Wait, I'm going to guess it was the 30s. And I was told that they built a new plant because the old plant had failing concrete, right? Well, the old plant concrete was so hard, they couldn't beat it out of the ground and haul it off. So, you know, all that being said, even concrete basins that look a little rough, maybe leak a little bit, are probably a whole lot more economical to repair and use than starting over.
As I said, I wasn't advocating, I was just asking.
It's always wise to keep your options open
Well, we have
and
that.
keep
We
your,
actually have that with Boone if we have to,
yeah.
at long last.
All right. So that's where we're at with water and wastewater. If you're, with the plants, if y'all are good, we'll keep moving.
Matt, would you add anything to any of this?
No, I mean, that's, Doug and I talked about it, and that's kind of the list he's come up with. Like I said, pretty much same as last year, just trying to get it knocked out with the game.
And there is operator input there.
I was going to add that. Yeah, so this list has been updated just in the last couple months with our operators extensively. So this is the list. This is the full list. So
So the next project that we want to talk about, that we've discussed at the staff level, is the, considering replacing water and sewer along Main Street. So looking back, and I don't know that we have definite history, but portions of the water line along Main Street were built in the early 1900s. All of that section of water that remains is cast iron, older pipe materials. I would say the new sections of those lines were probably built in the 40s, 30s, 40s. In that section, maybe some in the 60s, but looking back over the history of that line, and Matt can tell you a little bit more, but with the number of problems that have happened on this line, it's probably the highest priority water line, especially since we replaced the line on Sunset. Because those are some of the oldest lines that we have in town. One reason that this came up to the forefront, and we talked about this when we talked about the crosswalks, is the need to replace the water line, but DOT is looking at repaving the road again. And that may make this an optimum time to look at replacing the water line. Because of the age of the water line, and it's an old cast iron water line, there are water quality issues in it. Fortunately, there's enough usage, those don't pose problems very often. I think we had more water quality complaints on Sunset than we have on Main, is that historically? Of course, there were more inns and motels on Sunset than there is on Main Street, at least in this section. It will help improve pressure management that I talked about earlier with multiple feeds and pressure zones in the Main Street area. And we're looking at doing a complete project. That's from Chatola Dam to the Blowing Rock Furniture Gallery. And I gave those as landmarks. This is a large area. There's a small map on the next page, but it's hard to show this on a map. But you guys know where I'm talking about. And that gets it from where it was replaced off the bypass to where it was replaced off the bypass. So that's what we're talking about. So that would mean everything on Main Street would have been replaced since the bypass was done. There's only a short section of sewer that we're talking about, and that's really from out here at the corner down to Chestnut is the only old section of sewer on Main Street. The sewer to the south and the sewer to the north are newer sections of sewer already. And there's in the far south section, there's really not sewer along Main Street, much of that. There is a section on the north end that will need to be replaced, the main sewer line, but I don't think we're at a point for that yet. We replaced part of it with the bypass coming from the sewer plant up to probably about where the art sculpture is. And then there'll be a section from there up to where the bridge is that will ultimately need to be replaced. But I don't think we're at a point where we want to do that with this project. Matt, do you want to talk about the break leak history?
Yeah, so Mark and I talked about that. I've been in the town just over 10 years, and Mark and I sat down and 5 minutes came up with over 25 leaks here I want to been on in the last 10 years just on Main Street, whether that's on the 4-inch line on the east side or the 8-inch on the west side. But it didn't take long to come up with a lot, and that seems to be, it goes back to PRV and One, for that, you know, the age of that line and being cast iron, if we're gonna have problems, it tends to be on that corridor, and it's, you know, talking with Doug with this, and Shane, couldn't really narrow down a section that was more important than another. I mean, we've had issues on the whole stretch of it, and I can, you know, talk about leaks from the north side and the south side, and they seem to be pretty spread out over the whole line, so it's definitely, there was one, I think it was 2 years ago, right in front of Kojak's, or what used to be Kojak's. It was just a split around the circumference of the pipe. Dustin typically will fix those under pressure. Dustin had his foot on the line and getting ready to put the band on it to be done, and he actually fell through the water line. Well, I just kind of chunked out, he fell in the water line, then we had a big leak. So, you know, it is definitely rotten in spots and not in the greatest shape. So that's, you know, from what I've seen, it's definitely past its useful life.
We'll get to add some valves like on Pine Street when we found out we didn't have any.
Right, exactly.
So can we get back all the bands we've put on there if we replace this line? Can we?
Can we retrieve our employee?
Yeah.
Are you talking about new taps and service lines to the structures?
Yes, and I've got that on the next slide, but we would do everything out to the meter. And then from the meter out would be the customers, but we'll replace everything up to the meter.
Okay.
Did we do anything when Streetscape went in? What,
No.
I wasn't on them. What was it, just a conduit for utility lines went in?
Yeah, all we did was bury some conduits.
Okay.
There's been a couple of the fire hydrants, I think, have been replaced over time. There was a valve that was added somewhere, I don't remember where that was at, something like that, but that's all.
And I would add to the DOT piece, so I was contacted around October, I guess. I'm getting my months probably off by a month or so. But around this fall, I was contacted by the DOT engineer out of Wilkesboro that Main Street was set to be let, and was, I guess, during December. I haven't seen those numbers, but it was going to happen during the month of December. The bid process for Main Street is a part of the Watauga County 2021-2022 cycle. And depending on the project, the overall project for paving in Watauga County, paving could begin as early as this summer, but would go through the end of 2022. So they were going to start in Watauga County sometime this summer and work for the next 18 months on paving. And so that's kind of what brought this, not only, I mean, we knew this was being a problem area, but this obviously puts another deadline out there. We've talked to DOT, I've talked to DOT about, obviously, we could have a potential project out there that would interfere with that and what the next steps would be. So we can talk about that in a little bit, but that's been talked about and discussed. And that helps kind of drive the timeline a little bit. They are planning, if nothing happens and we don't move forward with the project, they're moving forward with paving sometime in the 2021-2022 timeframe of Main Street. And we did talk through, obviously, what that would look like from a nighttime paving, et cetera. So that is going to happen if we don't necessarily intervene, I guess, and work through this project. So,
But didn't we talk about it, if we were gonna redo the street lights, that definitely that whole section in front of the park had to be done, so we had talked about that putting all that money into that was gonna be crazy if we had a bad sewer and water line in there.
that's right.
Let me jump ahead.
Yep.
This is out of, but I've got something on help. Don't look.
Don't look.
Okay, so jumping ahead to a photo that's in here later. One of the water lines is on the margin of the east side of the street. That's the 4-inch. The 8-inch is over here in the parking spaces on the west side. And the sewer line is probably about to the edge of the parking spaces. I think that's a manhole there on the east side. So we're talking about putting the sewer line in the northbound travel lane, which would parallel the existing line over there, and put the water line in the southbound travel lane on this side. So it would be just outside of where we're proposing to put those curb extensions for that signal.
You're not gonna remove that 8-inch, you're just gonna leave it, aren't you?
Correct. We looked at a couple different options. We can you can pipe burst and put it in the same hole basically. But to do that, you have to do temporary piping. And temporary piping and blowing rock's not gonna be very conducive. It's going to be enough of a pain to do this in town anyway, but to have temporary piping that people are gonna have to walk around all the time on top of the ground, I don't think we wanna go there. So replacing it seems to be the most practical solution. The center of the travel lane is probably your safest place to go because it's not gonna get the tire marks. So if I put it right in the center, I've got tire marks on both sides. So putting it right in the center seems to be probably the best fit.
Can't you run water and sewer essentially in the same dig?
You can, but the sewer has to be deeper that way. So, because they have to have 18 inches of vertical separation between the pipe if they're not 10 feet apart. So it's cleaner to put one on one side, one on the other, and we're not going nearly as far with the sewer as we are with the water. And part of our strategy and talking about it with staff was to, let me back up to where we were, is to target the line all the way through. Now, from here on the south end, all the way up to about where the dam is on the north end, where the street ties back in. There is, the section from Ransom Street north isn't as old. When I looked back and found, and I don't know how, they happen to be at my office, but some of the drawings for the original water plant that was built in the 30s are in my office, and they show connecting the new line to the existing line in the 30s. So that section of line isn't as old as this piece in Main Street, but the difference between a 100-year-old cast iron line and an 80-year-old cast iron line isn't a whole lot. So it felt like, at least at the point we're at now in planning, let's look at replacing the whole thing. There again, if the strategy is to try to shrink the project some, maybe we pull in a little bit farther. But let's look at doing the whole thing. The whole thing is 9,200 feet. We run 8-inch all the way through. We've got new fire hydrants, new services, the meters. We already talked about it being a travel lane. We would do, it's about 1,150 feet of sewer line. It's 8-inch as well. We've got new manholes. We put new service taps with clean outs to the I'll say to the right of way or to the sidewalk for the properties there. And that would be on the northbound lane.
So you said with the old water plant, they replaced the water lines in the 30s?
No, that's when they put the line in from the water plant into town.
Albert, do you remember that?
No, I don't.
He was out of town that year.
What are the businesses gonna have to do?
The businesses would see very little disruption. There's a point, obviously, where their water has to be turned off and they get connected over to the new service.
But as
But
far as
that's
any kind of, gadgets or any kind of upgrades or any kind of connections, do they have to do anything? Are there, says,
Could you bring it?
So there's no expense?
up again?
Is that what
right,
you're saying?
right.
Which one?
The one right before that.
Yeah, no, is there any cost to the,
Right.
This one or the
Businesses
aerial
to
photos?
connect.
Photo of,
No, there's no cost
Main
proposed.
and, Sunset,
But at one point,
two
and
buildings.
he
Yeah,
said, up to the meters, and then any expense from the meter to the business is on them. So what would they be doing?
Well, I guess, and that was,
Why did you say
my
that?
interest was to answer Albert's question. So you've got the meter here and then the line from the meter into the building.
Right.
We would replace to this point.
Right.
But the line from the meter into the structure is theirs. We wouldn't replace that. If they wanted to replace that, many of them probably have.
Is that the same age? Is it,
Let's take the first three buildings.
I know it doesn't
Yeah.
matter because it's not our, it's
Well, I mean,
not
it may
our
depend
issue.
on when they replaced it, if they replaced it or not.
But what, it seems like what you're saying is if they do, that's a good time to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, give them a heads up if y'all need to replace from the meter to your building. Now might be a good time or not.
it would be. That'd be the optimum time to do it.
But I would add, that would,
It's not our cost.
right, and
I got
it would, more than likely, most every one of them would involve some sidewalk damage, tearing up the sidewalk and replacement of that. So it's going to be fairly costly for them to take that on, so absolutely.
But it would
Most
be
of those
time to do
meters involve some concrete work that's around them because of where they're located.
Yeah, at least the ones from,
Where are the meters on those buildings on the south side of Sunset, right there, the first 4 buildings?
these right in here,
Are they in the front or the back?
man, those are in the front, aren't they?
The building on the corner on I guess on the south side of Sunset, those are actually fed off of, Sunset, so those meters replaced the Sunset project. And
They
then
were,
as you come
okay.
on down, yeah, the first building on the corner, and I think you gotta go 2 buildings down before you start getting sidewalk or
Right
meters
in
to
here.
sidewalk. Yeah, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, those are right in front of the building, right in front of the entrance,
Brass
yeah.
Exchange is off the road going to school, and then
Yeah.
Winwood Antiques, and the other one's off
So
Main
my
Street.
my concern was if they're in the back of that building, we've got some problems there. But if they're in the front,
The meters that are fed off Main Street are on the front.
a
The
lot of
only
sewer
ones that
tax.
would be in the back would be fed off the side streets, like Sunset, Morris,
Yeah.
Chestnut.
Okay.
I think the only, South Park would be the only structure that has kind of a weird, I think they have a 2-inch running down the backside of their building with a bank of meters, but I mean, you could just connect back to that too and
Yeah.
leave that existing as is and not.
Because that part of the line isn't that old.
Right.
I mean, this has to be done.
Well, what better time to do it when we know that DOT's coming in to repair our road?
Well, and we're gonna do these intersections.
Why do we have less sewer lines? Or is it you're just not replacing them?
Flows downhill.
Because, well, there's sections of Main Street that doesn't have sewer. Because the sewer serves properties and goes by gravity, so when you look at, there's no sewer on Main Street from at least Buxton, all the way down to Hidden Waters. And then there's a little bit from there down to Globe. And then there's, and then it starts again at Chestnut, I think it is. But the pieces farther to the south are newer PVC lines with precast manholes. The lines from Chestnut, actually, it's not quite at Chestnut, the condos there at the corner of Chestnut, can't think of the name. The old gravity sewer starts there, I guess out in front of Rumpel, and flows to Sunset and then to up here to Park Street. That's the old section, that's old line, old manholes. Things to the north is newer line, newer manholes, and things farther to the south are newer line, newer manholes. That's why
But
we're
not
only
the
doing
water,
that.
just the sewer?
Yeah, just the sewer.
Because they added it after, that's why. I bet.
Either that or they replaced pieces of it.
No, because we didn't have sewer up on Chestnut until 10, 15 years ago, maybe? Was that what it was? I had a septic tank when I built.
Yeah, that was put in before I started. So it was in.
Okay, now I understand.
Should we take a coffee break before we get to this?
It was already up there, you didn't see it?
Yeah, he said don't look at it.
Go back to the estimate.
So, the estimate for water is $3.4 million. And that includes, cutting the street and patching it back with binder. So we patched a trench so DOT can come in and mill the road and pave the road. So we're not paving the road, that's just fixing the trench back so they can pave the road. And the same thing with the sewer, and the sewer's $600,000.
Timeline.
The timeline would depend on how you wanted to fund it. If you were gonna fund it out of cash, which you're not, I don't think, you could probably start, if we rushed, we could probably start construction in 6 to 8 months. But we've talked about, or I've talked with staff about several different funding options. The funding options would drive the timeline. If we did state SRF funding, they have certain cycles for funding, and there are certain steps after that. If we did USDA for funding, they don't have cycles, but there are steps that have to happen to make it happen.
My concern with this, and I don't know how the council feels, but DOT, if we don't take the opportunity when they offer it, it's very possible they won't get offered again for a good while.
We did talk, and an option is to get DOT to put into writing that they would either, what we talked about was essentially give us the credit for whatever that paving bid came into. So that's something they have done. So if, for instance, if Main Street is going to cost DOT $1 million, can we get them to give us that credit? So when we're finished with it, we go back and pave, and we have to pay for it, and the $1 million credit potentially could be given to us at that time. And that's something, I can't remember, we talked about another client, I think.
We did that in Sparta.
Yeah.
When we did the water line and the streetscape project, because they were done together, the paving, the street was paved and DOT reimbursed the town.
So essentially, we could repave it in sections.
Well, I don't know that you want to do it in sections.
Well, if you're gonna do the water and sewer in sections,
Well, I would probably, this is a pretty big project. This is bigger than what we did in Sparta, but not a lot bigger. It works better to do paving the street at a time. Now, what we did there was, they did the water line, and they patched the trench, and then after the whole thing got done, they milled the street and paved it.
Well, and because of our weather, that makes sense too.
And we are talking, we are talking here as part of this quote, not leaving it gravel, and binding it back asphalt after, so section done, bind it, section done, bind it, section done, bind it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about, what we would like to do is, you put down the binder at least once a week. We're doing it right now in Valdez, and they're probably, they're not 100 or a couple hundred feet from where they've already paved, where they're putting pipe in. So it's not long stretches. And that's something that we can dictate with their construction schedule, of how much we will let them disturb before they get it paved back. I will mention, just as a comparison, in Valdez, where we're doing this, there's no DOT paving project. So where we put the water line in the street, we're paving half, they're making us mill and repave half the street after we put the water line.
So
I'd
how
say
about
we'd probably
flow?
get it done, go ahead.
I was just thinking about traffic flow, or shut down, or have y'all, if you're doing are you doing half the side of their street and like that, or?
You would probably have to close half the road at a time, where they're working. So if you were working in front of Town Hall, you're probably going to have to close this half of the street, parking and all, from Park to Sunset. You gotta close some distance to get traffic around and do one-lane traffic. I don't think there's a way you can get around that.
Just for that.
We should do that probably
In October.
July. Yeah, we should do October, probably that middle week, best time.
yeah.
But you're gonna get it done cheaper to do the whole thing on time. Doing it in phases or segments is, I believe,
I think it's crazy. Let's just do
they'll
it.
charge us more.
Yeah.
If they're here and they can get set up and do the whole thing.
Yeah, I would say so
Right.
too.
That's true.
Well, it sure looks like a cheap price to me. I thought it'd be a lot more than that.
Sure, yeah, we don't want to make it anymore.
Now, that comes with a 30% discount if we say yes next couple of months, don't it?
Aren't you going to address what you did in Sparta with conduit?
I can tell you what we did in Sparta. In Sparta, the original project included burying conduits for fiber optics, telecommunications, etc. The power lines were already routed around town. They were fed from the back, overhead. We included conduits in the original bid. Project was over budget. That was one of the things that was taken out, and those fiber conduits were routed around downtown. So we did not include, the only thing we buried in Sparta on conduits were for streetlights. So we had streetlights, a couple of businesses were fed from the front, maybe like 3. And then we put in some infrastructure to provide festival lighting, or festival receptacles. So there's like 3 places where there's a bank of receptacles for having a festival, something like that. But we didn't address any other dry utilities. Now we have, in talking about it with staff, one of the things that we looked at was expecting that somebody would say, well, why don't we bury the power and telephone and cable while we're at it? So we looked at the study that we did in 2015 to put the utilities underground. We did Main Street from Globe Road up to El Rincon, if I spelled that, I probably didn't pronounce that right, and Sunset. And so we looked at the conduits on Main Street. What would it cost to bury those conduits on Main Street? And that, not with the wires, just the conduits and patching the street back like we're talking about with the water, is about $4 million. There's a series, and I can flip to that, another one of those if you don't look. So you don't see all the coming attractions. And I know you can't read this, but it's on here. I have sheets printed out, but we have a series of duct banks all along Main Street, several side streets in here, and here's a listing of
So
all
you're
the-
saying we already have that, or you're talking about
We
putting it in?
designed it, but if we had to put all those conduits in, it's gonna cost about $4 million.
More.
More. Now, we do have,
Can we run some coffee through there or something in the meantime?
we do have some conduits right in here that were put in with that first piece.
Yeah,
But I think there's 4, maybe. But we have sections of, that require, and I gotta look because the numbers are so small. I guess I can look at my printout. So this one particular duct bank, there are, I think 15 conduits in one section together. That's why it's so much, it's because there's so many of them. There's not a couple of pieces here and there. I mean, there's stacks of conduits because you have so many phone cables and certain type of power lines and different
And
things, so,
these can't go in the same trench as the water and sewer, you don't want them to.
no.
Yeah, speak to that. They've got to be in their own concrete vault, right?
And those are concrete encased duct banks. So you have, you think there's, a conduit here, conduit here, conduit here, conduit here, and there's concrete poured around all of them.
Can we put naming rights on those and for people to raise money for them?
I think we could.
But you.
It might cost a little bit more.
Get bad checks.
But, and there's electric code requirements of how far each one of those have to be apart based on how big they are and everything else.
Well, and with the 15 one that you were talking about, that might not really be 15, because AT&T admitted to us, they don't even use some of these phone lines anymore. It might be 10, but you haven't really talked to the utilities about those bundles, right?
We did then,
Oh, okay.
but that's been, that's going on 6 years ago now.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, we met with all of the utilities then.
But not Sky Best,
But not Skyline,
Skyline.
because that wasn't here then.
so when you're talking about putting the conduits in, there's nothing in them. This is just, should you want to do this down the road?
Yes.
For
It's just
future.
it's just
Opportunity.
the whole.
Well, it's just the buried part, so you don't have to dig up the road again.
No
And I don't-
transformers, no nothing.
I didn't look back up to that number, but I want to say that we were at 17 million before,
Yes,
something like that.
yeah.
And And for the most part, things cost more now than they did 6 years ago, 5 years ago.
Next.
Except for gas and milk. There was something else I quoted when I said that the other day.
So I did ask, I mean, I did ask Doug to at least give us a discussion point of what we thought it was going to be to put the conduit in, because that was discussed. It was discussed with, talking to Brimco and some others about whether or not they would end up potentially donating the conduit. Really, the cost factor here is the casing and concrete and everything. I mean, that's the biggest portion of this cost is you've got, even if they were to give you the conduit or sell it to you cheaper than what you
Yeah.
can buy it for, the majority of the cost is building this
Well-
encased enclosure in here.
We all watched them build 321,
Right.
and they encased all that conduit in pink.
Red well,
Red
technically it's
concrete.
red concrete, but
So
it
you
probably
can
looks
tell
like
if it,
paint.
yeah.
That, I mean, so the utility and all of that would be if that's 4 million, the other 13 million is the utilities running it through there.
And those
And-
boxes.
There were,
Transformers and
yeah,
everything.
you got transformers, and there were allowances
Transformers.
in there for connect, I mean, there's a lot of work connecting customers back up.
So what you would be doing is just basically, what is that type of spaghetti called? Just an empty tube and having the opportunity, could we,
In the
I mean,
future.
right, and then could we charge somebody for using that tube? I mean, who knows, it could be,
Well, I'd like to withdraw my question.
yeah, too much.
Did Bremco offer to help give us a conduit?
We haven't gotten to that point. Yeah, I wanted to get more of the cost of the casing itself to see kind of what we were talking. So we knew we were gonna have to outlay that cost. So like I said, the majority of this cost is just the casing itself. At least several million of it.
And Doug, are most of the grants gone to do this
Yeah, the opportunity, you talking about the
conduit?
conduit, yes. I mean, there hasn't been many opportunities for conduits for getting any kind of grants or fundings to take care of moving utilities underground.
And would it cost so this is McGill doing it, and could our guys do it?
No,
No way,
not
it's
this.
way too much, way too big a project.
Doug, do you have any, if we were to start at January the 1st, have you talked through the rough timeline of the total project if you were to work start to finish?
For the water sewer projects? I think you're probably looking at the Main Street, we could probably do the design in, I'd say 4 months, something like that. And then but it depends on the funding agency. Because if you use a funding agency, they have upfront requirements. But we're probably talking about a 4-month design. When we, just so you guys know, when we did the survey for the crosswalks on Main Street, we did aerial photography with our drone. And we had them fly from Chestnut to Hill Street. So we technically have part of the survey already in hand. Now, all the field work hasn't been done, but the flying has done. So a piece of that, so we have data already, because we did that in anticipation if we were going to do a sidewalk. There's no point not to connect the dots in. Because a guy with a drone can fly a whole lot in one day versus coming up here and flying for an hour. So we've got some of that in hand. So we could probably do the design in about 4 months. It's probably gonna take about 2 months to get it permitted and a month to bid it, and then we'd be ready to go to construction.
Best
But-
case scenario, November of 2021.
Probably. Putting the lines in the middle of the winter would be good if it didn't snow a lot. The only challenge would be is you can't patch them as quickly here. You can't put binder down here in January.
But that's your least traffic flow, that's the least.
Yeah. But you could maybe do into the spring, as spring starts. And, you know, it's not all, I mean, we worry about what's gonna happen right here in front of Town Hall, but you've got a lot of peace on the ends. Yes, there's gonna be traffic interruptions, but there's not business interruptions, there's not parking interruptions. You know, so that 9,200 feet isn't like the part right here by Sunset. So some of that will go quicker and less painful.
But isn't it less expensive if we do the bids in October and November? Usually than coming in, I mean, everybody's got their work bid out for the summer. I mean, there was one project when we bid it out in the late fall, we got much better prices for the next spring.
Bidding paving in the winter was better than bidding paving in the spring.
Okay,
Yes,
but
very
it
much
doesn't
so.
matter for water and sewer?
I'd say we're getting to the point where it matters less because contractors are working year-round. There may not be working here year-round,
Well,
but
you
they're
can
working
dig
somewhere.
graves year-round, why can't you dig water and sewer?
You can.
You can.
The challenge becomes, if I'm working in the street, I can work in the middle of the winter in
Yeah.
Boiling Rock, but I can't patch it. I can't work off in a field by the creek. I can't do that in the winter because it just, once you get in there, it gets sloppy, you can't get through it. So you kind of pick and choose what you want to do in the winter, in the worst part of the winter, depending on where it's at. But yes, you're getting people working more year-round. Understand, depending on how if you did the paving the way Shane talked about, and all the overlay was part of the contract, a big chunk of this project will be paving.
But your estimated timeline from the time we put the first, start digging to the end is?
I'd say the construction time is probably 8 months, 8, 9 months probably.
Now, you are integrating, I hope, or thinking of integrating all that with these intersections upgrades.
Depending on how we do it, yes. Now, the intersection upgrades, what we're planning on doing is we're going to, the crosswalks will be stamped asphalt. We are going to take an alternate bid for stamped concrete, so we can come back and tell you what that is. If it's expensive, we won't do it. But we wouldn't do that now if we were going to run water and sewer through. We probably wouldn't do that now if the road's getting ready to be paved.
But doesn't the salt that we use, doesn't that eat up concrete faster than asphalt?
Salt does eat up concrete faster than asphalt, but if you've noticed, the asphalt crosswalks wear out. A crosswalk with a concrete crosswalk with a little bit of salt pitting on it is going to look better longer than painted asphalt that's going to wear off in 2 years. If that makes sense. Because you still will have a cobble pattern to the stamped concrete. So it's not a smooth surface anyway. It's not smooth like a sidewalk. It's more cobbled looking like the pavers look.
I think to answer the question though, we are moving forward with the crosswalks now though. So we're not suggesting that you would push pause on
Right.
that. We're moving forward because of where the line placements would go.
So you're obviously saying if we moved forward, some of that construction wouldn't be affected by this water and sewer.
Right.
Okay.
Just the crosswalk itself is what we're saying, so that may be the
I'm talking
piece.
about the stoplights on the
None
pedestal.
of the lights and any of that would be affected by it.
Okay,
Yeah, we're moving forward with that. We'll talk about that in a few moments,
Okay.
So that's
well,
still
good.
heading down the tracks,
That was-
absolutely.
That was in my thoughts, but that's a good idea that you got going.
So as we get through, I guess you've got 2 more pieces, the sidewalk piece and then the crosswalk piece. And then Nicole does have some numbers of what this project would look like if you were to go a certain funding route. So we are going to talk about that in a few moments too, as we walk through this. We do have some examples to show of this, back on her PowerPoint, of what the debt service would look like and how do you go about paying for that. So we'll kind of circle that back around.
So the perfect scenario, looking at it, is if it could be started in November, it should be wrapping up in June.
Probably
It may
later.
be a little later, it may take a little longer, because if you start in November, some of your production, starting in November, you're not gonna get the production if you started in, February.
But I would think as we've talked through this, could you focus on certain areas first and foremost? Because we're abandoning the other line, I think you could. I think you could focus on Town Central first, or second, or whatever the case may be, and knock that out, you know, and leave outlying areas for more heavier traffic. So I mean,
We'll start after the.
The only good thing about Main Street though is you've got Wallingford or somewhere to put the traffic to. With outlying areas, you don't really have, without routing through neighborhoods, anywhere to send anybody.
Right.
I don't think we have a scenario like Sunset. I mean, you know, Sunset being obviously as tight as it was and being, I mean, we really had a difficult time there getting traffic by. This is definitely, obviously, with the parking spaces and others, we've got more leeway, but we've got more traffic, of course, too. So, I mean, there-
Yeah, I mean, it will be challenging. I mean, one option would be to close the road a block at a time, but I don't think that's feasible on Main Street. I don't think that's a realistic solution.
And that's something we'd have to get approval from DOT, would we not?
Yes.
yeah, all this essentially is going to have to get approval, I guess, from DOT standpoint.
I mean, we've talked about Sparta several times. In Sparta, there was one block that we just closed, but we were replacing from building face to building face. The whole street, sidewalk, storm drainage, and water line. And we're not doing that here, we're just working in the street. We're not working on the sidewalks except for at the spots where we do the taps. And those would be a one-off. You're gonna lay the line, stub the tap out, and come back and do the boxes one at a time as you go.
So we definitely need to ask DOT if they're willing to, I mean, that has to be on the list. 'Cause
Yeah,
we
and
may
it's-
have to,
I received a verbal, I guess, that would be something they would be more than willing to
Oh,
consider.
okay.
But we would need to get that in writing. It would have to go above this particular engineer, I think, to get that obviously approved. They really wanted us to have a project that's approved, you know, from a town council standpoint moving forward before I think they're also willing to sign off. They don't want to necessarily delay
Paving
anything.
credit,
Um,
paving credit.
Yes, that's the discussion we
If you
would
did
have.
something like that, you would have to have a memorandum of understanding.
That's right, between
have
us and the
agreement
DOT,
with the
that,
DOT.
that said, you know, and essentially the way that it was described to me, and I think it was that way with Sparta, was that whatever their bid comes in for Main Street, that's what we're dealing with. If it takes us 2 years and we go to pave and it cost us more than what they originally had bid it for, then that's on us. I mean, so we'd have to incorporate that as part of this process, of course.
Well, that would be a better way to do it, I would think.
It gives us more flexibility.
Certainly.
Quick break?
Yeah, please.
Okay, we're gonna.
Everyone at home, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 2:35-ish, 2:25 till.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes. So, back, let's see.
Working?
2 months ago? Oh, wait, Main Street sidewalk. Last year, there was a discussion about, extending the sidewalk on North Main. The existing sidewalk to Bass Lake project will take the sidewalk north of 221 up to the edge of the gravel parking lot between Speckled Trout and Hartley Interiors. So there was a discussion about extending that sidewalk further along North Main, past the restaurant, the motels, and the 7-acre piece of property to the Chatola entrance. We looked at some layouts around the El Rincon parking lot, how that may happen, to be able to work around their entrance and driveway, not to take pedestrians straight across the front where the parking spaces are. There may be some other options that change the parking more in that area, but trying to keep as much parking as possible. That's the layout that we came up with. I think you folks have seen that before.
You know, they may want to do outdoor seating there instead of parking, just considering COVID and how that affects business.
Where is this?
El Rincon.
And this was developed before we
Before
talked about
that.
as much about outside dining.
Right.
It may be
So-
worthwhile to them, and it'd be good for us too. That'd be a win-win.
Where's the DOT on it?
So we would plan on having a discussion with the owner. Of course,
Yeah.
El Rincon is a tenant, with the owner about this particular option or an option of going straight through that area and eliminating those 4 parking spaces that are there. That is something Kevin and I have talked about also, about having that conversation with the owner potentially.
But didn't she buy it?
Did not happen.
So you won't even talk to her anymore?
Still a current owner, so that's a conversation that we'd like to have.
Does it?
Well, he won't do
Does
anything for you.
DOT not own
He ain't gonna do
a
anything.
right of way there?
I don't know what level of actual right-of-way DOT owns there. We haven't investigated properties at that point. We did up here at Speckled Trout when we did that project, and there was a definitive right-of-way. I'm not sure what the properties the parcel history is up along that section to know how much right-of-way DOT
If
actually
she's
has.
gonna jam us, there's no use to build the sidewalk. My opinion.
Well, and part of the conversation with the owner would be about, we would know the right of way hopefully by then to have a conversation with what that would look like potentially.
If you're trying to deal with
That's the
that
only
man
way
that
you're
owns
gonna-
it, forget that.
That's the only way you're gonna get that man to do it.
What, is that?
Pull right away.
Yeah.
This area we talked about,
Steve won't give you nothing. Forget that.
this area last year we spoke at the retreat as being a priority. And so that's why we're bringing it up again, especially as we're talking, obviously replacing water lines in the same area. If this is still our priority, Ms. Norman mentioned earlier that we had, I think $613,000 in sidewalk money. Now, a portion of that, over $200,000, is going to be for the match for Bass Lake. But there's still somewhere in the neighborhood of $350-ish or $375, probably, give or take, of sidewalk money that's, not matched up right now. So that's something to keep in the back of the mind as we talk about, is this the area that we want to incorporate that as
That's a
we...
very unsafe area, and people are walking all over the place.
We do anticipate this area being highly, increased in traffic, pedestrian traffic, given the Bass Lake sidewalk and given the fact that we should have 2 additional hotels online by this summer within that area. So we do believe this is going to be an increased pedestrian area, more so than it even is now.
What's the, just real quick, if everything goes well, Bass Lake will be ready, they're supposed to be finished by Memorial Day, is that?
By summer, yes. I mean,
By summer.
this summer, yeah. So 2021.
So, 2021, and then, the Middle Fork, when will they,
So the Middle Fork project is moving along. They're still working through the permitting side on the parkway, but the funding is there for that project. So it's really and that's not McGill, that's Withers Ravenel that's working on that. But the funding for that project has been secured, so it's not a money thing. For them, it's getting through the Park Service. with the permitting that's still underway right now. So it's still slowly moving along, but as soon as they receive the green light from a permitting and then access through the Park Service land, that's really the holdup. After that, they're in pretty good shape to start construction. 2022 is what they're shooting for.
So the piece that'll be built first is Bass Lake
Mhm.
this summer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then with any luck, the Middle Fork would be in the 2022, 2023 range complete. So they're looking at about a year-long construction process there. So this is the piece in the middle, if that's kind of what you're, I think, alluding to.
Yeah, I was just thinking timing-wise, it'd be nice if it coincided.
And then Main Street for us would essentially be a 2022 project, if that's where we head.
How much are we looking at building on North Main?
So the property in front of the new inn that's being built by Mr. Winkler is, that part is.
He's gotta do that.
He's doing that part, or paying us for that part. The Anderson piece, that is the former Anderson property, the reason that wasn't put in is there's a telephone pole there now, right in the middle. It's gonna have to be relocated. And so we did not require anything to happen at this point until we knew whether or not we were actually going to go through with this. So that's another piece that's accounted for already. So the piece in front of the former Anderson home and the piece in front of John Winkler's property is somewhat, I'd say, accounted for right now from a paying standpoint.
My understanding is they refused to pay for it.
The-
Anderson.
We had a discussion because of the telephone pole, so that's where we left it at that point. But we have fees already, yes.
But we sold it.
But that's sold, it's already been moved on, so we have that already. We just didn't move the telephone pole. That was the most costly piece, not the sidewalk. Moving the telephone pole was the most expensive piece of that.
Then the 7 acres.
Couldn't we get the guy that knocked the other one down? Call him back?
He has a van. You know what the car looks like.
He's over at Hamptons. Cooling off.
So we are, I guess,
So how much would this little connection here just to the side before the Andersons?
Well, I thought we already approved this.
we didn't approve it. We talked about it,
Put it on our-
we put it as our top 13
Top 13.
list. And what we were, again, going into COVID, we had hopes that the 7-acre parcel potentially could be coming to us to be developed. And part of that was going to be what we were going to suggest, staff-wise, a sidewalk to be put in. And that has not come to fruition at this point. So a conversation needs to be had of whether or not we want to move forward with sidewalking that area.
And it was after the retreat that we actually put these sketches to get that sketch together, and layout and a detailed estimate. And then got stay-at-home order and things sort of slowed down at that
So
point.
could we, give him, for new construction or a new CUP or whatever, we would put that in, like we did for Winkler. Could we, whoever, he might even sell that off or whatever, and who knows what's gonna happen with that piece. Could we put a lien on that property or put a credit or how, I'm not saying the words right at all.
In other words,
But
put in
we
the
do it.
sidewalk,
Yeah.
put in the
we
sidewalk
ought
and
to
charge
do
it to them? I don't think you can do that.
You can't do that?
No, it can be a condition of a CUP application, but we currently don't have one in front of us, so, and then
Yeah,
we're
but that
also,
would be, they could wait forever for that, for us
yes.
to do it.
And that property may never be developed,
That's-
and so,
It could be like a court, what do you call it, carrot
and we also really can't require a certain timeline on the sidewalk to be developed if the property is not developed. So say, for instance, if the CUP came before us next month and we approved it, and a sidewalk was one of the conditions to the CUP, then we're limited what we can require of them of the timing of building that sidewalk, because we really are limited into the CUP. It can technically expire. So, we,
So we gotta do it or not.
Considering that sidewalk will connect with the head of the starting point of the Middle Fork. Any E-flat grants, any monies available, or from DOT to help extend it around
We've not explored that.
I mean, it'd be worthwhile, I mean, DOT's paid for, E-Flat's paid for 80% of Bass Lake sidewalk, because it's connecting the national park.
Yeah, and that's gone well.
And we're connecting, we'll see in our lifetime, we may be fully. But from the middle fork, headwater, we already have sidewalk existing that goes and stops at Chatola.
No, it goes on.
So what you're
No,
saying
it
is,
stops at
Middle,
Chatola.
okay.
is that be the argument from E-flap to E-flap, basically? Because you got E-flap to Bass Lake, and then you get E-flap
Yes,
to
Middle Fork.
Well, you
Middle
know,
Fork.
then E-flap ought to kick in and finish it in the middle then. But I don't know, it's just an idea, is there?
It's worth exploring. We can, that's a pretty easy question to find out if that qualifies under E-flap or if it's, I don't know from a Middle Fork, standpoint, I know they've raised the money for the funds, if that's something they would be interested in discussing, the connectivity of that as well.
We can kick that question over the Colorado field.
I think we've gotten money, we need to do it. And if we can get it in place, if this piece is gonna be in place by June,
We don't have the money to do all of it though.
It's
Not
expensive.
around the 7 acres.
That's pretty major.
Yeah.
We had always put that on the developer.
And then how do we
we
go,
don't have money to do it all.
we decided how we're gonna go past Chatola's entrance?
So for the full project, is what we're just discussing, we've put a number, I think the latest number was about, $900,000 for the full length. Good chunk of that storm drain as well.
Yeah, that was from right here where the other project will end at Hartley's, all the way through to the
Chatola?
entrance of Chatola.
Now, that included the piece in front of John Winkler, so there's gonna be a little bit less, but I would say give or take, probably $900,000, give or take, is our number for finishing.
And we have,
And that included new storm
4.
drainage
4 to 5.
around this corner
Or, no, 4.
to handle the stormwater through there.
I think we ought to try to get matching funds.
Because what we're gonna do is put, if you envision there's a ditch there now, we would basically start edge of pavement, put curb gutter sidewalk, and put a storm drain in the ditch that's there. And put
Under the sidewalk?
Under the sidewalk.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That looks good too.
So, and it really doesn't, I mean, there's a couple of spots it's tight, there's some rock there, but it basically doesn't get back into the bank. It doesn't take the trees out or any of that, it just puts it where the shoulder is, so it's fairly uninterrupted to the site.
Is that DOT land that we're talking about?
I would expect so.
Okay.
So we did not get too far down the road with this when things kind of went sideways with how things were. I guess we're bringing it back up in the thought that, one, it was a priority, and then two, it does kind of fit within the overall Main Street project if we're going to move forward with it. So just kind of keep that in the back of the mind. We believe it's probably in the neighborhood of, we'll say, $1 million or less. We know we have, give or take, 400,000. Again, rough numbers that's sitting out there. So there is going to be a potential gap there that could be grant funded, but may not be. So just,
Would the sidewalk people be different than water and sewer people though, or are you thinking this is all one construction project?
I would expect those to be different people.
That's what I was
You
thinking.
had,
We could do
now
it
you may
separate.
have a you may have somebody that put the storm drain in that would be the same as put the water and sewer in. But typically your concrete person's different from your trench person, it's different from your paving contractor.
Okay, I didn't know if y'all were trying to lump all this in with one bid now.
no, I guess I was thinking more from a disruption standpoint. When you were in the area, in that area, because that one lane's going to have to be closed for water line going in, I would think you'd want to try to pair the two up to do the curb and gutter and sidewalk and everything at that time, because you have to have lane closure. So I was thinking more not a project as much as the timing of it would
So-
need to coincide as much as we could.
To me, we're about to turn on all kinds of pedestrian into town. Regardless of water and sewer or more sidewalk, we are dumping, to me, as a user, once, Bass Lake is completed, and everybody sees that pretty new sidewalk, they're gonna be coming into town, dumping into town on bikes and on foot. And so, I mean, if we could keep that flow, I mean, it's not as, it seems like it would be pedestrian and bikes, not as much. I mean, I don't know how we're gonna manage where they put their cars, because they don't live here. But if we could keep that flow going, that would be good,
I think without a doubt,
especially if
No.
it happens in the summer.
right, no facts here, but when Bass Lake opens up for business, we're gonna have people within this area that normally would not leave their hotels to walk, are gonna do that, absolutely, to go.
And they're gonna have to go to the bathroom.
I think that's common sense would say, there's gonna be more pedestrian traffic, absolutely. Not only when the two hotels open up, but when Bass Lake opens up, that's
Well,
gonna be.
and if we shut down Main Street to get ripped up to cars anyway, everybody's gonna be on foot. So we need to do this piece to keep everybody walking and coming into town and moving.
Let's keep it in the back as we'll go on to crosswalks, but let's keep it kind of back there as we talk through our priorities of maybe lumping this together from a timing standpoint. So yes, we did talk about this and we did put it on our list. We just never got to the formal stage, and we haven't investigated if there are grants that, that can definitely be some next steps pretty quickly to get into some of that.
One of the challenging perspectives from grants are, since the pandemic started, the stay-at-home order started in North Carolina, DOT's monies have went down significantly to begin with, when people stopped traveling less and buying less gas. I think some of that may have rebounded, but because DOT basically stopped everything for a period of time. They've started loosening up some money, but their money is very tight right now. So from that perspective, their money's maybe hard to come by as a source.
That's something we could address, one of our local citizens with moving forward. Tully?
I wonder if they've done any thinking about the impact electric vehicles are gonna have on their income stream.
They tax you when you buy one. So my hybrid, there was a tax on my hybrid that went to DOT. For the loss of gasoline. So the ones that are all electric, I'm sure are getting taxed more than I am.
Did you get a tax
All right,
break back?
No, I didn't get squat.
So
You do
there,
with a big, all electric.
I think they stopped.
Huh?
You do with all electric.
Go ahead, Doug.
as Shane mentioned at the last council meeting, we wanted to go over with you guys what's going to happen with the crosswalks and the signals prior to that going out to bid. So these are part of the construction drawings for the project. I'm going to show you, starting here at Sunset, we will have a curb extension that will take up the area that's striped off now, and one parking place will be lowered. The crosswalk on the south side of Sunset will stay where it's at, and on the crosswalk at Sunset, across Sunset, will stay where it's at. We will have traffic signal lights. If you're coming south on Main Street, you'll have one signal on this side next to the crosswalk and one signal on the opposite corner. Those will be pedestal mounted signals, like the ones we looked at. And then you will have, for that crosswalk, you'll have a pedestrian signal on that pole and the one on the east pole to cross Main Street. You'll have a pedestrian signal across Sunset on the pole on the southeast corner, and then on the existing power pole on the north side of Sunset. If you're coming north on Main Street, there'll be a signal on the east side in that curb extension, and a signal on the west side in the end of the curb extension. That gets those within the 10-degree angle of view of the driver going north. the drivers coming into the intersection from Sunset, there will be 2 pedestrian heads with signals on the opposite side, opposite of the stop bar in that curb extension. This area will be landscaped on both sides. There will be a concrete trough, we'll call it, that continues across there where the gutter line is now to carry the stormwater. And that looks like what you have down near Laurel Lane. If you'll recall, if you follow the sidewalk in front of the Martin House, and as you get to Laurel Lane, there's a section where the curb extension is, where there's a trough that goes down through there. So that's what will carry the stormwater along this area, because there's no piping in that area for us to put boxes. And the same thing will happen on the east side at Sunset. There'll be a trough there to carry the water. And the water will flow as it does now. So that will be our base bid. We will have an alternate bid to add a second crosswalk on the north side of Sunset. And that will add pedestrian signals to the pole on the east side and the pole on the west side. So that will be an alternate bid, so we'll have a choice of adding that or not. And as I also mentioned, our base bid will include what I'll call freshening up the existing sidewalk, the existing crosswalks, where we'll basically recoat those. If you've looked closely, there's a stamped pattern in the asphalt, and then there's a coating, white stripes on each side and gray in the center to look like pavers, but it's not, it's just stamped asphalt. We will take an alternate bid to do stamped concrete in those areas. We may or may not want to do it. I felt like it was beneficial to see what a true cost would be when we bring that back to the council for consideration. The wires for this signal will be buried from each of these poles back to the control cabinet that's on the pole now. We will keep the same control cabinet, the same location, but the wires from each signal will be trenched back to that point. I don't know the pattern for which ones will follow this crosswalk and which ones will follow that crosswalk, but they'll essentially follow the crosswalks. So they'll be trenched in the crosswalk areas. That's part why we want to look at doing the crosswalks as we go through those areas. We'll give the contractor the option if it's cheaper to drill those instead of trenching them, but that'll be up to the contractor. And those typically have an 18-inch bury depth, so they're higher than all of the water and sewer lines that cross and go through that area. But those are small conduits, so they're not going to impede us putting water sewer lines in later. And the sewer line would go right in this lane here, the water line. So it would be outside of where this curb extension is, and the sewer line on the opposite side will be outside of where that curb extension is.
So there's no way you can put the crosswalk signal on the light that's on the other side? I mean, you've got 4 stop lights on the west side, correct?
Yes, there's 2 for Sunset, 1 for southbound, 1 for northbound.
And there's no way you can double up on the... Why are there 2 for Sunset?
You have to have 2, DOT requires two lights for each traffic, for each piece of traffic. So you can't have 1 light fixture for Sunset. You have to have 2 light fixtures.
There's only one way they're coming up the thing.
There's 2 on there.
They went back.
No, I know there's 2 on there,
But that's a DOT requirement where each person approaching the intersection has 2 sets of lights.
can
That
you,
way- and I
can you
think
put it
that's-
on 1 pole and have 1 pole in the middle and 1 like this to reduce the, there's just a lot of, in other words, 1 pole and have 2 lights.
That's something that I can ask the traffic engineer.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm asking.
I know
And
what you
then,
mean.
It'll end up being taller.
Well, I think what you're saying is put one on each side. You'd have a pole in the middle and one here and one here.
Right,
Yeah, well,
As opposed, I mean, because they're side by side
why
anyway.
wouldn't that work?
one arm, yeah,
That'd work, put a T
or
on it.
two arms.
That was the
just,
most confusing thing when they put two traffic lights up.
Yeah, and everybody misses it.
Everybody still comes up, turns right on red,
I'll
because
stand out
there's
there.
two lights there.
Yeah, you can do
That's
it.
the stupidest thing
They
ever.
pull up beside
You
you.
don't have any green hair.
I've watched that for 6 years.
Just red.
Okay.
Everybody stop all the time.
She'd be a star.
And there's no way, you don't have two going north and south.
Yes, we do. We have, I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong button. We have, if you're going north, you have one on the right side and one on the left side. And if you're going south, you've got one on the right side and one on the left side. That's how we get two. They're on each side. On Sunset, they just happen to be,
Why do you have to have them on opposite sides?
that's my understanding, to do that type, you have to have them on opposite sides.
And in that, too, if something's blocking one light, you always have the other light to see across the street.
Or if you only have one eye that works.
Yeah.
Virginia's gonna stand out there for the red light.
So that one on the south side on Sunset is gonna have the turn signal, the left turn signal?
Let's see.
Drive down at Newton and
Yeah.
you'll see the whole thing.
I can't remember if that's
It's brand new.
which it has or not.
Is that,
I think it'll probably have to have one on both sides.
oh jeez.
But there's no wires, so relax.
I'll confirm that, but DOT, all of it has to be approved by DOT.
Ask them, I mean, is there any way to, I mean, we're trying to clean it up, which I think
Yeah.
it is a cleanup. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lights, I mean, it's just amazing to me.
And DOT has hired
Clean up one line.
Ramey Kemp.
Well, that's part of our contract, Raymond Kemp is.
I'm sorry, as part of your contract,
Yes.
Ramey Kemp, to design the signal. So we'll figure it all out by the time we get through the
Yeah, ask your
approval
little
process.
traffic engineers, or any way to reduce the visual impact of that. I mean, I think we're reducing it by getting the wires out of there, but I don't know, it just seems,
reducing it when you put up.
Less poles. Less poles.
More poles.
I mean, like, putting the, I know the crosswalk things, if you're putting it on the pole, if you're sticking the other one out in the island, they're not gonna let people go on that island, are they?
Everything in that, that's all on one pole.
I know, the one
That's all.
across the street from it. The one you got out in the island, you're putting the turn signal, the button for people to use the
The button would
crosswalk.
be there.
Say it again?
The button would be right there on the pole.
Right, go over on the other side.
That button would be there.
Go on the north side, there.
Oh,
Can they put it on that light instead of
Looks
putting
like
it on
that's
that
gonna
pole?
encourage jail.
which one? This one?
Yeah, you said that you're gonna put the push button for the crosswalk on that pole, correct? Or are you putting it on the other one?
You would put it on this pole. What I mentioned was the control box for the signal will be on that wooden pole that's there now.
And the push button you're
And
sticking
the
on.
push button, yes.
But the light's actually out in that medium.
No, the light for the crosswalk will be right there.
What about the stoplight?
The stoplight will be out here.
So they don't want people walking out there to push a button?
You would push the button across this way right there.
Oh, you would? Oh, okay.
Yes. I believe so.
Well, why can't you push the button to go the other way? That's the way they have it out on 321. There's two going different directions on those poles.
I think it depends on how close they are to where your crossing point is.
Ask him that one, please.
Yeah, 'cause I see there you got to go back to the sidewalk and go on down before you get to where you're gonna cross.
Right, which is a little dangerous.
And then, when we build the curb extension in front of the park, it will take out this space that's available now for temporary stops. If you go back, we can't put anything permanent in, or can't park in this space because it would block these two signals that are here. So I don't know if we need to provide some type of access for getting into the sidewalk to work on the flowers. Was talk about having a shuttle drop here or a delivery drop. We talked about the possibility of having a designated area in front of the 1889 museum.
That's where they need to go. They need to go.
Oddly enough, because Shane mentioned UPS trucks, oddly enough, when our guys shot this with the drone, there was a UPS truck parked there.
It's because somebody's already parked up there.
It's just lucky, because our surveyor was parked there, I guess. So-
Yeah, I was gonna say, you couldn't park there.
And you're gonna lose that parking spot
You're
across
gonna
the
lose,
street.
you're gonna lose this spot,
Right.
yes.
And you're gonna lose the one across the street. Not there, the other side.
This one here.
Yeah.
On that corner, yes.
But that was illegal, pretty
Yeah.
much.
That
Yeah.
was
Technically, yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's over parking.
for view.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we were able to keep all the parking spaces on Main Street when we did the streetscape is because we didn't make changes in those areas. DOT let us keep them. Not because they're compliant. There's a number of them that are too close to intersections.
Well, I
That
can
would be
tell
a
you, when
problem.
people stop there, it blocks traffic going south. And then it's so confusing when people come across Sunset and there's a car sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mess.
They go in front of it, they go behind it. they
Yeah,
don't-
it should never be a drop-off place. Now, I think Park Avenue, there's a space before that stop sign on the right, on the library
here?
side, right here, that we could designate.
Where
There's
the
a
li-
big space in front of
Where the
them.
library parking spaces are?
No, it's in front of them, before you get to the stop sign. But I think the museum is the other thing.
Yeah, we had talked about, this section all the way down to Morris. Laurel Lane is the place most people try to go to, but usually there's someone already there. So I know with, Rick, our UPS driver, he parks, this is where he goes most of the time. And so it does, and then we had talked about a shuttle.
Killman's good there. They
So
like it there.
I do think this area, because right now it's no parking. I don't think it's hashed off. I think it just says no parking. But to me, that makes logical sense to put some type of a hash off area there in front of the museum to be able to get a delivery truck or a shuttle or something in
Well,
there.
or a shuttle could go out here at Park Avenue.
Well-
Look you don't realize how big that space is.
Well,
You can see.
and the other great thing about in front of the little museum there
Uh-huh.
is it's wheelchairs. There's not a curb.
Yeah, and there's no curb out here because that's where our thing is.
Park from there.
There's a curb in front of the park, but here there isn't.
Yeah, good.
Couple things on those. One, on the landscaping, I would make sure that it was only all low height, because you're backing out of those parking spaces and you don't want to have to try and look. You got enough poles to try and look through to see what's coming down the street as it is with your plan now, so you don't want to put any trees also to block the view.
And do we wanna, I thought we were trying to get rid of parking spaces that pulled out.
We were, or maybe, there was, one at Chestnut?
You mean
Moody Furniture,
you mean the
yeah,
horizontal ones?
right.
That's up to us to discuss. So we would have 3 left, right, or 4, 3 plus a handicap.
Yeah.
The problem with that, and I hate to, just like the general public, some people cannot parallel park to save their lives.
That's
They
And,
need to buy one of those new cars.
and those 3 spots and the ones in front of, Celeste, that's all they can do. It's awful. Have you seen them trying to get parallel park?
I watch them in front of Town Tavern prior to drinking, which is pretty fun.
But
It's up to you guys, that's like the saving grace for some people.
I know, but this is,
What are we
it's,
talking about? I thought we were talking about-
they can walk farther, they can go park in the parking.
They
lot.
can.
I just think we're making a mistake not to change that.
I thought you were
Don't we have
asking-
parking on our
Sue, were
agenda
you
coming
asking
up?
about
Guys, we got parking on our agenda.
Later.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
All right.
let's go over it then. Let's let Doug finish up, you know.
And one of the things I would say is, as we potentially hypothetically go down this Main Street project, we're gonna have a lot of decisions to make, putting everything back.
Yeah.
Kind of like Sunset, you know, we redid a lot of the Sunset area. It's all gonna be brand new pavement, it's all gonna be kind of a clean slate of what we're gonna put back. If we put it back exactly the way it is right now, I don't think we have to have DOT approval. If we change some things up, we may have to, but that's another thought. It's gonna be potentially a clean slate here within the next, we'll say 2 years, 18 months to 2 years to think about.
Do you have a schematic of what you're gonna do at Sunset, Chestnut?
Yes.
Maybe help a little.
It's in your packet.
Here we go.
Okay.
So this is what's gonna happen at Chestnut.
Al, it's in your thing.
It's going, tactile domes will wrap around the corner on the west side, no, east side. The pole that's there will stay, and that'll give you an opportunity to cross Main Street. We will bring, curb extension out from the in where the striped off space is, allowing, water to flow through. There will be a cover there. So we'll have a solid plate that you will walk across that, and then it will slope down, and the crosswalk, tactile domes will be out next to the end of the curb extension. And this area, and the sidewalk and pavers will stay as they are. There's so much slope on the the crown of the road, that this will basically, from the sidewalk, walk out level, and once you get out here, you're at pavement level. That road is so crowned that much in that area. And then we'll have new crosswalk stamping across Main Street at that point.
Is there a reason you're not putting a cover on the one on Sunset? Or Main Street?
Yes. So if you look,
How wide is that?
the width of the gutter is 2 feet, but it's already dropped down to the gutter level right there. So we're just gonna continue to go across the gutter at that point. If we do the one on the north side, there will be a plate there.
You don't think, so you're saying a person who's crossing the street there is gonna step down into a 2-foot drop and not fall?
No, it's already wheelchair now.
It's already lowered.
It's already
And
sloped.
the 2 feet is the gutter pan that's there. It's really essentially like it is right now. You're already crossing at that point, because the slopes and the sidewalk here are already in place.
So they slope down, so somebody's not gonna trip?
Right, it
Oh,
slopes
okay.
down.
Okay, sorry.
The slope is here and here, and this is flat at street level.
Okay, all right, that's
And then
good.
when you
I
go-
just envisioned somebody falling on their face.
This is still at sidewalk level, so we'll cross over, and then the slope will be after you get past the
Okay,
gutter.
okay, sorry.
Because if we didn't put the extension and we slope down here, we have to slope back into the rumble sidewalk.
Okay. Boy, that's gonna make a big difference there. So you're taking out how many cars? Or we're putting a golf cart in there?
We were going to take out, this space. We said that we were gonna take out this space, and I believe that space, didn't
That's the culprit.
we? It doesn't show on here, but that's the plan, is to remove the space here, and the first space there.
Why the first space across the street?
This one,
Uh-huh.
so you can see,
Who sees?
so the pedestrian can see before they go across.
Oh. Got it. Not the person driving the truck.
No.
See the-
Cars usually park in the way.
Well, the one on the left there is, and on the top left is
Yeah.
not as bad as the one on the right.
Yeah, it's very hard to pull out of Chestnut.
Oh,
It's
sure.
impossible. I mean,
Okay.
you just put yourself at the
So
mercy.
that's what happens at Chestnut,
Okay, so loss of 3 spaces there.
yes,
Doug, could you stay right there a minute?
yes.
is there any advantage to shifting this crosswalk north to the other corner?
We talked about that. If you do that, you're probably gonna lose 2 spaces here.
Okay.
I don't know that it gives any other advantage other than if I'm on this corner and I'm gonna cross Main Street, I can probably see farther than if I'm on this corner. But taking out that first space helps with some of that. That would be the only advantage, but then it's harder you can't see that way very far.
Is there any way of just, we're talking about taking out that space, but is there still not a way of utilizing that by cutting that space in half and making the end next to the next parking space golf cart?
Motorcycle.
Yeah.
And at least utilizing part of that space anyway?
It's possible. The challenge becomes is if you mark it as motorcycle or golf cart, will people not park there?
Well, if it's only this long, you
Yeah.
can't park there,
They pretty much follow those stripings on Sunset at least.
Yeah.
People seem to be.
The blue cones work.
I just thought it would be another way of utilizing that space without losing it completely. With putting something low lying or something you can usually
Yeah.
see through there.
Yeah.
And
Anything but a car.
Well, and golf carts probably only gonna be utilized from
rather than
April
park there
to,
instead of a regular parking place,
Yeah.
if we can get them there.
yeah.
They're pretty cold this
And
time.
so, when it's cold, they're not gonna be out there.
Not all of them.
Golf
I
cart with
saw
a
people
lawnmower
eating
on the
outside
back.
Saturday.
Cold. Totally.
Someone needs to
So
know
at 221, we look at 221, nothing's changing here with the signal project. The crosswalk, yeah, the handicap ramp on the northwest corner at Speckled Trout is going to be part of the Bass Lake Sidewalk project. So you'll have a pedestrian signal that backs up there near where the fence is, rail is, I shouldn't say fence. One that's on the Mellow Mushroom side, right behind the wall that's there. And then one on the east side that will probably be, I can't remember if it's gonna be mounted on one of those poles or on a separate pole behind the sidewalk. This shows it on a separate pole. I was thinking like we talked about putting it beside the pole, but it's gonna be at one of those 2 locations.
Yeah, we've talked about trying to remove.
We want the poles gone.
Yeah, there's 2 poles there now, 2 wooden poles.
There's an extra pole there.
But that's,
Two of those poles, though,
Right.
carry those high voltage lines that can't be removed.
So we need to.
but
One of them is just got it has a sign on
One's
it.
extra, I talked to a
One's
Blue Ridge
extra.
person, yeah. One's
That's-
extra.
that may
It
be-
should have
maybe
been
that's the
taken
old
out
pole.
with the new ones.
Yeah, there's an old pole there.
so, that would go in that area. Our plan is the wires from this signal and this signal will be trenched. There will be, the wire from this signal will go overhead with the existing wire because you have a traffic signal wire that goes from this pole diagonally across to the control box, and I don't have it on the photo, over in this area that's in the parking lot, in the gravel parking lot. We'll still tie to that pole, to that signal box that's on that pole. So we'll have to run one wire with the existing traffic signal wires overhead from that pole diagonally to that point. Because that's the only way to get over there from that side. I don't know.
They have an easement for that? Or is this one of the things they just stuck it up in the gravel?
It's that pole right there. There's a wire from that pole back to this pole, and it's got the signals on it, if you're coming up from 221. And then there's a wire to here. We won't do anything with that, but we'll add a wire to the wire that's already there. They'll be spooled
you
together.
think? Engineer.
So they can't move those poles, they carry the wires of the western world, don't they?
Is That one that's,
They are loaded.
the one that's the other way, is that high voltage like the main one in front of Foot Loggers?
The one at Footslogger's right there in the corner is high voltage. Those lines run straight across.
Yeah, those lines run
Yeah.
east and west. I'm not sure there's a power line that runs that way.
I don't think there is.
It's just a signal wire. There's just a few wires, I believe, that run that
It
direction.
runs from that pole over, across in front of.
Well, if we're
North
taking the
Stream.
signals and down,
ridge
why
line.
is there a line?
We're not taking the traffic signals down. We're not doing traffic signals here. We're only adding pedestrian signals to this intersection.
It's just the walking man.
I thought we were doing the pedestal lights here.
I thought we wanted to do pedestal there. We didn't?
It'd be pretty hard to put.
I just dreamt that.
Yeah, when we talked through, we estimated, I think about $100,000 for this intersection.
Yes.
70 for Chestnut. And then we had three options at Sunset. We kind of had a $100,000 option, a $200,000 option, and maybe a $300,000. Does that sound about right? So give or take, that we were
Yeah, I think it was
estimating.
less than 300.
270.
Maybe 270 or 280.
So we went with the higher version on Sunset and the lower version here.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
I just really wanted it.
No,
It'd be pretty hard to put pedestal lights here, I think.
The pedestrian area right there is just, it's hard to watch.
Well, you know,
It's awful.
yeah, anything's better than what we have, which is.
Oh, I
which
know,
is
I know. It's
currently
just,
within
they're
that.
all over that street.
the worst part is when they walk behind the cars at Foot Lockers.
Oh, would that be another place we're having parking where they're pulling out?
That would be different. That's private, obviously. Which is why I think we would want to encourage people to stay on the
The other
on the
side.
west side as they were to travel versus the east side there.
Okay,
Any
all right.
questions for Doug? Playing on the
Thank
golf
you.
course? Doug, thank you, bud.
That was a
Thank
good
you for the
presentation.
Water
Doug.
plant, sewer plant.
Dang, early.
So, not quite early, because now we have the fun part of Ms. Norman coming back on and talking about the actual financing of all this funness that we're talking about. So, Nicole, I'm giving back.
We didn't do stormwater, did we?
Stormwater is going to be tomorrow. So the stormwater piece will be a part of Kevin's ordinances, and Doug will be back tomorrow to talk about that. So
Okay.
just hold on to those last few pages about stormwater, or go home and read them tonight in bed and think about stormwater. Nicole, are you ready to share your screen? And you are muted, it looks like. Okay, now you're not. Oh,
She gave up on us.
we may have to get Thomas back to hear you again. Are you talking, Nicole? Okay. Thomas. Thomas is working on it, Nicole. We see your screen
Your
though.
lips moving. Ay, ay, ay.
Hang on just a second, Nicole. Keep talking. We can't hear you yet. We're just, hang on just a second.
It's gonna hurt when it goes, on. We'll eat. Yeah, 15. All right.
Still working, Nicole. Hang on a second.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hey.
Okay.
We can see
Um,
on our screen, we can see it says water sewer project funding rate analysis. And there probably is a few second delay there, just FYI, I think.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so for the water and sewer side of things, so you've just heard some projects on the table from Doug Chapman. We're going to look at, just sort of a summary of, I know some of the projects had sort of a range of costs, and I am just operating off of kind of the base of those. We know that going forward, I mean, once final plans would be nailed down and all of that, these numbers would change somewhat. So, but we had to go off something to kind of do some projections and see where we could go with it and how we could fund it. So I'm going to just start off with, the basic estimates. Then we're going to look at some funding options and then the results of our rate analysis, which kind of ties into trying to find funding for the projects on the table. So our water sewer project list that you've just heard consists of Main Street water and sewer line replacements. The estimate that I used was 3.5 million, PRVs at 500,000, and then plant upgrades and repairs of 1 million. So this is going to total 5 million in water sewer projects that we would be looking to bundle under one umbrella. We talked about a few different options, and we talked about the USDA loan. We talked about an SRF loan. SRF loan is going to be a 20-year loan, and it has criteria that honestly we're not sure that we would fall in to qualify for an SRF loan. Those are pretty competitive, and you have to meet median family income requirements for your population and population requirements and all of that. The USDA loan, however, is a 40-year loan, and they are very easy to get. Pretty much, I mean, you do have to go through the process, but pretty much the USDA, if you request a USDA loan, you can expect to be granted the loan. So we don't worry about being able to obtain that loan. We will have to go through the LGC application process as long as we fund it through any kind of debt. So we just have to keep that in mind. That, needs to be factored into the timeline. But right now, just some pieces to a USDA loan would be, for the total of 5 million, we'd be looking at a 40-year loan, and the estimated rate, just sort of market what other people have obtained lately, would be estimated at 2.5. So the estimated annual payment there would be 250,000, and that would be an annual payment. And then over the 40-year life of the loan, it would be about 2.5 million in interest at that rate. So kind of rolling into how would we fund that debt. So we started off looking at our utility fund, and we knew that we needed to make some changes to our rate structure. And this is just a look at the rate analysis and the usage analysis, rather, that we conducted last year at this time. We took our highest and lowest billing. You probably remember seeing these pie charts, and this is when we kind of all said, oh my, about 70% in February and about 57% in August of our customers actually fall below our 5,000 gallon minimum usage. So whenever we do, what this told us is whenever we do a rate increase, we're only affecting those customers however much we increase our base rate. So it's not coming out to amount to a whole lot. So this is where we started to realize we may have to do something, a little more creative here with trying to recover our revenues in the water sewer fund. So we called in, the state, and the state looked at, and our billing, the way that they did it is they took a billing and they plugged it into their system that generates, a spreadsheet that you can put different factors in. And, you know, these are estimates. So, I mean, this is not 100% how it's going to come out, but this is, you know, based on an actual billing, an estimate on how the rate increase would come out. So what they ended up proposing, they showed us two different options. This option is what I'll talk to you about first, and this is the one that we feel is best. This is our recommended route. And it actually requires lowering that 5,000 gallon minimum to 3,000 gallons. So that would mean your base rate, a customer's base rate, would include 3,000 gallons of usage versus the 5,000 that is included today. All these changes I want to say would happen on the water side and the sewer side. So both of those minimum usages would go to 3,000 gallons, and then we would increase our rates in year one. This is a 5-year plan. In year one by 10%, year two by 5%, and then actually be able to back down to 2.5 going forward. A couple things, having been through this, it was easy enough. I would certainly recommend as we get into year 4 to go ahead and have another one done. And it was free of charge. All it took was staff time. And I think that it's something we should be doing cyclically, just to make sure we're staying on the track. So the other thing that I'll point out, when I spoke to the state recently to kind of recap us on all of this, they did indicate that they would recommend having a refresh on this before we put anything into place, because they are doing that for a lot of communities due to COVID impacts. So I would also just echo that recommendation and say, you know, I would say in between now and budget time, we need to go ahead and have this done again and just make sure by the time we're ready to recommend, you know, these rate increases in the budget process, that we would have that kind of affirmation that that this is still what we should do. So I mentioned that there was two different that we could take, two different options. I mean, you could do anything in between, but these were sort of the two different methods. Option one is dropping that minimum usage down to 3,000 gallons. Option two just drops it down to 4. Well, there is so many customers in that middle spot that you can see the option one produces income of $5,639.31, whereas year one, just in that 1,000 gallon difference in the two, you're gonna still need to recover, and that's with a 15% increase. So, and then furthermore, look at our customers' billings, separate our individual customer billings. So on a 5,000 gallon customer, we would be going from 45 today to 62.70, 75 today to 95.70 under option one, decreasing that minimum to 3,000 gallons and increasing our rates by 10%. Option two, just taking that 5,000 gallon minimum down to 4,000, increasing by 15%. The customer's bill goes from 45 to 72.95 and 75 to 115.86. So we're seeing higher individual bills, but you can see our net income is negative because we're not affecting enough customers. So it's sort of a win-win, and we showed this, and it just increases over time. So you can see we took it out even further. Eventually in year 3, you do get to the positive, but, we have to sustain more years of, not recovering our income. So this is our recommendation. Right now, like I said, we would like to have the state just refresh that study from last year and make sure that nothing has changed to the point that we need to reconsider this. But this looks like the best plan to us to get us back on track with our rates and have the least impact to our customers. We can take a look at,
Nicole, this
these
would
are
all
the
be
rate
times
structures of Boone, Highlands, and Beach Mountain. And so you can see Boone has a minimum usage included in their base rate of 2,000 gallons. So anything below, 2,000 gallons or below. is
Hang on, Nicole,
including-
we're losing your volume.
Oh, I'm sorry. You still can't, I don't know, I'm not doing anything.
Okay, talk now.
Okay,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Can you,
Yeah, we
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, for Highlands, they are like us, their minimum charge is based on 5,000 gallons. They have a little bit different of a structure, and this type of rate structure did not appeal to us, because there's a lot of room for errors in billing. You have somebody change out a meter size, and that message has to get back to billing, and we could just see issues with, if it's not communicated or, affected at the right time. That just was more complicated for the 2,184 customers that we have, than we think would be the benefit. The town of Beach Mountain, their base is 3,000 gallons. So this is just mainly to look at the bases. I know that the rates on here look kind of confusing, so we took it a step further and we went ahead, and our average usage for a customer is 7,455 gallons. Most other towns bill on a monthly basis, so we went ahead and took our rate structure and made it equivalent. We basically divided it by 2 is what I'm trying to say, to make it a monthly billing to compare. So you can see under our current rate structure, our average usage customer, which uses 7,455 gallons, if you divide that monthly, that would cost them currently $31.17 under our current rate structure. Under the new rate structure that we propose, it would cost that customer $39.40. This is monthly, and this is just for the water side. It of course will be double because it will be for the sewer side, and it will be bi-monthly. And then if you look at that, you can compare to Boone's rate structure, Highlands, Beach Mountain, and West Jefferson. And we are still, we would be lower than Boone, pretty close to Boone. We would be higher than Highlands, and slightly higher than West Jefferson, but we are also lower than Beach Mountain. So it just gives you an idea, even with the rate structure change, where we would stack up. And that is all that I have. And do you have any questions?
Hey, Nicole, this is David.
Hi.
How did you settle on 3,000 gallons? Did you look at 2,500, 2,000, something even lower?
We didn't, because I guess because where the net income started to level off right there, that appeared to be the sweet spot.
Okay.
So that we didn't have such a high rate increase.
Okay.
And Nicole, let me add, just to clarify, these net income numbers include the increase in debt service that we're proposing. So these So these net income numbers include if we were to move forward with the full $5 million project on Main Street. So I guess the way that we kind of looked at it is where is the break-even point? Where do we start increasing our income, or at least showing that we're adding to fund balance? Currently we're losing a little money each year based on our current rates, even though we've increased rates. So we kind of backed into the 3,000 gallon mark as being the break-even point, I guess, with the 10% increase. The lower you go, obviously that could change. I'm sure if you went to 2,000 gallons, it would change that again, quite dramatically from a rate increase standpoint.
So that includes water and sewer on Main Street, but not the water plant or water treatment plant.
No, so we did this based on a $5 million package, so ever how that comes out, from a bid standpoint. There's also some bond money sitting out there for water and sewer, over $600,000 that we haven't really earmarked. We had put, earlier we had talked about, I think some of that money was set aside for a couple of different streets that have really shown not to be priorities, I would say, and Matt can answer that. Maple Street being one of those. We've had no issues in the last 10 years really on. So back when the bonds were sold, Maple Street and what's the other one that was on here? Is it Go Forth? Not Go Forth. West Green Hill. So we can go back to that bond piece. But there is some bond money out there that we've discussed. Would it be better utilized towards some of these more urgent projects that we're talking about today?
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Shane.
So
You're welcome.
what's the
Yeah.
base rate for 3,000? If you reduce it to 3,000, what's gonna be the cost of sewer and water for base rate? 90 something?
Let's
98?
go back there.
In 5 years,
I
it goes up 60.
Can't remember what that figure was. Let's go back there.
In 5 years, it goes up $60 a billion. Billion or a month?
A billion.
That's too much.
If I did my
Grace.
math right, it's 22.5% increase over 5 years
It's a lot.
equals $60 at the end of 5 years. It'd be
What's
extra.
yours, mine's $105 now.
Yeah, so Nicole, show us the 3,000. So we're at 45 now, but that's at 5,000 gallons, correct?
So that's,
Right.
now it's 90.
So it would be $99 a month base billing for water and sewer. That's not going to include recycling. That's not going to include the interconnect fee.
And it's base for 3,000. So if you're using 5,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna get, how much will you get charged for the extra 2,000?
If you're using 5, you will be charged 62.7. Let's do that twice. 62.70 twice. So that's 125.40. So 125.40 minus the 99. There's a difference of 26.40 for the extra 2,000 gallons.
Okay.
And I would add, I think everybody here is aware, the water sewer side is the necessary evil of anything that is expended out of the water and sewer side has to be derived out of the water and sewer side. So we can't utilize any other funding mechanism to pay for it. So some have referred to, over the years of the water and sewer side, you charge what you charge to offset it, and that dictates a lot of it. Even since these numbers were updated, I just recently saw where Beach Mountain now is at $41 per month, just water on 3,000, so not including sewer. So it really is I won't say a necessary evil, but it's a piece of if we continue to spend money, we have to obviously offset it with some type of rate increases. And what we've seen, the most telling part is that our 5% increases haven't resulted in 5% increases in revenue, because there's a sweet spot, I would say, between that 3,000 and 5,000 gallon mark that we weren't capturing by doing that. So I think that's probably the most telling part, as Nicole and I talked about it, is not everyone was getting a 5% increase across the board because of the usage that they were using within that. So if you're a 3,000 gallon user, you know, the first year, you're up $4.50 a billing. If you use more than that, you obviously pay considerably more.
But the average use was, what did she say?
7,200 gallons divided by 2, is that right, Nicole?
The current average was 5,000.
7,455 gallons is the average bill usage bi-monthly.
So 3,700 gallons a month is what our average user in town uses. And that's including everybody, right? That's residential and commercial.
Yes,
That doesn't include sewer though, that's just water?
that's right. That's just water.
So what we found is that our average, if you take it by the month, our average use is 3,700 gallons per user, and that's from the lowest low to the highest high. So by keeping it at 5,000, there's essentially, you can say 1,300 gallons of that is free, essentially. So in order to get the biggest bang for the buck, we kind of have to lower that down to what we considered 3,000 gallons as being appropriate. 4 still didn't put us exactly where it needed to be because the average is less. That's the most telling piece of it from a usage standpoint is, and I don't know what each one of you use, you know, individually every 2 months, but
Can you go back to the customer usage? I can't read it in here. Chart.
Customer, yes. This one,
Next one. The customer
This one?
usage, those. No, that's
Okay.
it. Okay.
sorry, there is a delay. I got it.
Are those numbers in there, and is that what that is? I mean, or is it telling who's doing it?
that's percentage. Yeah, it's hard to see on the screen here, Nicole, so sorry.
Hard to see on here,
Yeah.
can't even see it.
It's what it shows is that the February billing, 71% of all users were under 5,000 gallons.
Doesn't say who it was, whether they were residents or
I was
commercial.
trying to get my code, because we would be a good example of usage, but Jimmy can't find my password.
And then, you know, on another piece of this, not trying to throw out too many things, another piece of this is what we talked about if we were to go the municipal service district conversation route of any of these potential projects or debt service pieces out there. If that's more operation discussion versus capital project discussion, but that's another piece of that as we talk through this potential $250,000 a year package. Some of that, of course, is contributed to the plant, some are PRVs. We just heard there's a $4 million price tag kind of along Main Street, and whether or not we want to have that discussion, that a portion of that project could or couldn't be a part of the discussion for an MSD possibly. So just keep that in the back of your mind too as we're thinking through some of these things. Right now,
Yeah, I
we've
think-
based it on the water rates covering full cost of the water replacement on Main Street and sewer replacement on Main Street. We've gone with that. We've gone with that scenario for hypotheticals that's being put on here.
So this would affect the whole town
Yes.
paying for Main Street,
Um,
instead of MSD paying for Main Street. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the MSD is, as we talked about earlier, and it's just a discussion, but that is an option if you were to go down that route, that potential funding could be utilized for a portion of the debt service on a Main Street project.
It could be partnered with it. You know, you could utilize that for a portion of the debt service and then, you know, look at these rates again.
What Nicole was saying was it could be partnered with that. I want to wait for a second, but obviously, we're not trying to tie ourselves into just one end-all be-all necessarily, but just trying to open up a full discussion here of some different avenues that could be utilized to pay for a project of this size. A $4 million project on Main Street to replace water and sewer lines, potential project like the sidewalk on North Main Street, potential, project like the crosswalks even for that matter. All those fit within that definition if that's a discussion point that we're wanting to have in the future.
But this, just to clarify, this is across the board residential residential and commercial changing fees? And
Yes.
keeping residential and commercial as the same fee rate?
Correct. We did not break out the difference between the two as we went through this process. I will say, our current system is a very manual system, so it takes a while to go through that process and divide out and kind of conquer what our usage is and what our overall billings are. So that is something we did not do, is go and break down between commercial versus residential.
Okay, so we've got, I wrote down 2,184 customers. Those are residential and commercial. Do we have any idea how many commercial customers are there, or y'all have to look at that again?
I don't know if we have that
I mean,
data.
it's probably obvious because they use 5,000 or more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's probably your higher usage folks, of course. We know we just talked about earlier, kind of our central business district, we had about 66 commercial properties that we talked about. But that's just in central business, not 321 area, so, we can give or take 100, we'll say 100 or so, I guess, when you added it out, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, would be kind of a ballpark that I would give.
I think I have that
We got a lot
information
of,
here, but I just have to look for it.
and Matt's looking that up too as well. Nicole, you keep coming in and out, I don't know, I apologize. Right now, you're kind of quiet, so.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, now you're back.
Well, I'm looking for the information because I think I have that, have gotten that recently.
It'd be good to know what the pinks are, how many commercials, businesses there are in the pink zone.
In the light pink and dark pink, like I said,
60 something.
there's 66 parcels. Now, there's more businesses than that as a part of that, because some of them have meters and separate. So I'm gonna say, we'll say 100 just to be, but Nicole and Matt, I think, are both attempting to look that up.
There are 400 commercial water accounts.
In the whole town, total for the
Yes,
town.
yes. So that's actually out of 2,447 water accounts, 400 of them are commercial.
So 2,000 residential, a little bit more. So again, we're not looking to make decisions today, but just open up discussions as we present some different options there. And options could be of various, could be looking at our water rates a little bit more detailed, could be looking at, the downtown area separate, could be a lot of different things, but kind of
And I
want
just
to
wonder
get some feedback.
if the average use is 7,400, just rounding it off, how many of those are commercial? Because what you're really doing is taxing the residents too, which may be, am I making sense? In other words, if they're not using, you're penalizing the residents. If it's really the commercial that are using the higher rate.
But your rates would go up incrementally, would they not? I mean, for more water usage, your commercial, are gonna be charged more anyway.
Yeah, I think
More water
by
you use, the more you pay.
I would say by lowering the base, it would actually, the point there is to really charge the use of it, where right now, I would say at 5,000 gallons, it's obvious that we probably have some residential and commercial mixed in at under 5,000. And then I'm sure above 5,000 is almost all commercial, give or take, just hypothetically speaking. So by lowering that base to 3,000, you really are trying to capture more commercial and more users within that by doing so.
Well, I'd say, if you look at it, most of the businesses on Main Street probably use less than their house does, because they don't have public restrooms, and it's only the people working there that use them, so I'd say they actually use less than most of your household.
Right, no doubt.
Do you know who the
People
four
go to
biggest
Florida
users
for
are?
6 months aren't using it,
Our 4 biggest users,
paying the minimum.
Just out of curiosity.
Hospital,
Do what?
Foley,
Yeah, Foley,
Pioneer,
Tanger,
Chitola?
Meadowbrook,
Chito's all metered separate.
Oh, because they're residents. Okay.
Meadowbrook.
I wish it was.
Harwood women?
Yeah, some of the hotels, I'm trying to think. Restaurants out back. Yeah, Foley and Shelton Parkway are the biggest two by far. And then you got Holiday Inn Express.
What's the website that bills us? I can tell what our family uses.
Should be under residents.
Well, you know, one thing is if you look at, it's actually, I mean, it's going up more for the higher usage customers, the way that it's happening, because it's a 10% increase on, you know, the per 1,000 gallon rate as well. So like if you look at the comparison of the 5,000 gallon customer, they don't increase the same amount as the 10,000 gallon customer. The 10,000 gallon customer's bill is increasing more than the 5,000 gallon customer. So you are factoring in that usage level and effectively, I mean, pretty much factoring in, you know, our higher users versus our lower users, or our commercial versus our residential. I don't think we are allowed, Shane, you may know this, I don't think we're allowed to charge a different rate for commercial customers than we are residential. I don't think we are.
We are, yeah, I was gonna say, I think the way that they prefer, if you were to ask the state, is to do it based on meter size, and that kind
Right.
of is the differentiation. Some do charge that, I mean, I've seen that before, but if you ask the state, because I've asked them before, previously, and they like to see it, if you're gonna try to put together a differentiating factors, they wanna see the meter rate, I think, more so than anything, the 3/4 to the 2, because that's where you're setting apart your commercial versus residential within that, because of the flow factor.
Right.
But not, no, I don't think they would recommend, I know they wouldn't recommend, you know, charging a different rate between the two. If you didn't go the meter route within that. You know, again, these are a lot of hypotheticals that are out there, and we can dig deeper. We're looking for some guidance, I guess, on some things. We're throwing out a lot of vehicles that could be utilized in different ways. This attempt is to show, you know, some variations of what it looks like to lower our base from 5,000 to 3. Obviously, if you're a 3,000 gallon a month user, or no, this would be
Bi-monthly.
yeah, bi-monthly, then you would go from 45 to 49 to eventually 55 over the next 5 years. So a almost $11 increase, times 2 with sewer that's included in that.
Well, I think it's an excellent rebalancing of the rate structure. I do. What I'm trying to connect the dots is the Main Street water and sewer repairs, the wastewater plant and the water plant repairs, and how all that correlates to this. That's where I'm kind of missing it.
So I'll start, and Nicole, you jump in. Obviously, anything that we do within the water and sewer system obviously has to stay within the water and sewer system. And so I think everybody knows that. How you pay for it, obviously, really the only options we have is to increase rates within the water and sewer. Or a potential second option is to utilize a municipal service district that's out there that would only account for debt service within the area within that district itself. And so that's why that area is being proposed, or at least being discussed as being proposed. Nicole, I'm not aware of any other way that we could fund that outside of those two options that we've discussed. Are you aware, or anything comes to mind? So that's kind of the reason I wanted to start this morning with the MSD conversation, was that we may want to think through that from things like a water and sewer, Main Street project. We're looking at $250,000 potentially debt service. If you were to break out just the Main Street portion, I'm sure we're somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple $100,000 a year, give or take. Do you offset half of that with an MSD, or I mean, there's various options there of where, kind of how we're trying to connect the dots, I guess, within those options. What we showed here was if the full $5 million project is funded out of the water and sewer rates only, that's what we were showing. So if
I
you
got
were,
that, and that's, when you say the
Well-
$5 million project, you're just referring to Main Street.
well, Main Street was 4 million based on Doug's numbers.
For,
$1 million for the, we'll say $1 million plus for the plant, and then we had $500,000 for the PRVs. So 5.5 to 5.7 was Doug's numbers. We know we have about $600,000 of bond money that's out there. So if you take the 5 million that Nicole's showing here and say the 600,000 in bond money, that's where you get to the 5.6, $5.7 million number that we're talking about.
okay, but
Okay, I've
that
got,
doesn't get us to the 1.3 or the 2.49.
No, the
Yeah,
one,
he took the lower number. He
yeah, the
took
1.3, so the 2.4 is if we do everything at the water plant. The 1.3 is if we take our highest priority. So I was taking the 4 million Main Street, 1.3, so 5.3, and then the 500 PRV, so 5.8 is where I was looking.
Okay, now.
Sorry. And so I was, as we were talking at 5.8, obviously a portion of that could potentially be bond money funded, and then there's gonna be, give or take, a $5 million number. The reason Nicole used 5 million is because it's a nice even number to be able to use. Kind of like with the 2.5 interest rate. I think Doug mentioned to me at the break, you saw a 2.25 rate just recently.
Right now USDA is running 2.25.
So it's even better than 2.5. So we were just using whole numbers to throw things up there to be able to talk through some of this stuff.
I got a
I
question.
balanced my checkbook to the penny, so I was.
And we will, if you give us the thumbs up, we will get you to the penny, we promise.
I got a question for
Thank
Nicole. Nicole, on year one, option one, you're showing a net income of $5,693. Is that net, that's after service of the loan?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Now, something else
You
we've
know-
got to consider, guys, is we've been talking about the electronic meters. Okay? We've been talking about electronic meters, implementing that over the course of the next 5 to 7 years. So some of this net funding could go towards the electronic meters as well. That would fall into play, David, what you're saying, how are we helping out the rest of the residents?
Oh, I think we talked plenty about how we're helping out the other residents today. Everything we've talked about is helping out the other residents today.
Mayor, to your point, one of the things to show, the reason to show a positive here is to show that we're adding to, essentially to fund balance. We're adding to the ability to do things like potentially replace the meters over a portion of time. That's not written in here, but that was a consideration as part of that process.
The other concern that I have is, Main Street's not the only water and sewer line that needs help. And are we being short-sighted by not looking at these rates, even being more aggressive with them? There's other pipes that need replacing. There's other things that are gonna come up. You know, this by no way covers it. And have we looked, at those things that are coming up that aren't on this page?
And jump in, when we talk through lines especially, what's coming up. I think the plants are fully, that 2.4 is fully everything that's out there on the plant side. Is that fair to say? That's everything on the plants. You know, lines we talked about, after Main Street, you really have a big fall off into the next areas that we had talked about. Sunset was by far, and then, and you can jump in from your history here on the lines.
Probably the next line that I would say the priority is the main sewer line that I mentioned going from about where we replaced the main sewer line up to about where that arc piece is in Main Street. From there back up to Sunset will need to be replaced at some point. And part of that is not just a condition, but it's a capacity. We've had, historically, there's been overflows, at Cornish and Ransom, and that would address some of that, though the work we did on Sunset addressed some of that too. I don't know that we've had overflow since then, since we did the work on Sunset, but that may have to do with circumstances, how the rain fell, how much I&I we had, et cetera. It's not always just because we did something. So I think that's probably, but safe to say that you're not gonna go 40 years without spending some more money. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be more money to be spent.
5 years.
But you also have other debt packages that you've had that's in the water and sewer. Some of the projects that I mentioned before we did the water plant, sewer plant, and the Boone Interconnect all carry debt packages that are in differing levels of payoff that will ultimately come off. I don't know the years of that. I'm guessing the first couple of those are those were SRF. They're probably halfway or more paid out of their 20 years. The interconnect portion of the loan, the portion of that project that was loan money is we're probably 8 or 10 years into the payments on those 20 years. So some of those will be falling off that could be new debt service in the future.
Well, actually, this is taking those into account. The state used our debt service schedule to factor that in. So I think that's already actually that capacity is being utilized throughout this schedule.
Yeah,
So
well,
this is interesting, maybe, that a family of 6, we use 4,050 gallons a month.
so 8,000,
not-
your billing's for 8,000
I couldn't
gallons.
hear that.
8,000, yep.
Virginia was giving her bill. She's got her actual bill pulled up here, and
And this is from October to December, and most of everyone was home during COVID.
so Virginia was saying that they're utilizing about 4,000 gallons per month with a family of 6 being home, essentially 24/7.
So it should at least be increased to 4,000. Because we're a big family, right? I mean, if we're being fair, just to loop us in on it, because we're not paying for it, right?
Right, so if we went to 3,000 gallons, you would pay the $49.50 plus an extra, $6.60. Is that right, Nicole? So that, if
Yes.
they're at 4,000 gallons, they would be at roughly a $56 bill.
Double.
I'm getting,
With
I'm
sewer,
getting
that's correct.
112.20 for water and sewer for her bill.
Yeah, so we paid for water and sewer October to December, $142.
You talking to anyone? No.
$122?
Uh-huh.
Is that including your recycling and all, recycling?
$1 for interconnect and $9 for
Recycle.
residential recycle. So right now, a family of 6, which I would say is big, aren't we all supposed to have 2.1 children?
I think the average in Blue Rock's lower per household.
Yeah. So if we're charging 5,000 gallons, we're not paying for what we're using. I mean, you should at least, as a person that's using probably more than other families are, I think we should at least go to the 4,000. And I think this whole price change came about because of the meters, not to fund the $4 million. Remember, we talked about all of this to fund the meters across for the whole town. If it funds other things, then woo-hoo. But, we should be paying, our water and sewer should be paying for our water and sewer, and we're not. I'm not paying for it.
I don't,
Should be.
yeah, I don't disagree. Our 5,000 gallon, numbers is probably outdated. I think that's probably true. I think it's probably been outdated, and that's why we aren't seeing the returns within that. So the spreadsheet that you have up on the screen here, as Nicole mentioned, and I forgot to mention that until Doug started talking, and Nicole reminded me and reminded y'all that this factor includes that potential $5 million price tag. It also includes all of our debt service. So when it comes off, you'll start seeing in the later years, probably year 4 and 5 and so on, you'll start seeing some bigger increases to the bottom line. You can always raise or reduce rates back. You can go up and down on rates every year. We do. We approve it as part of the budget. So just keep that in mind. We aren't necessarily looking to pass the buck on to everyone, but we're just wanting to show, I guess, the emphasis on the fact that we aren't capturing the majority of our users right now with the current base rate that we have, or the usage that we have, and the base rate that we have is probably needing of some adjustment within that. So if you're a typical 3,000 gallon user, you're not looking at obviously as significant of an increase as you would be if you're a 5,000 or 10,000 gallon user.
To me, this needs to happen regardless of Main Street, anything else. I mean, this is, I don't know what y'all are thinking, but
Well, it definitely sounds like we're behind the 8 ball on revenue,
yeah.
considering what needs to be done, what's gonna have to be done in the coming years.
But you said this does include paying back the water sewer bond in this increase also.
Yes.
Nicole, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Phase 4, yeah. So I won't say this is like a worst case scenario, but this includes everything. This includes the bond, this includes future debt service, this includes potential $5 million debt service, this includes, and so if you take any of that off, then obviously either you reduce your rate change or you take that in consideration for things like meters or whatever the case may be. I mean, I think the point is that for sure.
One of the comments that I will add, and I try not to make unsolicited comments, but I'm going to. I think you might want to think about the fact that the benefit of replacing the water line on Main Street is to the water system, not to Main Street. Because if Matt has to go out, I mean, we're saying the water line needs to be replaced because it's 100 years old and it's leaked 25 times in the last 10 years. When he goes out and fixes the water line at Main Street, it costs the water system money. So, I mean, it's reasonable to say that what you're doing there is a water and sewer expense benefit.
No different than if we fix the water plant or the wastewater treatment plant.
Right.
I understand.
I mean, you didn't change the rate on Sunset because you replaced the water line on Sunset. If we replaced the line on Sourwood, we didn't change the rates on Sourwood. We changed the rates for everybody.
I think we've jumped to how we can solve all the problems. But this came up, first of all, for the meters across town, and that we are not paying for water and sewer. The whole town is not paying properly enough money for this business that we run for the water and sewer. I mean, that's where we have customers, and our business model is not working right. And it's at 5,000 gallons it's crazy.
Yeah,
So first of all, we have to get that straight. Now, we can solve all the problems with this. It's just how, maybe we look at, okay, do we go ahead and get that loan, or do we, do this, and, how do we portion it out to make it work? And then the reasoning, so we can sell it to our constituents. How we want to package it to.
Food for thought.
I think it's exactly. I think these are all hypotheticals, but is our current system working the way that it probably should? No, I think. And Nicole's shaking her head. Yes, that's true. We're outdated. We need to lower. We need to change our base, and we need to look at that. How much we change that is dependent on what we are looking at from a debt service and overall final goal standpoint. Absolutely. These are hypotheticals that are here to show if we go through with all of this and pay for it through the water and sewer fund rate increases, this is kind of what you would see in order to receive at least a break even, if not some positive income each year. So, absolutely.
Well, and by building that net income, you're creating the capacity to create these reserves that we want to create and cash fund these things that come up.
Which saves the town money long-term.
Yes.
All right, any other questions on the water? All right,
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you,
Thank you, Nicole.
Doug.
thank you. Doug, Nicole?
Thank you.
I guess if we do come up with a way to do a commercial section, we'd rate it by numbers of people in a family. The Powell Industrial Site. All right, moving right along. Police chief, are we ready for police chief? Mr. Fox?
I believe we are. We'll check and see.
Oh, wait, no,
Oh,
the vice mayor has requested a break.
5-minute break? 10-minute
5-minute
break?
break.
Okay.
3, 4, 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now back in session.
Good afternoon. Ours is relatively short, so hopefully you'll still get out on time. We're the last for the day, and everybody's got stretched, so hopefully you're ready to go. I wanted to start today. While you're at break, I put one of these on everybody's table, so you should have my sort of a very abbreviated year-end report. I didn't want to be too wordy, but I just wanted to cover a few things that we talked about last year, some projects that were in process, give you an update, talk about some things that we're currently working on, some of the major things. And again, it's fairly brief. First thing I put on there was just a few of the numbers for 2020. You can look at those. If you have any questions, I'm going to explain the first one and the last one. You'll see that there's two different numbers there. So for example, on traffic stops, it says 1,888. That's 1,888 individual vehicles. That second number is the number of officers that participated in vehicle stops. For example, some vehicle stops may require more than one officer, so that's why that number is a little bit higher. The same thing down there with total officer activity, 12,694 individual types of calls or activity, but there was a total of, if you look at total officer activity, it was 14,745. And officer activity could be anything from a 911 call to a traffic stop to the officer getting out and doing foot patrol or doing a home watch. So we include everything in that officer activity category. Under New Communications Partnership, last retreat, we were talking about moving forward with a new partnership with the town of Boone. I did want to report that, as you know, that did occur in July 1st. We moved into our partnership with the town of Boone. That is going absolutely flawlessly. We have had just fantastic relationship with them thus far. They built into their program some incentives for their employees in dispatch to make sure that they're providing good customer service to us, and they have been doing that. As a result of that, we do have a dispatcher, our own dispatcher in our building, 12 hours a day, except Sundays is just a tad shorter, but 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've moved to a joint CAD system, and I wanted to talk just briefly about that. What we're doing with the town of Boone, I hate to use the word groundbreaking, because I don't feel like it's that big of a deal, but it is a big deal. Nobody is doing what we're doing with the town of Boone. We have one of the big hiccups I think we've always had with dispatching in Watauga County is one communication center couldn't see what the other communication center was doing. Our computer system and Boone's computer system is the same system. So everything we do, Boone can see what we're doing, and we can see what Boone's doing as it relates to Blowing Rock Police Department. So, for example, if David was to call the Blowing Rock Police Department, and let's just say it was our dispatcher was on the telephone with another call, that call would be picked up seamlessly by an operator in Boone, and all that information is logged into the same computer system so that everybody can see that and hand the call back and forth. There are times when we have a 911 call, it may come into Boone. Boone may dispatch it initially, but as soon as they dispatch it, our officer responds to Blowing Rock, and that call is handed over seamlessly, just like we're all sitting in the same building. So I really think what we're doing here with this partnership is something that we can use in the future to build, to move back toward a goal of a central dispatch system. Maybe not everybody in the same room, but at least a central system where everybody can see what's going on. So anyway, we're real pleased with the way that's working. They provided us with a mobile CAD access in our cars and mobile report writing for our officers, so that's been great. As you can see, we pay the town of Boone $65,000 a year to handle our after-hours communications after 7 p.m. And it also allowed us to restructure our department, and that was with no additional funding required for this to happen. So
And they get our 911 money?
they get our yes. Well, no. The 911 No, they only get 65,000 total
From us?
from us.
Does the county get anything?
No.
Okay.
So we took the rest of that money. We've used part of it, reallocated some of that money for our restructuring. Of course, we had to hire an additional dispatcher position. We hired and that's into the next section, our restructuring. We hired a supervisor that supervises, we restructured into 3 divisions, patrol division. Patrol has 2 divisions, and then we have a support services and communications, which handles all of our communications, our investigations, and any kind of support services, like making sure the officers have the equipment they need and those kinds of things. Quartermaster responsibilities, we refer to it some as. So we have a supervisor over each one of those divisions. So now we have a supervisor that's on duty every day from, typically their hours would be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They sort of work a split schedule. They have to change their schedule depending upon their manpower. If they're short on night shift, they may move themselves down to night shift. But it's really expanded what we can do with some of the other leftover monies that we're not spending on communications. We have 2 of our officers. We also implemented 2 years ago, we implemented sort of a STEP program. We'll talk more about that under recruitment and retention, but we do have 2 officers that have been promoted to the rank of master police officer and 2 officers that completed the requirements for senior police officer. And to achieve those things, you have to complete a designated amount of training. We have certain training requirements that you have to complete that we feel like we need for our department. And you also have to have a certain number of years of service and experience. So that's what goes into that.
Do we pay for the education?
We do pay, if we send them to police-related training, yes, we pay for that, yes.
Do they have to stay a certain time after they do that?
No, we have no requirement.
No requirement?
Training is an ongoing, I'll talk more about that, I don't want to jump
Okay,
ahead. We'll talk
sorry.
about that when we get,
Sorry.
no, that's fine, that's no problem. Any more questions about our communications? We're just real pleased with the way that's went so far. Hybrid fleet implementation, we started adding hybrid vehicles to our fleet in 2019. We added 1 more vehicle. It just went on the road this month. So we were kind of curious about the savings from those vehicles. So we were able to do a little bit of a fuel comparison, and we took 1 police officer, Officer Cantor, who was driving we had 1 whole year of his gas mileage to look at in his old car, which he was driving one of the Ford Tauruses, one of the 4-door sedans with a regular gas engine. In 2019, he averaged 12.98 miles per gallon in that Taurus. After 1 year of driving the new hybrid SUV, his average fuel economy was 20.28. So basically, it was a 36% savings in fuel.
Do the officers say there's any problem with catching somebody or pickup or, okay?
No, I've had no complaints with that. There's a few hiccups because it's new technology with Ford. There's been a few hiccups with, the warning lights and
Okay.
things like that, but nothing we haven't been able to.
That doesn't account for the cost difference in those 2 vehicles. does it?
No, the hybrid, I think, cost, if I remember correctly, I think the hybrid was about $4,000 or $5,000 more than the standard. But I did have a few more numbers that I didn't bring with me, but we should be able to offset those costs in about 5 years with those cars. So if we keep those cars, say, for 10 years, that second 5 years is when we would really realize some cost savings.
Did the electric bill go up?
Well, they don't charge. The hybrids charge off of the motor running.
Off the motor?
So they don't plug in. The only thing they do, it's the same 6-cylinder engine that you get in the non-hybrid car. The only difference is when the car runs and it charges the batteries to capacity, when the officers are idling, which if you're a police officer, idles a lot. The cars may not have as many miles on them, but now our cars have hour meters to track hours. So a police car sits idling a lot, like when they're sitting out here on the highway running radar or whatever activity they're doing, that car may be sitting running. When the battery's fully charged, then the car kicks over to battery power. And then when those batteries get lower, the motor kicks back on and recharges the batteries. And it will run, around downtown, they'll run on full battery power if the battery's charged. And when they get low, the engine kicks on to supplement that. So. All right, and this is front and back, so if you flip that first one over. Second thing we've been working, or not second, but one of the bigger projects we've been working on is revising our standard operating guidelines. Our standard operating guidelines were quite a bit out of date. There was a lot of things lacking, and in this environment that we've seen in 2020 particularly, there's a big focus on police departments taking a look at their policies, particularly their use of force policies, and making sure that they're in line with best practice in our industry. So we've been working with a retired police chief who's been consulting with us and helping us rewrite our entire policy manual. And that's been quite a daunting task because there's been a lot of work to do. But we were hoping to have that finished by now, but it's taken us just a little bit longer. But we are working through that. Some of the goals that we're trying to accomplish with these policy revisions is to provide a more comprehensive manual for employees, more of a reference, not only a policy manual, but a reference manual for a lot of things, to ensure that our guidelines are in keeping with current best practices in policing. We're also working with the League of Municipalities. Doug can tell you a lot about this. They have a risk review process. At the end of that risk review process, the bulk of that being looking at our policies and procedures, we can get a pretty substantial discount on our liability insurance. So we're hoping to have that completed, this policy review completed sometime over the next quarter. And we'll have the league, when we get that finished, we'll probably have somebody from the League of Municipalities come and speak to you and let you know more about those savings and that kind of thing. We're also working to obtain accreditation by North Carolina Training and Standards. Part of that has already happened. To qualify for federal grants now, we have to certify that our use of force policies are in keeping with best practices. So we have a grant cycle that's coming up. Grant applications due at the end of this week, as a matter of fact. So we had to submit our use of force policy to the state. I've already gotten an email back that they've reviewed that and approved it. So that's a big step to our accreditation from the state. So we hope to finish that in the next couple of months and let you know more about that. Any questions about that? Speed enforcement continues to be one of the concerns for our citizens. So as noted previously in this report, in 2020 we stopped 1,888 vehicles. Some of the things that we're going to continue to do is our speed enforcement measures on Valley Boulevard. That includes, radar enforcement. We've been approved for some grant monies through the North Carolina Governor's Highway Safety Fund to get 2 more digital speed limit signs. These are going to be permanent mount signs that will be one northbound, one southbound, hopefully on each end of town respectively. So the town will have to, once we get those signs, we'll provide the poles and the cement, and those will be permanent mount radar speed signs to help remind people that our speed limit is 35 coming through town. So that's our plan for those.
Can you mount them on something that's already there, so we don't have to have a?
Probably not. We can look at that. We've talked to Brimco some. We haven't met with them yet, but Steve Woodring said that when we're ready, he'll come up and meet with us. They do require electricity and some other work like that, so we'll have to coordinate with them. The lamp posts out there are not strong enough to support anything like that because they're not really cemented into the ground, they're just stuck in the ground. Most of the light poles and things like that, people don't want you mounting to their light poles. We'll certainly have that conversation with Brimco, but it'll be a matter of seeing if those poles are close enough to the roadway for the radars to pick up and that kind of thing. We'll definitely look at that.
Can we look at solar instead of electricity?
We've talked about it, we've looked at it. We're afraid that solar in the areas where we kind of need the signs to work, it's sometimes hard to get the sunlight in there, and they're a little more problematic. There's more stuff to maintain. I think when I talked to Steve Woodring with Blue Ridge, he said that we could probably work something out to pull electricity from one of our existing light posts, and it would be absorbed in our contract that we have with Grimco to provide the electricity and service to those lamp posts. So, but we will certainly look at some other options, but solar is just a little more problematic to make sure it runs all the time, and there's batteries to maintain and that kind of thing, so.
Will it say slow down?
Yes, it can blink,
Or
slow
whatever
down
you
for
want.
speed. We can program those. We'll also, hopefully have a cabling so that we can pull the data off of those signs as well. Currently, we're able to get data from the sign we have, but it's portable, so it's only there for a limited amount of time until the battery goes dead. Some of the data, though, we've pulled to give you an idea about traffic volumes, and I think we've talked about this before. David sent me a website with some information, but there's 10, 12, 14,000 cars a day traveling on 321. So it's just a huge, huge traffic volume out there right now. So, but hopefully we can use those new signs to pull some new data. Any questions about that? It does take us a little bit of time when we have turnover, when we have new employees. None of the new employees are trained or certified to use a radar. That's a separate course in the state of North Carolina and a separate certification process. Realistically, particularly with COVID and all of our training being canceled across the state, it's been a huge, huge problem last year, getting training. So realistically, it'll probably be a year before the 3 new officers that were sworn in the other day, and it'll probably be a year before any of those 3 new officers can use a radar unit for speed enforcement. So
Other than Valley Boulevard, is there a
Green Hills probably the second highest area of complaint for speeding. It's difficult to do much on Green Hill because of the nature of the road. We have to have a certain minimum sight distance for those vehicles to even use radar. Makes it very difficult up through there. When we deploy our speed signs to collect data, we find that there's not really any data to support that there's a speeding issue, except maybe on the very top end coming off of the parkway would be the only area that we can really substantiate with data that there's a speeding issue.
part that's not in town limit?
Right, exactly.
Right.
So, and we do try to look at the data, and we use the data that we glean from our speed instrument. If we have a complaint, we can take that sign out, we can set it up. I can log in with my computer in real time and see what is going on with that radar sign and who's speeding and who's not. So we can print those reports. I know I've shared some of those reports with Shane and about what the actual facts are on the ground. We also use our crash data to help us determine if we have a speeding issue, and we really and truly do not have a crash problem in Blowing Rock. Almost all of our vehicle accidents are a result of parking. So if you take all the parking accidents out of our total number of motor vehicle accidents, and you take the ones that aren't actually in the city limits, we respond to a lot of traffic accidents that are just south of the Green Park Inn, or maybe just north of Speedway. That's not in the city limits. So if you take all those out, we have very, very, very few, knock on wood, crashes out on the roadway. And we don't have any crashes that we've documented that speed was a factor. So,
Chief, is it possible to get some assistance from the Highway Patrol this year while we're for radar control of 321, while we're working the other officers up?
we have had we've seen an increase in activity from the Highway Patrol inside the town limits. I see them a lot more than I used to. I think that has a lot to do with they've got a couple of new troopers that live kind of close to the area, which is good. So they have been helping out. But yeah, we'll reach out to them some more. Any more questions about speed? Of course, one of our other top missions is crime prevention and community protection. We have a very low incident of crime in Blowing Rock. We're proud of that. We're going to continue to do the things that we've been doing that seem to be working. High visibility patrols. We're out. We're going to try to. COVID was a little tough this year, so we weren't out. We didn't walk as much as we would like to. We weren't on the golf cart as much as we would like to be because of the COVID, but we hope to pick that back up this year. We're going to continue our home watch program, our foot patrols, of course, and we have continued with your support to provide a school resource officer at Blowing Rock Elementary. And I think, I don't know if you had the opportunity to meet Brad, but Brad, whose last name just left me, just like that. Swift, I'm sorry. Don't tell Brad. Bradley Swift's our new officer down there, and he's doing a great job. Everybody seems to like him very much. So.
Whatever happened with the robberies that were going on with the construction sites? Up on Greenhouse?
We made an arrest in that. We've made, our guys did a tremendous job last year. I was very proud of some of the big arrests that we made. But yes, there was a young man arrested and charged with numerous break-ins. We recovered a lot of tools from pawn shops as far away as Charlotte. So that's
Where was he from?
Lenore. That's one of the benefits that we've had to having somebody that could work more on our investigations issues. They have more time to commit to that. We had somebody broke into a lot of mini storages down here off of Ransom Street. Only one of them had property taken. But our investigator actually, Lieutenant Dotson actually initiated it, but he arranged to buy this stolen property back from this crook, unbeknownst to the crook, and we did an operation in Lenore where we met this person in the Walmart parking lot, recovered all the property, made an arrest on that case. We've made several other pretty significant. There was a very significant arrest at Tanger Outlets that involved a criminal organization. I don't even know if we ever really determined who these people are. They were using so many aliases. I know they're wanted in New York, Georgia, South Carolina, several states, and that arrest was initiated here in Blowing Rock. It was also a big part of a counterfeiting ring is what it was. So you guys have done a good job cracking some pretty big cases this year, so I'm proud of that. All right, recruitment, retention, and officer development. Of course, one of the things that we continue to struggle with is the recruitment and retention of our officers and that officer development. So we started talking about that just a few moments ago. We have this training program set up to try to encourage these officers to increase their level of training and their skills. Seems like after they're here for about a year or two, and we're just starting to get them where they can run radar and do all the things we need them to do with Blowing Rock. A lot of times they move on somewhere else, and it's very frustrating. It's hard as a department for us to move forward with some more advanced trainings because we're always doing the basics over and over and over again. So we were taking a look at recruitment, retention, officer development. Put a few numbers in here. We have 13 full-time sworn officers. We have 5 part-time reserve sworn officers. So those part-time people, all of those folks have other jobs. The only thing that we can really utilize those for is occasionally on a Saturday or Sunday we can get them to come in for a special event. But most of those folks work other law enforcement jobs, so we can't use them very, very often. We have 2 full-time civilian communications staff. We have 1 part-time seasonal parking enforcement officer. And I'm pretty pleased at our recruitment efforts. 50% of our full-time sworn officers now have post-high school degrees, which is associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, and we have 2 individuals that we hope will have master's degrees by the end of 2021. We're real pleased with that. So some of the things that we've done to try to combat the recruitment retention issues, I think I may have touched on this at our swearing-in ceremony last meeting. We've tried to maintain relationships with community colleges, go out for our community, and that seems to be working so far. But we are in 2019-20, we experienced a 30% turnover in our patrol division staff. We have 10 people assigned to the patrol division, so, you know, if we lose 3 of them, we have 3 new ones that we just sworn in. That's 30% of our staff is brand new. And I believe Officer Kirk, or Lieutenant Kirk, has some more information in a second he'll share on that. But we tried to look at why are people leaving, and we broke it down into the top 3 reasons. Of course, the number 1 reason that people cite for leaving Blowing Rock Police Department is more money. They're looking for, you know, a lot of these guys are younger, they have families, they're just starting out, and they're looking for that money. We have a fantastic benefit package, in my opinion, in Blowing Rock. We have very good insurance, so I don't think the benefit package is a problem, but the salary can sometimes be a problem. And we're competing. Our recruitment zone is about 30 miles. We've identified that's where we can realistically try to find people. We're competing with 22 law enforcement agencies in a 30-mile radius for the same small batch of people. You know, this year, for the spring basic law enforcement training class, the class at Caldwell Community College has been postponed because they didn't have enough students to start it. The night class in Hickory has been canceled. The class in Wilkes, I think, is on track to start. But when you're talking about these basic law enforcement trainings, you know, they may be graduating 10 or 12 people from these programs twice a year. So we've got 22 law enforcement agencies that are competing to get those 10 or 12 people every 6 months that are coming out of these schools. So that's a problem. We're going to circle back to that one, but we're going to move on to the opportunity for advancement is something that's often cited at Blowing Rock, and that's just inherently a problem in a small agency. We don't have too many steps. There's not very far to go. We've tried to combat that problem by implementing our senior and master police officer program so that officers have a way that they can step up and advance and hopefully have a desire to do that. Some officers say that they need more action. It's just too slow here. Well, we don't want more action. We're pretty happy where it's at. So there's not a whole lot we can do about that, except one thing we have tried to do is make sure officers aren't bored. We try to give them lots of training opportunities, and training is a problem in Blowing Rock. Let me explain that. If I go to work in Charlotte, and I'm in the field training program in Charlotte, I may see 2 or 3 domestics a day. I may go to an armed robbery once a week. You know, I have all these things to train on. If you're in Blowing Rock, you may go 3 or 4 months and not have a domestic assault. So getting these people trained up to where they can work on their own independently and us know that they're able to do what they need to do is a real problem. I was on Beach Mountain the other day helping them with some promotional boards. And the chief and I up there were talking, and that is a huge problem for them as well. So small departments struggle with this. So we try to offset that lack of call volume with extra training. So we have a very rigorous training schedule already set up for 2021. We try to give officers the opportunity to take on certain responsibilities and tasks, maybe ABC enforcement and some things like that. And we also try to, as we have opportunities, participate in multi-agency ventures in the county. So
I was wondering since you said that, why wouldn't it benefit Charlotte for one of our officers, and they pay them to go down there, and our officer would get training, they would get some extra hands. Have you ever thought about something like that?
Our officer would not come back.
Really?
Because Charlotte's going to pay them.
We went to go pick up tools down there.
Are you kidding me?
Charlotte's going to pay them almost double what we can pay them. So if they went to work in Charlotte for 6 months and Charlotte paid them $60,000 a year starting pay, they're probably not coming back.
I just meant for like, events, like, not for a 6-month period. but
Yeah, right.
When they needed extra force.
Yeah, Charlotte's a unique environment anyway. They actually have their own academy. You actually have to go through their academy before you can be a police officer in Charlotte. So they're one of the few departments in the state that are large enough to do that. But Yeah,
Or maybe
we've actually
it'd be
discussed some,
Hickory or
yeah,
Gastonia.
we've discussed some of those, but there again, if you're talking about new officers who already are yearning for more action,
Yeah.
and we send them off to a place that has all the action and has a lot more money and things to offer, they're probably not coming back. So.
They assigned me to East Charlotte, I'd beat a path up here the next day.
That might scare me. That's why I'm not an officer. I don't want it.
You know, the most ideal situation for us at Blowing Rock would be able to attract officers who have 10 to 15 years experience maybe somewhere else and are tired of working in East Charlotte. Problem is, we can't afford those people. So by the time they've worked 10 or 15 years in Charlotte, there's no way that we can pay those people to come here. We can't even pay, you know, even somebody that had 10 years experience at Boone or ASU, we don't offer the kind of salary that we could ever attract those people to come. So that's one reason we're having this conversation about recruitment and retention. And I've asked Lieutenant Kirk, I apologize. I've asked Lieutenant Kirk to put together some numbers and look at the actual salary part of our recruitment and retention. So he's got some information he's gonna share. I'm gonna step aside for a moment.
I'll try to keep this brief. I mean, I really tried to limit this. I do have to credit my wife with making this design here. I told her that I would. Anyway, so this is focused on officer retention / pay study. Go ahead, point at your computer, Shane. Is it working? Hang on a second. I'll try. There we go. Okay, now while I was doing this little presentation, some of the research that I did, this was a study that the law enforcement, the criminal justice in North Carolina Training and Standards Division conducted in 2016 that Blowing Rock actually took part of. Boone was also identified in this study as well. And the purpose, as you can read right here, was to focus on why officers were leaving these departments at such a high rate. And Blowing Rock was identified as one of those departments in this study. And as you can see here, these are the departments, and they're broken up by very small, medium, and large, and this is the personnel numbers right here. So, I mean, you're talking about some really big differences between this. And down here I put, I kind of condensed from the study who responded, how many this affected. Is 26 police departments that they got responses from, and they're all listed right here. And it was all across the state of North Carolina, which totaled 8,135 sworn officers. This only focused on sworn personnel in these departments. 1,023 officers responded to this survey from the state that came out. 627 of those responses were from line officers, that's slick sleeve, up to sergeant, that's your entry-level officers. And then you have 239 what I consider line supervisors, and that's your sergeants and above. And then you got 137 chiefs, captains, and lieutenants that responded to this. And the key findings from this also combine some national statistics from two studies that were done in 2018 and 2019, and I'll show those at the end. It shows the police turnover rate is at 11%, and that's nationwide, and that's also represented in North Carolina. And the studies show that results show that there's a higher turnover in smaller departments and municipalities, and that's in the South typically, that's what our department falls into. And it also, it talks about the financial burden that this really does put on us. As a department and as a town, losing a qualified, trained officer typically on average results in a fiscal loss of $59,000 to $66,000. Now these are old statistics. This is based off of 2017 numbers. So you can only imagine that cost only goes up. And down here I included some of the costs that represents. That's background check, psychological evaluation, medical evaluation, uniforms, equipment, and training. And I believe like what Sue said, talking about paying for the training, I mean, that's one great thing about Blowing Rock Police Department. Training, and that's something that Chief Miller really pushes, is he wants the best, most qualified officers. Now, the downside to that is that you have some of the best trained and best qualified officers, Well, when you're at this training, you're also networking with all these other departments. And then you get to talking eventually about it. So what the eventual conversation goes to is, we've got positions open right now. What do you make? Okay. So the conclusion of the studies, both nationwide and state, is that officers stated that increased pay and benefits influence their decisions to remain in the profession with their agency. Another stat was that the main cause for officers to get into law enforcement was a desire to serve. And that desire to serve eventually goes down with the increase of family and other responsibilities. So that has to be offset. And the reasons contributing to the officers wanting to leave for another agency or a different profession altogether include, number one, low pay, number two, benefits, rotating shifts, which we don't have to deal with here at Blowing Rock. The supervisors do. I mean, I've worked midday, night this whole past year because we've been shorthanded. And I'll get into that later as well. And job and family stress. And that's anything from what I've read from the officer responses, that goes from, when you have a day off, you're at training, or you're at court, or there's some other type of, localized training that you have to go to. So your days off are coveted, is the best way that I can put that. And why retention is important. Now, since I started here in February of 2019, we've had 4 officers leave, and that was Dayton Turpin. He had 7 years of experience in training, and Dayton had a ton of training. To put that to the increasement that Chief Miller has set up, he would be a sergeant right now. And I will go over the amount of classes that it takes to actually make that sergeant rank. So that was a huge loss to the department. Now, where Dayton went was DMV, license, and theft. And that was mainly for more money and a better schedule. He works Monday through Friday, half day on Friday, and his pay it's a huge difference. And I'll go over those numbers in a second as well. And to give you guys some background, I contacted every one of these officers here and did an exit interview with them, either by phone, text message, something where I could actually record their answers and things like that. And then after Dayton left, Mike Fox left. He had 2 years of experience, 2 years, 5 months of experience in training, and Mike actually left the profession to go back to sleep study in Utah at Salt Lake Regional, and the pay there was astronomically different. And since he's been there, he's had 6 pay increases, and there's no way to compete with that. Officer Hildebrand, he was here for 5 years, and he had multiple training, and probably he had some of the highest traffic numbers that we could present. And he actually left to go to Burke County Sheriff's Office as an SRO. And that was more pay, closer to home, better schedule. Officer Bird, he had 1 year, 5 months of experience in training here, and he went to the Highway Patrol. Once again, more money, like Chief Miller was saying, he wanted more action, and he's definitely gonna get it because he is down in Charlotte now. But out of these 4 officers right here, I asked them to list 2 to 3 reasons of what their top reasons were for leaving, and it was better pay was number 1, number 2 was better schedule, and then number 3 was room for advancement, opportunity for growth. Now, our training blocks that we have set up, that Chief Miller had set up, we rolled that out, and these officers had already left. Tanner was the only exception that was still here when we had this rollout. So that has been mitigated, in my opinion. We've taken steps to help that. Better schedule, it's just the nature of the job. I mean, this is law enforcement, you're expected to work holidays. Out of the 7 years that I've been involved in law enforcement, I've been required to work 5 Christmases out of those 7. So, I mean, it's the nature of the work. So we try to accommodate by doing that. For the better schedule, we have permanent shifts here, which is outstanding, because I worked 5 years of night shift when I was at ASU, and that wears on the body because you're constantly flipping to try to spend time with your family. And the schedule that we have here for patrol, I think, is one of the better schedules out there. Chief Miller has been open to any type of change to that we can accommodate and work with. But that leads me into better pay. So, and I want to reiterate again why officer retention is so important, because it's a huge financial loss to the town. It's loss in training experience that the department and community rely on. It is a detriment to the relationship of the department and community. That's something we really push here is community policing. I personally know where everybody in here lives because we've gotten to know each other over the years. I go into the Rock and talk to Charlie all the time. I see Virginia walking everywhere. That's what we try to do. We try to get out with business owners, and so they see a familiar face. And that even goes down to locals that come to Town Tavern at night. We go in there and talk to them because when the next fight breaks out at Town Tavern and everybody runs off, they are more willing to talk to you because you're a familiar face. And that goes to any type of crime throughout the town. So that community buy-in, people know you, they know your name, and we know the community that we serve. Let's see, affects the department's dynamic of operations, and I can tell you that since being promoted to supervisor, I've been shorthanded until just recently when we swore these other officers in. Typically, you're supposed to have 2 officers on day shift, 2 officers on night shift. What I had, because I was down 2 officers, 1 day shift, 1 night shift. So what I was doing was working a mid. Sometimes if we did get a training to come open, I would cover a whole shift for my officer. So 1 officer for the town of Blowing Rock plus, Chief and Darren, who's usually in the office over there. That can make it tough sometimes. It really can make it tough. And going back to Charlie's point, where he talked about Highway Patrol coming up to help, that has been on invitation. We contact them and we set up, we'll set up a block of enforcement, and we'll just do nothing but pull traffic on 321, 221. We'll focus in different areas. And we have a good relationship with the highway patrolmen that are coming up here. And that's why we have that set up. And it affects the department's morale. Dayton Turpin was my field training officer, and he affected me starting here. I hate that we lost him. I hate that we lost any of these officers because they're all good officers. And going back to what Chief Miller said, it is such a small pool of people to find and pick the right person for this. Because from my networking and working at other agencies and stuff, it really is, you want to get that cream of the crop, and it prevents so many other issues by getting the right people. And that's why, like Chief Miller said at the swearing ceremony, it's not that people weren't applying, it's a matter of getting that right person. And then you want to invest and pour into that person. Well, then once you do that, they're gone, because who's going to turn down a better opportunity? It affects the community buy-in and trust, like I've already talked about. Leaves gaps in experience within the department. And this right here, I want to sum this up. This is just an average. This is a chart. This is your years right here, and this is only representing the years at the Blowing Rock Police Department. There's been other officers that, Chief Miller has extensive years in law enforcement, has been at Hickory PD, at the Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant Church has been all over the state. I worked at ASU PD before this. Lieutenant Dotson is so high because this is where he started his career at. But if you look right here, going backwards, you can tell how young our department is. On average, officer experience with the department right here is 3.9 years. That is extremely young department. Now, this is what I pulled off the state study. The average office experience might be the wrong number. The average time spent in that department is 14.3 years. So you're looking at a lot of training, a lot of experience within that department, within that community. And this goes in, I did a cost of living study. I pulled all this. I pulled it for the surrounding counties around us as well. This represents Watauga, and if it's in green, we're higher than average. The state of North Carolina is at a 90.6, we're at 96.8, and you can see the differences here over there. And that's the overall rating, the grocery, health, housing. Median house cost is significantly higher to the surrounding areas. That's the state's average. And you got utilities and everything like that. And I also did a study on Wilkes, Caldwell, Avery County, Ashe County, and the one closest to us, I believe, was Avery County, and it was 157 was the median cost for a house. And out of all of our officers, our sworn officers, I mean, just to give you guys a representation of this and also into the community buy-in, we have 2 officers that live within the fire district of Blowing Rock. And that, to me, that's disappointing. I would love for every officer to live here, their kids go to school here. Now, is that realistic? No. I understand that. But the closer we can get them in, the better it would be. I mean, it's the 30-minute drive from me. I have 3 kids. I'd love for them to go to Blowing Rock School, to be more a part of this community. The more buy-in you have, the more community interaction you have, the more, because this is a great place to work, great place to work, great place to live. And our officers need to see that more than just their interactions at work. And this right here is the big icing on the cake. This is representative of the law enforcement agencies that responded to me over this time frame. And what I did was I represented 2 state agencies right here to what we lost officers to in my time. Highway Patrol, DMV license and theft. And then I went to Watauga County Sheriff's Office, Boone PD, App State PD, Beech Mountain, Caldwell, that's the Sheriff's Office, Lenoir PD, Wilkes County Sheriff's Office, Wilkesboro PD, and I also want to give a mention to Sheriff Fried, Avery County. He did get back to me with some numbers, but it was too late to enter that into my study here. And I want to give a shout out to the West Jefferson chief. He contacted me as well, but he is in the current process of redoing their whole pay scale, and he wanted me to contact him back in July because it's going to go up significantly is what he is hoping. So what I did was in each column I represent, green represents the highest, yellow is the second best, and red is the worst. Now I want to give a little caveat here to Wilkesboro PD because one of their benefits is they pay the entire healthcare costs, vision, dental, health insurance for the entire family. That not a penny goes out of the pocket of the officer. And I put our numbers down here at the bottom in the blue, and this is the average for each column right here. And this right here is dependent on qualifications. With Boone PD, they start their officers off at 40,286, and that's fresh out of basic law enforcement training. That's nothing. Now, from what their human resources told me was that number can also increase depending on the qualifications because they have it in that column and then they have it in the first increase as well. And I also want to point out the Highway Patrol actually has a cadet pay rate, which I believe was 35, if I remember correctly, and DMV license that also has a cadet pay rate at 36. ASU PD has a cadet pay rate of 35. They didn't have that when I worked there and went through basic law enforcement training. But this is your first increase. This is a basis of once they get out of the academy, that's what their pay rate goes to, and that's the same thing for DMV license and theft. Watauga County and the following agencies after that, it's pretty much after you get off probation, that's your first increase, except for ASU. ASU, that is what is indicative of their senior patrol officer rank. Even though they don't wear a rank, that's kind of a mile marker for them for pay purposes. And Wilkes County Sheriff's Office, they do it's a 0.25% of a percent yearly increase every year regardless. Doesn't matter on anything, it's just, it always reoccurs. Now, over here in your first line supervisor, this is sergeant level, this is licensed theft detective level 2, this is sergeant rank, and this represents corporal. The best way we don't have any sergeant ranks here at Blowing Rock. Our ranking structure goes from slick sleeve to senior patrol officer to like Officer Hunt, who received the life-saving award the other day, and then master patrol officer, which we have 2, that's Officer Canner and Officer Swift. And corporal would be representative of a senior patrol officer, to give you guys a perspective of how their ranking structure works. And ours goes straight to lieutenant for actual supervisor purposes, is how we have it set up right now. So as you can see, that's the pay differences here.
I would interject one thing. It's really, really difficult to compare some of these numbers because everybody does it so differently. And Lieutenant Kirk you know, he's referring to himself as a first-line supervisor, but he's also mid-management because we don't have mid-management. So in a bigger department, first-line supervisor might be a corporal or a sergeant, and then you would have lieutenants and captains and all below the chief. But here, he's not just first-line supervisor, he's mid-management as well. So.
And, I mean, as you can see these numbers, and I can get everybody a print off of this if y'all would like to request it, and also the studies that I've looked at, and the cost of living that I've done as well. And this is the state study that was done. These are two of the nationals that were done. That was, they're peer-reviewed articles, and the International Journal of Police Science Management. This is an international journal as well, and that was on investing in people, salary and turnover, and policing, and that's recommendations for law enforcement agencies, and actually both talk about North Carolina in those journal entries. Now, something I wanted to point out as well, and I didn't include this in our presentation here, but I feel like it does need to be represented. The system that we have in place right now that goes from police officer, senior police officer, master police officer, it's a chart that looks similar. This is it right here. Now, what that represents is what you need to advance to the next rank. So as a police officer, sleeps leave, no responsibility at all. What we want you to have is basic investigations, basic traffic accident, standardized field sobriety testing, which is roadside investigation for drunk drivers, intoxilizer, which is the instrument you go run after you take someone into custody for driving while intoxicated, and then radar and CJ leads is what you use on your computer while in your patrol car running tags. That's just for police officers. That's what we want. And once you have an officer at that moment with all that training, that is very juicy for another department to come along and try to take them. And as you saw by the numbers, they're really, I mean, you know, it's hard to compete. It really is hard to compete.
Is that when they get the 36,000?
Sorry, Sue, what you said?
Is that when they get the 36?
This number right here is after probation. So this is what they start off
So
at.
they can
once get
have
out
all
of
that
probation.
training and not get that increase?
They probably will not have all that training by the time they get through their first year.
Oh.
That first training block that he described, that's about 2 years worth of work for a police officer.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, and I think I brought this up before, our system of training in North Carolina, I think, needs to be revamped, but that's above my pay grade. That's something that needs to be done on a state level. A lot of these courses have to be administered by North Carolina Training and Standards. They can't be administered through a local community college like several of the fire department, EMS classes, and things like that. So many of these training classes, we have to send them. We have 2 training centers in North Carolina. One's in Saddleburg, one's in Eddyville, one east, one west. A lot of these courses, they have to go to one of those 2 training centers, and they're a waiting list. And last year, they canceled almost every single training class in North Carolina.
And they're doing it this year.
Canceled. So nobody advanced in their training at all last year. So it's difficult. The first block is probably 2 years, and the second block is probably taking, I mean, if you work hard, if you're an officer that your family situation is such that you can be gone a lot for training, you're talking about another 2 years if you're a hard worker to finish that second block. So realistically, to be a master police officer, you're 5 or 6 years down the road.
Yeah.
Just to complete those training programs.
Is there any way that the training can be videotaped? Do you have to be
The state
there?
has started doing some of that for some of our required
They
in-service.
really need to, it's crazy.
Now, keep in mind, our required 24 hours a year of mandatory in-service doesn't get you any of these certifications. That's just to continue being a basic police officer. So all these certifications are in addition to that, so.
Does any of the blue, is that been updated with the, raises that we did?
This is the current numbers that I received from Tonda.
Yes.
And that was after the January increase.
And when did we do the increase? We upped salary, how long ago?
January 1st.
No, before that. Remember when we
Yeah,
did the pay
They
study?
did a pay study. That was not long after I came to the town of Blowing Rock, or to the police department, so it was probably 2010 2013, I'm gonna guess, and it was implemented maybe in 2014.
And what happened after that is that everybody else increased their salary.
Everybody else, the problem with that pay study, in my opinion, is that I agreed, they came in and evaluated each employee and said, this is where you need to be salary-wise. I pretty much agreed with those numbers, but we implemented it over a 4-year period. So it took 4 years, so it was 2018, when you got the pay that they said you should get in 2014. Well, during that 4-year period, Watauga County, Boone, everybody's still getting pay increases. You know, generally 2-3% a year is common. So we didn't do much in closing the gap. The other big problem with that pay study, in my opinion, was it was very individualized toward the individual employee. Once almost all of those employees at our agency that went through that pay study are gone. They don't even work here anymore. I'm probably, myself and Officer Dotson, are probably the only 2 sworn police officers that were here for the pay study. There really wasn't a mechanism after that pay study to continue to work on the compression, some of the compression issues that we have and that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's been a while though since those numbers. So, yeah, we just wanted today to just kind of show you where we're at when we're competing with other agencies. We don't lose people generally to go to Lenore or Caldwell County. Generally, our competition is ASU, Watauga County,
Patrol.
ASU, and you know, as you can see the numbers, we're probably somewhere in the 20% neighborhood below some of our other agencies in Watauga County.
What's your probation period?
The probationary period for a police officer at Blowing Rock is 1 year. So you'd be hired at 34,
Yeah.
and after a 1 year period, if you successfully complete your program, and everybody else, every other town employee is 6 months, but sworn police officers is 1 year probationary period.
Why?
Because a large portion of that 1 year, you're in a field training program. So we want that to be, it's standard in the industry. We want to have enough time after you're out from under the shadow of your field training officer to be able to evaluate and make sure you're able to perform on your own. So about we try our very best to run a minimum of 12-week field training program. So all the new cadets that you saw, or new police officers that you saw being sworn in the other day, will not be riding in the car on their own until 1st of April. Everything goes smooth.
Are the rest of them the first increase a year? Y'all know?
It kind of varies. For the most part, that would be a 1 year probationary period, or it could be a lot of municipalities have maybe like Watauga County is a deputy 2, is what it would be. So after you're there for 2 years or something, you go to deputy 2, and that's how you get that first increase. So there's some variances in the way municipalities handle those increases. So we try to do the best we could to be fair about the comparison, but there are some variances.
And this doesn't include any type of educational benefits. If you have a bachelor's degree, they're gonna start you off $4,000 more or something like that. That doesn't include, this is just base salaries with nothing included, no shift differentials included.
ASU has a 10%.
10%
10%
shift differential.
differential at ASU. So if you're not shift officer, you get 10% on top of that. So you're not shift.
Do we give a difference in education?
We have started that a couple of years ago. If you have a degree in our department, we do give you an extra 2% for an associate's, 5% for a bachelor's degree, and 7% for a master's degree. We haven't had to give that 7% out yet.
So you don't give a differential for night shift?
No, not currently.
Well, back to his statement, maybe I heard it wrong. I want to clear it up. You said, I think, at times you might be the only officer working. If you pull somebody over for driving drunk and have to take them to Boone, you're gone for an hour and a half, aren't you?
At a minimum.
In
If you make
essence,
any type of arrest, you're going for a minimum of an hour. And typically when that happens, we'll call the county to send a deputy over.
Ask.
Yeah,
whether they
we'll
actually-
ask. And any type of situation like what Chief Miller was talking about on these, where it's a traffic stop where you have more officers that have to be there, that's typically a drug situation, searching a vehicle, something like that, and we have requested help from the Sheriff's Office, Boone, Highway Patrol comes with us, occasionally, so we make sure the town's not left open.
But the possibility's there.
I mean, that's the possibility.
I mean, it's,
If the sheriff's
it
busy,
happens.
he's gonna take care of his business first.
Well, we have a wonderful working relationship with the sheriff's office, don't get me wrong.
We do.
It just depends on their call volume and
Yeah.
how, they may be short-handed.
Right.
What they've got going on, so. But, it's been way too common the last 12, 18 months for there only to be one officer working on night shifts by themselves all the time. We try to avoid that, but there's only so many people, so.
Well, that's not good for you guys. I mean, backup might be, who knows?
Well, that's
Oak
why
Creek.
a Blowing Rock officer is different from any other agency in this county. Because you have to operate, you do your own investigations, you are the one-stop shop. And that's why it's so important to hold on to them. I mean, you might not see as much as what you would, you're in Charlotte, but you still see it, it's still here, it's still out there, and that's why you don't want to let that go.
It's a,
I understand.
I'm gonna say this, I'm not gonna say it. Some of the things that, some of the gun seizures that folks don't know about that happen out here on the highway, and drug seizures that happen out here on the highway that we don't talk a lot about, it's prevalent out there. There's a lot of stuff that these guys see at night and during the day as well. We don't have a lot of bank robberies, but we had one a couple years ago. So.
And what you're talking about's there.
Chief, let me ask you just a couple of questions, please, sir. One, there's been a big push across America and across the state with having more training on mentally disturbed. How are we doing in our own department?
We're not doing nearly as well as we would like. We have a training called Critical Intervention Team, CIT. Have you got a pin on?
I do.
Okay, Lieutenant Kirk's got a CIT pin on, so he's been to training. That course is extraordinarily hard to get. There was none in last year. It's the healthcare professionals put that course on. It's part of our required block of instruction for our police officers, if we can get it. That has probably been one of the #1 holdups for some of our promotions going to senior police officers, is that they can't get the CIT course. So when we do get people with the CIT course, Officer Hildebrand had CIT, Officer Turpin was CIT. I think that was probably, I don't know about Officer Fox, but when you get these people that finally get these trainings, and then they leave and we're starting all over. So probably now we only have, I don't know, we probably have 3 or 4. We don't have 50% of our department has CIT training now. So
5 out of 13.
5 out of 13, he tells me. So he's got the list, so we should know. So, yeah, I mean, those are things that require trainings, but we struggle to get them and keep them.
The other one I was gonna ask you, I know it's going along with the same thing that's being pushed across the state. How you feel about the police review committee that they're asking most towns, police departments to be formed?
It's definitely a hot topic. I think in some areas it's probably a good thing, a benefit. I think for us, we have an incredibly low volume of complaints. Part of that is because we've been really choosy about who we hire. But as you can see, the younger your department, the more, the maybe more citizens complaints you might can anticipate. But typically all of our officers wear body cameras. Every complaint that comes into us is reviewed by a supervisor. If they feel like it's necessary, they bring it on up to me. But everybody's wearing body cameras. I would say 100% of our complaints that we receive, which is not many, but 100% of those would be that officer yelled at me or talked, didn't say anything ugly, but talked rude is typically what I'll hear. We'll review the body camera and, you know, typically, that's usually not the case. You know, maybe the officer was loud because there was traffic going by and he was telling you to get back in the car. But we've had, I don't know of a substantiated citizen's complaint that we've had in a very, very long time. So most of those complaints, once we review the body camera footage, it's at maximum, it might warrant, maybe you could say this in a different way. We don't have a lot of use of force incidences in Blowing Rock. A lot of those review boards are geared toward use of force incidences, and we just don't have that here. So I don't know what they would, if we had one in Blowing Rock, we're not opposed, but if they had one in Blowing Rock, I'm not sure what they would be reviewing.
You have one female officer?
We currently have one sworn. All right. Any more questions for Lieutenant Kirk about that topic?
Excellent,
Thank you. Good
excellent,
job.
thank you.
Your wife did a great job with it.
So the only other thing, the last thing that I had on my list was parking. That's a constant discussion in Blowing Rock, as you're all aware. It's a constant complaint for us. And I put in my report just a few things that we might consider to be recommendations. Those, and also we do know that we're aware of the study that's getting ready to be done on tourism here in Blowing Rock, and we certainly don't want to get ahead of that, and we're looking forward to hearing and seeing what some of the findings from that study are. But in general, we support continuing to explore public transportation options, developing modern strategies to direct visitors to available parking. This includes parking apps, website development, and parking area counters. We're also in favor of a pay to park. We think that that's one way to generate revenue from the people who are using all of our parking and keeping it tied up, and that's mostly the visitors. And there's several different systems available for kiosk pay to park. There's some different opinions about that, but from a police standpoint, we feel like that's one of the more fair ways for people to decide where to park. If you're willing to pay, you park. One of the biggest problems I think that we have in Blowing Rock with parking, it's never the same. It's usually, now there's a few offenders in town, don't get me wrong, but it's generally not the same person each week getting a parking ticket for overtime. It's a different visitor. So you're not really deterring anybody from parking overtime by doing that, because it's a different person each week. And the thing that I hear, and I share those with Shane, and sometimes I guess the mayor sees them, you all probably see them. We get the letters from people who got parking tickets, and they always end the same. We're never coming back to Blowing Rock again. Every letter. I've had 2- and 3-page letters because somebody got a $10 parking ticket. But I think from my own personal experience, I had rather know that it cost $1.50 an hour to park and pay the money than to come back and find a citation on my car. That's just me. I don't know if most people feel that way or not. But I just feel like people knowing up front that it costs to park rather than getting a ticket is a better way to handle visitors. There's several different systems out there. You know, we could have pass systems for residents. If they get a parking pass for the taxpayers that live inside the city limits to park downtown, there's a lot of different options there. And one of the other last recommendations was to consider lengthening the season of our parking enforcement. We only have a concentrated parking enforcement program seasonally. That typically begins about end of May. Is it Memorial Day that comes in May? We usually start around Memorial Day weekend, and that usually ends at the end of October. This last year, I don't know what to expect in 2021. I don't think anybody does, but this last year, parking never stopped at the end of October. It went all winter and started a little earlier than that. So those are just a few things. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. If there's any information you'd like to have from us, just let me know, and I'll try to get that for you as best I can. So.
Where does the money for parking tickets go? Money for parking tickets.
I'm gonna defer that to Shane.
It stays here.
Okay. It's speeding tickets that goes to the Board of Education?
No,
School system.
speeding tickets all goes to the state of North Carolina. We keep no local fine money in North Carolina
They distribute, the state distributes accordingly.
accordingly, and I don't know what their system is.
They usually give it to the school.
I think there's a lot of different, the biggest bulk of your speeding ticket is court cost. Your speeding fine is $10, your court cost is $250. So that $250 is going for court costs. That $10 they may
I got it.
give
And
someone.
lawyers free to get you off the list in Raleigh.
You know,
Chief, when you say concentrated parking enforcement, are you speaking calendar-wise or area-wise?
calendar-wise,
Okay.
our part-time seasonal parking enforcement person, who that's all he does. And he
Right.
only does that 3 days a week generally. So
Got
we, even during the summer season, we don't have a 6 or 7 day a week person who just does parking enforcement.
The bottom line, it all seems to narrow down to one factor, and that is personnel. Okay.
I did do a few numbers, and I know you're gonna have more conversations about parking in the future and those types of things, but, just one quick math problem, just something to consider. I know you're considering a lot of budget items during this retreat or thinking about them. The city of Asheville charges $1.50 per hour to park. We have about 190 parking spaces on Main Street, street parking spaces. That's 200, on a Saturday, all those spaces are full, and I think we would agree, just on a Saturday, they're all full all day. So at $1.50 an hour, 190 parking spaces, that's $285 an hour. If those spaces are parked full all day long on Saturday, and they're parked full 56 Saturdays out of the year, that's $127,680 in parking meter money.
And that's just for Saturdays.
That's just
Well,
Saturdays.
Yeah, the problem is you gotta put the meters in.
Yes.
But there's some companies that will pay to put the meters in and then either give you a percent or give you the whole thing. I mean,
I think
Shane and I talked about.
that is a 30-70 split, isn't it?
I never heard of one.
It depends on the number, the research I've done, it sort of depends on the number of parking spaces that you have available. The problem we run into, if you only talk about on-street parking, it's a very small number of parking spaces for one of these companies to come in. The software to run the collections portion from the company that does it for the city of Asheville is $24,000 a year for the software licensing and stuff, and they do the collection. So it just depends on your individual situation, but yes, you can either contract it out completely and not touch it, or there's different systems, different levels of involvement from the town, that sort of thing. But that's just on-street parking. The city of Asheville charges, it depends on the parking lot, the off-street parking, like the parking decks, they have some monthly permits, anywhere from $30 to $40 per month. I think it depends on which parking lot it is and that sort of thing. So those are just things to consider
But
as
if
we
you,
start talking about visitors and
if
financing.
you read the parking problems that Boone's having right now, if you read that study, their biggest problem was all of a sudden the parking was not there and they're losing money. The other one is, I think if I read right, 3 years, you have to redo the whole system because our weather up here does not induce for anything to stay forever. So, so there's a lot of things problems that they ran into during COVID that they hadn't foreseen. So I don't believe so. If you read that article in the Democrat, I have it in case anybody needs it, if they want to pull it up and read it. There's some interesting things that they found in that, so.
I think those kiosks are somewhere around $5,000 a piece. So, there's some upfront cost to doing anything like that. But just food for thought as you move forward this year and talk about tourism and hopefully the tourism study, they'll look at parking and some different options as well. But one thing we definitely think that is helpful that we can do in the short term is implement some system of parking space finding. The city of Asheville, I keep referring to them because I think they do a good job with it. You can find all their parking information on their website. They have an app with all the parking information. You can go on there and in real time see where the parking lot is and how many parking spaces are there. I think that's helpful if we're trying to get visitors to go park over at Devant Ball Field. They don't know where that is. And there's so many signs around. I mean, we put up signs, but it seems like they don't see the signs or don't.
Don't see.
Because they're looking at their phone.
They're looking at their phone because it's the reason they didn't see the sign.
Right.
And I know Doug and some of the rest of you are continuing to work on some transportation options and other remote parking. So I think those are some things we can think about short term and things we can move on. But there still is initial upfront equipment costs. Those counters are not cheap to put in, and so there's still some upfront cost.
Two things, and I'm not trying to be smart, but if you always thought if you put the liquor store downtown, people would find somewhere to park. Then, the last parade we had a record number of people in this town. By God, they parked somewhere.
They did. They parked underneath what's going to be a sidewalk soon.
In people's yards and everywhere.
They parked in people's yards. It's gotten so bad in a couple places that we go out on busy. This past year was all over the map. We used to know how to plan for certain weekends, but this year's just been different. But there are certain areas that we go and put cones out in advance so they don't park in people's yards and block their cars in. The lady that lives over at the swimming pool has a terrible time. They'll park behind her car and she can't leave. So we go out ahead of time and try to help her with that kind of thing. Yeah, they'll park somewhere. It's just someplace that's going to generate a complaint for us.
And they have no respect for those cones. They've removed the cones. It's bizarre to me. I see them moving up on the sidewalk in front of St. Mary's that they got, something going on. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Just say, do you know Aaron Miller? What are you doing?
And I do thank Dan for coming back this year and stepping up with having Mike out. I think
If we hadn't have had Dan this past summer, this past year, with us being so short on the road, plus, Mike Barfoot, he's our parking enforcement person, and he was one of the really high-risk folks for COVID, so he felt like he probably shouldn't be out here in the crowds doing parking enforcement. So, yeah, Dan was a huge help this past year. So.
Well, Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
15 minutes over, but hopefully I wasn't too bad.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have a motion to adjourn till 8:30 in the morning?
Thanks, Aaron.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
This
Good
first
job.
evening retreat is now adjourned.
Can we leave our stuff?